Chapter 1. It was the noise that startled me out of my sweet dream. I bounced up abruptly from where I'd been slumped over the table, sitting bolt upright. My eyes darted frantically from left to right as I tried to figure out where I was. Number 10. Someone called out, making me turn my head. Aim, a young female nurse, stood beside me with both hands still on the table. I realized where the noise had come from. She must have smacked the table to wake me up. How could you fall asleep? More and more cases keep coming in. It's like a battlefield out there. Hurry and go help your juniors. Really? I'm sorry. I bent down to pick up my beloved black limited edition stethoscope, which had slipped from my neck without me noticing. I just wanted to grab a bite for, 10 seconds before going back. I didn't think I'd fall asleep. Aim glanced at the food on my plate, which had barely been touched. You even fell asleep while eating. Are you sick, Dr. Tin? Do you want to take a leave? I stood up and hung the stethoscope back around my neck. Even if I'm sick, have a fever, diarrhea, faint, or get hit by a truck, I can't leave unless I'm dead. I looked at Aim, who was standing with her arms crossed. And even if I were dead, I'd have to perform CPR on myself so I could keep working. CPR, or cardiopulmonary resuscitation, is an emergency procedure used to keep someone alive by providing chest compressions and rescue breaths. Now that you're done being hilarious, hurry up and go. I gave her a quick salute, turned around, and walked out of the small dining room beside the emergency room. I ran a hand through my disheveled hair, which I'd neglected for who knew how long. My life these days had become the perfect definition of a disaster. I'd pulled an all-nighter preparing for a case conference, only to have it torn apart by the professors. After that, I continued straight into both the morning and afternoon shifts. Had I really chosen the right path by specializing in emergency medicine? Before I realized it, I had already become a senior resident in my final year. In what felt like no time at all, I'd returned to the hospital in my hometown. The first thing I saw as I stepped into the emergency room was a scene that resembled a battlefield. An elderly male patient was rushed past me on a gurney. Gap and Pin, the first and second-year residents, were frantically moving from bed to bed. The two externs weren't any different. One hurried to receive a newly arrived patient, while the other turned to look at me with an expression as though he'd just seen God. Tin, please help me. P is a common Thai honorific used to address someone older than you, regardless of gender, with the respect given to an older sibling. I immediately walked over to him. He was examining a middle-aged man who was obviously struggling to breathe. Tell me about the case. Male, 52 years old. He has asthma. He takes bronchodilators and uses inhalers regularly. He became extremely short of breath about 30 minutes before arriving at the hospital. His initial vital signs showed a rapid heart rate, oxygen saturation at 94%, and wheezing in both lungs. I've already given him 3 breathing treatments, but he's still exhausted, even though his oxygen looks okay. It does, but his breathing doesn't. I placed my stethoscope on his chest and listened carefully. The wheezing echoed throughout both lungs, and his heart was racing. Uncle, you're using your abdominal muscles to breathe. Uncle is a respectful form of address commonly used for middle-aged men, even if they aren't related. That's a sign of respiratory failure. Even though your oxygen level still looks normal, you're exhausted. We need to insert a breathing tube to help you. He nodded weakly, too tired to speak. Prepare for intubation. 7.5 tube. 1 amp of Valium. Valium is a medication used to induce sedation before certain medical procedures. Tube number 7.5 and 1 Valium. A nurse acknowledged the order and sprinted toward the emergency cart. A nursing assistant prepared the ambu bag and oxygen mask, skillfully connecting them to the oxygen supply. 1. Yes. Go ahead. You've done this before, right? He moved to the head of the bed. Yes, but could you stay with me? I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. All right. I'm here. While he prepared, my eyes continued scanning the emergency room for other critical patients. As soon as we finished here, I planned to check every bed to see who could safely be discharged. Once the Valium took effect, one positioned the patient's head for a better airway view. He slowly inserted the laryngoscope into the patient's mouth and lifted it. Looking good. You've done this before. Don't worry. Nearly half a minute passed. The tube still hadn't gone in. Can you see it? I asked. His arm trembled as he held the laryngoscope. I can't see anything. Sweat poured down the extern's forehead. A moment later, The cardiac monitor began beeping. The patient's oxygen saturation dropped from around 90 to 80, then 70. Stop. Squeeze the ambu bag first. I immediately ordered him to ventilate the patient. The situation was getting out of control. I'll give you one more chance. If you're still struggling after that, I'll take over. 1. Removed the laryngoscope, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and placed the oxygen mask back over the patient's face. Just then, the patient's unconscious. Someone shouted from across the emergency room. Everyone turned toward the entrance. A crowd surrounded another incoming gurney. One glance told me it was a traffic accident. A young man lay strapped to a bright orange spinal board with a rigid cervical collar around his neck and a splint on his right leg. My eyes shifted between the asthma patient and the accident victim. At least I felt relieved when I saw Noam Pin, the second-year resident, already rushing toward the new arrival. Noam is a Thai honorific used to address someone younger than you, like a younger sibling. 1. Go help over there. I'll handle the intubation. I sent 1 to assist with the trauma patient. I needed to finish this quickly so I could join them. The young man might lose consciousness, but the asthma patient would die first if I didn't secure his airway. I pulled on a pair of gloves and took 1's place. After the patient's oxygen saturation climbed back above 90%, I tried again. Damn it. I still couldn't see anything. This airway was difficult. Cardiac arrest. The shout was so loud that I instinctively looked up. The trauma patient's heart had stopped. I wanted to run over immediately, but I couldn't abandon this patient. Pin was capable. I trusted her to manage the resuscitation. I'd already lost too much time with this airway. Even though it was difficult, I never made mistakes when it mattered. On my second attempt, I finally succeeded. After connecting the tube to the ventilator, I handed the patient over to the ICU resident. His condition was now stable. The moment he was transferred out, I hurried over to the trauma bay. We've already intubated him. His heartbeat has returned, but his blood pressure is still very low. Pin reported quickly. She was 1 year younger than me. Normally, she looked far prettier than she did now. Today's chaos had turned her neatly tied hair into a mess and left her face shiny with sweat. 22-year-old male. Motorcycle accident. He was unconscious when the EMTs arrived. EMT stands for Emergency Medical Technician. His initial vital signs were stable except for tachycardia. While I was examining him, he lost his pulse. The monitor showed PEA. We performed CPR for 2 cycles, and circulation returned. He's still so young. What caused it? I stared thoughtfully at the cardiac monitor. I suspect massive internal bleeding. There's no obvious external bleeding except for the fractured right femur. His pelvis feels stable, and breath sounds are equal on both sides. It could be bleeding inside the abdominal cavity. I'm going to perform an ultrasound. Okay, do it. Follow up on the blood work, repeat the ECG, and call general surgery. If the family arrives, let me know. I'll speak with them. Yes, 10. Watching Pin calmly coordinate with 1 reassured me. I began making rounds through the less critical patients. Those who had recovered were discharged home. Those who needed admission received medical orders and were transferred to the wards, where the staff were probably cursing me for sending them so many patients. No pulse again, someone shouted. At that moment, I was consulting an internal medicine professor over the phone about a prescription. Pin ran toward the trauma bay. Seeing her there allowed me to continue the call. I planned to help as soon as I hung up. 30 minutes later, the case ended with the heartbreaking cries of the patient's parents. 2 nurses cleaned the blood from his body. The breathing tube, for lines, and monitoring equipment were removed 1 by 1. Because he had gone into cardiac arrest so quickly, we never had the chance to perform a CT scan or take him to surgery. We still didn't know exactly what injury had killed him. Perhaps the autopsy would reveal the answer. I looked at the lifeless body with a hollow feeling in my chest. He looked like an ordinary university student. He had an attractive face, clear skin, and a healthy build. He was probably popular on campus. He could have become the future of our country, the pride of his family. Instead, his life ended because of a motorcycle accident. I let out a long breath to push away the exhaustion before turning around and running back to work. Cases like this happened every day. Eventually, I'd grown used to them. When I failed to save someone whose injuries were beyond saving, I had no choice but to keep moving as though nothing had happened. Finally, I shouted as I walked back into the dining room, stretching until my stomach tightened. Hey! The first-year resident tugged at my shirt. stopping me from exposing myself in public. Our hospital uniform consisted of blue scrubs embroidered with the hospital's logo on the left chest. Having spare uniforms during shifts was essential. The emergency room covered you with every imaginable bodily fluid. Stop showing off your six-pack and sit down. Gap laughed. I swear my legs have shattered into pieces. What a crazy shift. Total chaos. I glanced at my watch. midnight. I leaned back in my chair. I was completely exhausted. Oh, stop complaining. I've been working double shifts since dawn. You'd better look at me. The morning shift ran from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. The afternoon shift lasted from 4 until midnight. At this rate, I'd probably sleep until tomorrow evening. I yawned and rested my head on the table. I still had to drive back to my condominium near the hospital. I wasn't even sure I had the energy. So, do you know what killed that accident patient? Gap asked. My guess is bleeding into the abdominal cavity. I know. His abdomen was bruised on the right side. When I pressed on it, the lower abdomen was rigid. He spoke thoughtfully. That finding was always a bad sign. But we never got the chance to perform an exploratory laparotomy. A laparotomy is a surgical operation in which the abdomen is opened. I didn't even get to see that case. I was tied up with the grandmother who had septicemia. Septicemia is a severe bloodstream infection. It took forever to get her heartbeat back. My eyes are so heavy. I'm heading back to the dorm. Gap patted my arm before pushing back his chair. I'm leaving too, Ian said. See you later, 10. Okay. I answered without lifting my head from the table. Maybe I should take a nap before driving home. Otherwise, I might become the next patient in the emergency room. My brain had completely shut down. The face of the young accident victim flashed through my mind again. Even now, it still hurt. But he wasn't the first young man I had failed to save. Once everyone left the room, I slipped instantly into a deep sleep. Chapter 2. A sudden noise startled me awake. I jerked upright from where I'd been sleeping with my head resting on my arms and looked around frantically. How long had I been asleep? I should have been driving back to my condominium and sleeping in my warm, cozy bed. We're at war out there with all these patients. Hurry up and go help your juniors. I heard Aim's voice. The young nurse was standing in front of me, shouting. I stared at her, blinking in confusion. My shift ended. I immediately stood up and ran a hand through my messy hair. I'm sorry for dozing off. I'll get going now. Your shift ended? Aim frowned. Don't be ridiculous. We're still on the evening shift. She glanced at the food on the table, which I hadn't even realized was still there. Oh my, you actually fell asleep while eating. Are you okay? Do you want to take the day off? What? I'd never been this confused in my life. It felt like déjà vu. What time is it? It's 9:15. She put her hands on her hips. You really are sick. You've never been like this before. What was happening? I slowly looked around the small dining room. Everything felt familiar. Too familiar. Even after working here for 3 years, I'd never felt anything like this. I noticed my black stethoscope lying beneath the table and bent down to pick it up. Was it all just a dream? I left the dining room and walked into the emergency room. The place was once again complete chaos, like a battlefield. Pin and Gap were running around frantically. An extern rushed toward a newly arrived patient who had just been wheeled past me. As I stood there in stunned silence, I heard someone call out. 10. Help me. 1. The moment I heard his voice, I realized something was terribly wrong. 1 ran toward me. 10. There's a new patient. Male, 52 years old, asthma. He uses bronchodilators and inhalers regularly. He became increasingly short of breath about 30 minutes before arriving at the hospital. His initial vital signs showed tachycardia, oxygen saturation at 94%, and wheezing in both lungs. I gave him 3 breathing treatments already, but he's still exhausted even though his oxygen level looks okay. I tried to calm myself as I listened to him report the case. This had already happened. I was certain. This old man was the very same patient I'd already intubated and sent to the ICU. There was no way. There was absolutely no way. He could still be standing here, struggling to breathe in the emergency room. I grabbed 1 by both shoulders. He looked at me in shock. I already finished my shift. I wasn't even sure what I was saying anymore. I already intubated this patient. He should be in the ICU by now. What do you mean? 1 stared at me in complete confusion. I slowly let go of him and rubbed my temples. What the hell was happening? I couldn't tell anymore whether this was reality. Or a dream? I think you should take a break first. I can ask Pethan to help me. His face was filled with concern. You don't look well. I rubbed my aching temples again, fighting the urge to vomit. I'll be back. I staggered toward the dining room and collapsed into the same chair. My eyes fixed on the untouched food still sitting on the table. It was the meal I'd bought before my shift started. I'd only managed to eat it around 9 o'clock. It shouldn't still be here. It should have been thrown away long ago. Another wave of dizziness hit me. The thoughts racing through my mind were becoming too much for my body to handle. The accident victim is unconscious. The familiar shout echoed through the room, making me jump. I rushed to the doorway. The exact same accident victim was being wheeled into the critical care area. Pin hurried over to assess him. The young man strapped to the orange spinal board was the same man who had already died. I was absolutely certain. I could recognize his face instantly. It was the face of a young man who should have had a bright future. Someone who might one day have become an important person in this country. Seeing him again made my dizziness even worse. I clutched my temples. Then I stumbled back to my chair and rested my head on the table. I wanted to help everyone so badly, but I couldn't even stand upright anymore. Cardiac arrest. Pin's voice rang through the emergency room. It was the last thing I heard, before I lost consciousness once again. Chapter 3. The sound of someone slamming the table made me look up. I had been resting my head on my arms. Aim was standing over me with both hands pressed against the table. Her usually cheerful face looked irritated. Tin, how could you fall asleep? We're at war out there with all these patients. Hurry up and go help your juniors. I stared at her in silence. She glanced at the food on the table and continued. Oh my, did you fall asleep while eating? Are you all right? Do you want to take the day off? I shot to my feet so suddenly that Aim jumped in surprise. Okay, this wasn't normal. This was a dream. Inside a dream. Inside another dream. And every one of them felt unbelievably real. I had to be asleep. I kept dreaming about the same shift over and over again. Aim, please wake me up. She looked at me in confusion. I just woke you up. No, I'm dreaming. I finished my shift a long time ago and came back here to sleep. I'm dreaming right now. It's a dream about my previous shift. I'm dreaming. I kept repeating myself like a madman. Aim stared at me for a second before bursting into laughter. What are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. She bent down, picked up my black stethoscope from the floor, and handed it to me. You've been on duty since the morning shift, right? It's normal to go crazy after working here for 16 hours. She turned me around and gently pushed me toward the dining room door. I'm not crazy. Seriously, I've seen you in here too many times already. I work here. Of course you see me in the dining room all the time. Are you still half asleep? If you go look at the emergency room, you'll wake up immediately. Once again, I saw the exact same chaotic scene in the emergency room. For the third time, I took a deep breath. It's okay. Stay calm, Tin. In another minute, you'd wake up in the dining room. You'd finish your shift, drive back to your condominium, and cuddle Zebra, your white Persian cat. Just let everything happen the way it wanted to. Just let it happen. Tin, help me. One's voice snapped me back to reality. I opened my eyes and saw the extern hurrying toward me. Tin, there's a new patient. Male, 52 years old. Asthma. He uses bronchodilators and an inhaler. He's been more short of breath than usual for the last 30 minutes before arriving at the hospital. Intubation. It's a difficult airway. I'll do it myself. You go check the other patients. I walked straight toward the exhausted older man without caring about the stunned expression on one's face. Did this dream want me to repeat the entire shift again? Was my brain playing tricks on me? Fine. I'd finish it one more time. Then I'd go back to sleep in the dining room. Once the shift ended, I'd finally wake up in the real world. Prepare for intubation. Bring me a 7.5 tube and 1 amp of Valium. 7.5 tube and 1 Valium. A nurse acknowledged the order and rushed to the emergency cart. A nursing assistant immediately connected the oxygen mask and ambu bag to the wall oxygen supply. Everything unfolded exactly as it had before. It didn't matter. I was still dreaming. Once the sedative took effect, I gently inserted the laryngoscope into the patient's mouth. I asked the assistant to apply pressure to his throat. The airway shifted into view. There. I saw it. I smoothly guided the breathing tube into place. First attempt. Success. The accident victim is unconscious. Here came the most important case of today's shift. I stood there as the stretcher was rushed into the emergency room. The young man lay unconscious on the spinal board. This time, I carefully studied his face. It was only now that I realized. Even unconscious, he was unbelievably handsome. Could I save him? Even if this was only a dream, could I still save his life? Pin, I'll take this case. I grabbed Pin's shoulders before she reached the patient. You call the ICU and transfer the asthma patient I just intubated. Okay. She looked at me in confusion for a brief moment before running off to do as I instructed. I walked over to the young man. The first thing I did was check his responsiveness. Hey, can you hear me? I shouted while gently shaking his shoulders. No response. Next, I checked his pulse. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Nothing. I couldn't feel a pulse. Cardiac arrest. Start CPR? Now, CPR, or cardiopulmonary resuscitation, is an emergency procedure used when a person's heart and breathing have stopped. I'm dying, Tin. My legs feel like they've shattered. What a freaking crazy shift. Gap's voice pulled me back. He nudged me hard. What are you thinking about? I barely heard him. My thoughts were still fixed on that young man. After an hour of resuscitation, he died. For the second time, I had to tell his parents that their son was gone. I stood silently as the nurses removed the monitor leads, the breathing tube, and every other piece of equipment attached to his body. Why? Even in a dream, I still couldn't save him. How could I ever save people in real life? We still don't know what killed him, right? One asked quietly. Yeah, I don't know what I did wrong. I clasped my hands together and rested my forehead against them. I gave him blood. I gave him fluids to treat the shock from blood loss. I corrected his acidosis. His potassium level was high, and I treated that too. I did everything I could. One stood beside me, lost in thought. You did your best. You should go home and get some rest. I'm leaving too. Pin spoke softly. See you later, Tin. I remained motionless as everyone slowly left the room. My brain was too exhausted to think anymore. When would I finally wake up from this dream? Someone, please wake me up from this table, so I could go home, sleep in my own bed, and never have another ridiculous dream again. Or, should I just drive home now? No, I was far too exhausted, even to keep my eyes open. Chapter 4. The cries of a little boy echoed through the chaos of the emergency room. Before him lay the unconscious body of a young woman on a hospital stretcher. Her face was pale. The boy walked toward her, trying to climb onto the bed and hug her. He wanted her to wake up, to tell him stories, to play Monopoly with him, to take him to the playground in front of their house, or to the swimming pool. Why wouldn't she wake up and talk to him? He didn't understand. His father gently pulled him away from the bed. The boy noticed something strange about his father's voice. He didn't understand why. She'll never wake up again, my boy. His father knelt down and hugged him tightly. The boy blinked in confusion. Why won't PTA wake up? Because PTA has already gone to heaven. The boy felt his father's body trembling. Was he crying? From now on, it's just me, your mother, and Sin. Only the three of us now. When I woke up, I slowly sat upright. Every part of my body ached. My head spun so badly, I felt like throwing up. I rubbed my brow. This wasn't the first time I dreamed of that scene. It wasn't just a dream. It had really happened. I had experienced it as a child. Back then, I didn't even know what death meant. All I knew was that my older sister lay motionless on a hospital bed. She had died from septic shock caused by a bloodstream infection. She had gone to an illegal clinic for an abortion without telling our parents. The following day, she developed a high fever and severe abdominal pain. She was brought to the emergency room with dangerously low blood pressure and died soon afterward. If I'd been a doctor back then, maybe I could have saved her. Treating septic shock was something I'd done countless times. Perhaps, if I could return to that moment with everything I knew now, she might still be alive. If only I had one chance. Just one chance. To help her. The dining room door swung open. I looked up. Aim stormed inside. Her face was full of irritation and impatience. There you are. We're at war out there with all the new cases. Could you please go help your juniors? And what's with you? You've been sitting here eating forever. Why is there still so much food left? I looked down at the meal that was barely touched. My eyebrows shot up. I turned toward Aim in panic. What time is it? She glanced at her watch. 9:15. I jumped to my feet. Okay. I was back here again. The same scene. But this time, Aim hadn't woken me. I'd woken up on my own. I didn't know whether this was reality or another dream. But one thing was certain. I had to escape this loop. How? I had no idea. But I'd find the answer. Ignoring him calling after me, I walked out of the dining room. I knew my stethoscope was still lying on the floor. But this time, I left it there. Maybe a tiny change could lead to something much bigger. I walked through the chaos. One was just about to spot me. This time, I wanted to avoid helping him. If he couldn't find me, maybe he'd ask Gap or Pin instead. I quickly slipped behind a curtain where a nurse was inserting a urinary catheter into a patient. The middle-aged nurse stared at me in surprise. The middle-aged man lying on the bed also lifted his head. Hello. The catheter insertion might hurt a little. I smiled awkwardly. The patient blinked at me in confusion. I carefully pulled the curtain open just enough to peek outside. One was speaking with Pin. A moment later, Pin placed her stethoscope on the asthma patient's chest. There. Something had finally changed. Pin would probably perform the intubation herself. Let's see. What else could I change? After leaving the curtained cubicle, I walked straight toward the emergency room entrance. Outside, patients' relatives filled the waiting area. I stood with my hands on my hips, staring into the darkness beyond the hospital entrance. A patient was coming. A university student. Motorcycle accident. Unconscious. Cardiac arrest inside the emergency room. This would be my second change. This time, he had to live. The distant wail of an ambulance siren reached my ears. I replayed everything I'd done for him. Everything I might have done wrong. Everything I might have forgotten. The siren grew louder. I silently counted the seconds. The ambulance arrived. The patient entered the emergency room. At 10:15, I slammed my fist onto the table. One, Pin, and Gap all looked at me in shock. What happened? Gap hurried over. Don't be angry. Don't be. I'll always be by your side. He slid into the chair beside me, wrapped an arm around my shoulders, and rested his head against me. Pin made a face as though she'd just witnessed something disgusting. What did I do wrong? I did everything I possibly could. I shoved Gap off my shoulder. He only laughed. You're talking about that young man's case? I didn't even get to examine him. So why are you stressing yourself out this much? You did everything you could. Then Gap suddenly snapped his fingers. Oh, I get it. You're stressed because you have to present the mortality case to Professor Mom. It's not that. I massaged the corners of my eyes. If that patient keeps dying, I'll stay trapped here forever. What do you mean? Gap stared at me, completely baffled. Finally, he stood up. You should go home and get some sleep. You're talking nonsense now. I'm heading home too. Pin stood as well. See you later, Tin. See you. I remained seated with my eyes closed until everyone had left the dining room. Damn it. I couldn't change his fate. I'd have to try something else. I slowly stood and dragged my exhausted body toward the resident's bedroom. I remembered buying 2 bottles of M150 and leaving them in the refrigerator. If nobody had taken them, they should still be there. The tiny residence room contained 2 bunk beds, a refrigerator, and a small counter holding a microwave, instant noodles, snacks, and other emergency supplies. I opened the refrigerator. The bottles were still there. I cracked one open and swallowed the overly sweet energy drink loaded with sugar and caffeine. Would that be enough to keep me awake until morning? Maybe. If I didn't fall asleep, I could finally escape this endless loop. I sat down on the bed I usually used during overnight duty. The drink didn't help at all. I slapped my own face several times. Then I took a few deep breaths. My eyelids felt as heavy as iron. Fine. This would be another change. The last 3 times, I'd fallen asleep in the dining room. Maybe, if I slept here instead, I'd escape the loop. Maybe that dining room was cursed. I'd figure that out later. I picked up a piece of paper from the bedside table. I folded it carefully and slipped it into my pocket. If time kept moving forward, the paper should still be there when I woke up. But if time reset, it would disappear. I lay down on the bed, closed my eyes, and prayed that I would wake up to the dawn of a brand new day. Chapter 5. I heard Pin's voice beside me. Tin, it's almost 8. Wake up. I felt someone gently shaking my shoulder. Slowly, I opened my eyes, squinting against the bright ceiling lights. Pin's face came into focus. I looked around. I was lying on the bed in the residence room. The clock on the wall read 7:50 in the morning. Hey, I bolted upright, my heart pounding wildly. It's over, right? I got out of that hellish loop. I turned to Pin with overwhelming relief and threw my arms around her. Tin, what are you doing? She yelped, trying to push me away. Last night, I had the worst nightmare. I hugged her for another moment before finally letting go. I dreamed I was trapped in yesterday's evening shift. Over and over again. 3, maybe 4 times. Time passed so slowly. It felt completely real. It was torture. Pin sighed. I think you're just stressed. Why are you sleeping here? Did you pull an all-nighter preparing your conference presentation? No. I slept here after finishing the evening shift. I already gave my presentation yesterday morning. Huh. Pin frowned and looked toward the bulletin board where everyone's schedules were posted. Your presentation is today. Look, it's your name. I covered a huge yawn with my hand. You're mistaken. Today's the 19th. Pin looked back at me. No, Tin. Today is the 18th. Huh. My eyebrows shot upward. I jumped out of bed and hurried to the shelf where I'd left my backpack. I grabbed my phone. The screen read, March 18th, 7:50 in the morning. I froze, giving my brain time to process what I was seeing. This was the morning of the 18th, the morning of my conference presentation. The night before the presentation, I hadn't gone back to my condominium. I'd stayed in the hospital preparing my slides until 4 in the morning. Then I'd taken a short nap in this very bed while waiting for the conference to begin at 8. I gave the presentation. The professors tore it apart. At 9 o'clock, I started my morning shift, then continued straight into the evening shift, and everything else followed. My hand immediately flew into my pocket. The folded piece of paper I'd placed there before falling asleep was gone. When I'd slept in the dining room, I'd awakened in the dining room, back at the moment before I'd fallen asleep. But after sleeping in the residence room, I'd awakened at the moment before I'd fallen asleep there. This reset had gone even farther back. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. Without another second to waste, I grabbed my laptop and hurried toward the conference room beside the residence quarters. I slid the door open so forcefully that everyone inside turned to stare at me. The room was filled with professors, residents, and medical students waiting for the morning presentation. Mine. Seriously, I had to present this again. There you are, Tin. You arrived just in time. Let's begin. Professor Mom, also known as Dr. Surarat, looked up at the clock. Don't go over 1 hour. Exactly the same words she'd said before my previous presentation. I walked directly to the computer at the front of the room. The presentation I'd stayed up all night finishing was already saved on the desktop. I took a deep breath, feeling absolutely miserable. Ethan looked so pale. A fifth-year medical student whispered to a friend. Even though she tried to whisper, I heard every word. That was different. Nobody had commented on how pale I looked during the previous presentation. Something had changed. Maybe everything I'd done before hadn't been enough to escape the loop. But this time, I'd gone back much farther. Perhaps this was my opportunity. What would happen if I pretended to collapse and never finished the presentation? Good morning, professors, my fellow residents, and all the medical students. I deliberately staggered backward until I was leaning against the wall. Today, I'll be presenting an update on the treatment of patients with poisonous mushroom poisoning. 10. Professor Mom's voice was filled with concern. Are you all right? I raised one hand to reassure her while putting on my best impression of someone who was about to faint. Yes, Professor. I suddenly stopped speaking. I stared blankly at the floor. The silence stretched on so long that the junior residents sitting in the front row began exchanging worried looks. I clicked to the next slide. These are the statistics of patients who came to the emergency room with poisonous mushroom poisoning last year. And then, my inner drama queen took over. I collapsed onto the floor, grabbing my head dramatically. Someone shouted. Several medical students rushed over to examine me. I weakly waved them away. Professor Mom stood up immediately and walked over. For the first time, the beautiful but terrifying professor genuinely looked worried. Take him to the observation area behind the emergency room. We'll postpone the presentation. Students, help carry him to a bed. The medical students carefully carried me to the observation area, where patients with minor conditions were usually evaluated. A nurse attached a blood pressure cuff. Another connected me to a heart monitor. I secretly felt guilty about pretending to be sick, but I was convinced. Today's events had to change. Unfortunately, I ended up paying the price anyway. Professor Mom ordered blood tests. Blood sugar, complete blood count, electrolytes, everything. I frowned as the nurse pushed the needle into my arm. Just then, a familiar face poked through the curtain. I heard you fainted. Singh grinned mischievously. He was a handsome young doctor with glasses. We had graduated from medical school together. 2 years earlier, we'd both flirted shamelessly with the same nurse, only to be rejected because she ended up dating a surgery professor. After that, we'd become close friends. You really overdid it last night, didn't you? Yeah, way overboard. I worked until morning trying to finish the presentation. I rubbed my temples, pretending to look exhausted. All right, get some sleep. When your lab results come back, I'll let you know. I'll cover your morning shift. You saved me that one time. Now it's my turn to return the favor. I nearly jumped out of bed, only stopping myself because a truly sick person wouldn't react like that. I'm fine. I think I can manage. Just let me sleep for a little while. I tried to sound convincing. No, you need to rest. Last time you covered my shift, even though it wasn't yours. My patients survived because of you. Let me repay the favor. Singh squeezed my shoulder. And if you get out of this bed, I'll kick you in the nuts. Ouch. I instinctively covered my crotch. Singh laughed, threw a few more insults at me, and walked away. Then, a thought struck me. If someone else worked my shift tonight instead of me, would that young man survive? But asking Singh to cover my shift all the way until midnight, that was asking far too much. I'd have to be his wife to make a request like that. I lay there staring silently at the ceiling. What was that young man doing right now? Sitting in a classroom? Studying in the university library? Out on a date with his girlfriend? Did he know that tonight he was going to die? That handsome young university student with such a bright future, whose life would end in a terrible motorcycle accident. I suddenly sat upright. What if he knew? What if I warned him? If I could tell him to be careful while driving? Or better yet, not leave his house tonight? That was probably the most sensible idea I'd had so far. I quietly climbed out of bed. Fortunately, Professor Mom hadn't ordered an intravenous saline drip. That made sneaking away much easier. I slipped over to the nurse's station and sat down at the computer. I needed that patient's name. Only then could I find him. But the moment I opened the system, reality hit me. Of course, there were no future patient records yet. Damn it, I muttered. A male nurse nearby looked over in surprise. Dr. Tin, what are you doing here? You should be resting. The patient. What's his name? I was so focused on saving him that I'd forgotten the most important thing. His name. I had a vague feeling it started with Sakai. Something like that. He was around 22 years old. He wore a university uniform, but I couldn't remember which university, or even which faculty. Frustrated, I lightly slapped the keyboard. Finding someone I'd only met in the future was almost as impossible as searching for aliens. I remembered his face. The accident. Performing CPR. Everything. Except his name. I'd only learn it when I met him again. Which meant I'd have to return to that moment one more time. Was there a way to shorten the wait? If I fell asleep in the dining room now, would time continue normally? Or would I wake up when AIM came to shake me awake again? There was only one way to find out. Toy, do you have any sleeping pills? I turned toward the middle-aged nurse. I don't think so. Toy searched through the medication tray. If you can't sleep, ask Dr. Singh to prescribe something. I'll bring it to your bed. I nodded and headed towards Singh, who was examining a patient. After I got the sleeping pill, I'd secretly fall asleep at the dining table. I needed to know what would happen if I slept there before the motorcycle patient arrived. If time moved forward normally, I'd wake up during the evening shift. I'd learn that young man's name. Then, I'd come back to the residence room, sleep here again, and return to this morning. No matter who you are, I will find you. You have to survive tonight. Chapter 6. It's almost 8 o'clock. Wake up already. I slowly opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was Pin standing beside the bed, looking startled. What? Ekarin. He's 22 years old. He's a business administration student. Where did the letter S even come from? Never mind. I must have mixed up his name with someone else's. Pin stared at me as though I'd completely lost my mind. I waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry about what I just said. What day is it today? The 18th. Well, why did you sleep here? Were you up all night preparing your conference presentation? Everything Pin said confirmed it. I'd returned to the exact same point in time once again, even though I was exhausted from reliving the same events over and over. At least I had a goal now. For the first time, my endless loop had a purpose. Yeah, I threw off the blanket. This time, I planned to fake another collapse during the conference. That way, Singh would cover my daytime shift. Then I'd sneak out to find a student named Ekaran. There was one important thing I discovered while trying to travel back in time to learn his name. I couldn't reset time, unless Ekaran died. After getting sleeping pills from Singh, I tried falling asleep in the dining room. Instead of resetting, I woke up 15 minutes later in exactly the same place. I had no choice but to continue working through the afternoon. I treated the same patients, waited for the motorcycle accident, tried to save Ekaran again, and, just as before, he died. After that, I gathered every bit of information I could about him. Then I secretly returned to the resident's room and went to sleep the moment I learned his name. Thanks to Facebook's strict naming policies, finding someone by their full name wasn't difficult. I first searched using the Thai spelling. Nothing. Then I tried the English transliteration. Immediately, one account stood out. It belonged to someone who had 15 mutual friends with me. Every single one of them my female colleagues. I definitely remember that. There would be plenty of teasing later. I tapped on Ekaran's profile picture while walking toward the Faculty of Business Administration. Exactly as I'd expected. He wasn't just popular within the faculty. He was famous across the entire university. His profile was flooded with followers. Enough to make me jealous. He had clear skin, a trendy Korean-style haircut, dyed hair, and sharp eyes that any girl would fall for. The version of him burned into my memory. Covered in blood, wearing a cervical collar, looked nothing like the smiling young man in these photographs. No, that wasn't true. He looked far better here. Scrolling farther down, I found several pictures of Ekaran posing with an incredibly beautiful girl who had enormous eyes. That had to be his girlfriend. With a face like his, I wasn't surprised. Unlike me, I spent my life sleep-deprived and exhausted. No woman would be brave enough to date someone who constantly looked half dead. I entered the faculty building. On the ground floor, students sat around tables studying while others walked past carrying textbooks. The moment I stepped inside, dozens of eyes turned toward me. Only then did I realize why. I was still wearing my short white doctor's coat. Dr. Tin Supercert. My name was embroidered across the chest in green thread. Combined with my navy trousers, blue and white crocodile brand shoes, and my height, I stood out like a beacon. I walked toward a group of 4 female students studying together. Excuse me. They stopped talking and looked up in surprise. Do you know this guy? I held out my phone. The girl closest to me took it. Oh, I know him. She immediately showed the screen to her friends. Apparently, every one of them recognized him. He's a senior in my faculty. He's so handsome. Honestly, guys whose names start with T are always good-looking. I see. I slipped the phone back into my coat pocket. Do you know where I can find him? I'm not sure. You could probably wait around here. He usually comes downstairs around lunchtime. Another girl nodded enthusiastically. You'll definitely see him. You all seem to know quite a lot about him. The blonde-haired girl blushed. I'm just a fan. He's rich, handsome, and great at sports. I want him. What nonsense. Her friend rolled her eyes. I'll tell his girlfriend. Go ahead, and tell her I'm waiting in line to become the next girlfriend. In a couple of months, it'll be my turn. Just like all his exes. I smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond to their excitement. Thank you. After excusing myself, I walked over to a bench in the garden outside the faculty building. I quietly watched students come and go. Judging from those girls' reactions, Ekaran seemed like quite the playboy. When I was a student, my entire life revolved around textbooks. The women I spent the most time with were nurses, followed by single female doctors who were still unmarried because they never had time for relationships. Watching ordinary university life unfold around me felt strangely refreshing. I waited for a long time. Eventually, I checked my watch. 12:15. Still, there wasn't the slightest sign of him. Maybe his real appearance looked different from his Facebook photos. Maybe I simply couldn't recognize him. I stood up and decided to ask another student where the cafeteria was. Surely everyone would be there by now. So, what should we eat today? A familiar voice stopped me in my tracks. I immediately turned toward the sound. My heart pounded. A group of male students walked past. Among them, one young man stood out from everyone else. It was him, the person I'd been searching for. I was completely wrong. His Facebook photos didn't do him justice. In real life, he looked even better. Ridiculously better. So handsome that I actually felt irritated. How much good karma had this guy accumulated to end up with a face like that? To comfort myself, I decided that at least I was probably much taller than he was. Let's eat at the humanities cafeteria. Ekarin spoke calmly with both hands tucked into his pockets. One of his friends laughed. What? Going to see your wife again? You still can't eat lunch without her. Mind your own business. Ekarin smirked. I froze. This kid really was a playboy. Everything about him radiated confidence. Honestly, he didn't look like someone I'd naturally want to approach. But he was standing right in front of me. I had a mission. I couldn't back down now. I walked directly toward the group, speaking loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear. Ekarin. The entire group stopped walking. They all turned to stare at me. Being surrounded by so many questioning eyes made me deeply uncomfortable. Yes. He raised one eyebrow. I'm an emergency room doctor. I hurriedly explained. Tonight. Don't drive anywhere. You're going to be in a serious accident. You could die. Have you ever heard the phrase, as silent as a graveyard? That was exactly what happened. Not only Ekarin, but every one of his friends froze. Only then did I realize. I'd become the crazy doctor wandering around campus making death predictions. I stood staring at the flat line on the cardiac monitor. I wanted to cry. I turned toward the young man lying motionless on the stretcher. No pulse. No breathing. Even though his friends had dragged him away from me the moment they recovered from their shock, I'd still hoped my warning, as insane as it sounded, would make him think twice. I returned to the hospital. At 4 p.m, I took over the evening shift from Singh. This time, I never once went near the dining room to sleep. Everything proceeded peacefully. I intubated the asthma patient. Then, I heard the words that made my blood run cold. The accident patient is unconscious. I walked over. There he was. Ekarin. Blood covered his handsome face. A breathing tube protruded from the corner of his mouth. I gently took his cold, pale hand into mine. Lowering my head. I warned you. Why didn't you believe me? I whispered before letting go. Maybe. It was my own fault. I'd sounded completely unbelievable. Instead of trusting me, he'd naturally assumed I was insane. And because of that, the accident happened exactly the same way. I needed a different approach. What I'd done had been far too reckless. How could I stop Ekarin from driving that night? What would make him believe me? Chapter 7. I could still feel the students' eyes on me. But this time, their gazes weren't looking at me like I was insane. Unlike before, I wasn't wearing my doctor's coat. Instead, I had on a light blue shirt, dark blue jeans, and a pair of brown suede ankle boots. I'd even taken the time to style my usually neglected hair. There wasn't much I could do about the dark circles under my eyes. But dressed like this, I probably looked far less intimidating than I had before. Ekarin would come downstairs from the faculty building at around 12:15. After slipping away from the emergency room, I'd gone home, taken a shower, and changed into clean clothes. The entire time I showered, I kept thinking about how I should approach him. Blurting out that he was going to die tonight obviously hadn't worked. This time, I'd start with a proper greeting. I'd ask whether he had 10 minutes to spare because I had something important to discuss. Why did that make me sound like I was trying to sell him insurance? All I needed now was a briefcase and a necktie. I glanced at my watch. 12:10. Only a few more minutes. So, what should we eat today? I heard the familiar voice and immediately turned. A group of 5 boys walked out of the faculty building. Among them, the undisputed leader. The annoyingly handsome young man whose face made me jealous every time I saw it. Let's eat at the humanities cafeteria. One of his friends grinned. What? Going to see your wife again? You still need us to eat lunch with you? Mind your own business. Exactly the same conversation. I clenched my fists, then slowly relaxed them. This time, I wasn't going to tell him he would die. I needed something that would make him willing to speak with me alone. You, I called out. You're my boyfriend, right? Ekarin stopped walking. He slowly turned toward me. The sharp look in his eyes sent chills down my spine. Every one of his friends froze. Yes, he answered in a low voice. I'd like to talk to you for a minute. I watched his reaction nervously. His friends immediately burst into excited cheers. Ekarin, however, continued staring at me with those piercing eyes. Don't look at me like that. I'm only trying to get your attention. He started walking toward me, but the bespectacled friend beside him grabbed his shoulder first. I frowned at the interruption. What do you want? I want to talk to Ekarin. In private. I deliberately put on the sternest expression I could manage. Being 7 or 8 years older than these university students had its advantages. You guys go first. I'll catch up in a minute. Ekarin dismissed his friends. The boy with glasses glared at me suspiciously before finally leaving with the others. Ekarin walked over. For the first time, I was seeing his face up close while he was still alive. What do you want to talk about? I'd actually made it this far. Maybe. I should have tried this approach from the very beginning. So, I cleared my throat. What I'm about to say may sound ridiculous, but you really need to be careful tonight. You're my ex-boyfriend, aren't you? He interrupted, pointing directly at me. Were you the one who sent that threatening letter? I was dumped, so stop dating My is mine now. Stop texting someone else's girlfriend. Ekarin glared at me as though he wanted to tear me apart. Then he turned and started walking away. How? How had I suddenly become his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend? I hurried after him and grabbed his wrist. Do you know how much effort it took just to meet you? You can't leave like this. Wait. He turned back with a look of complete disbelief. Students passing by slowed down to watch us. Ekarin yanked his arm free. What do you want? He rolled up his sleeves. Apparently, he was ready to fight. Wait. Calm down. Seriously. What a rude kid. I raised both hands peacefully. I just wanted to tell you to be careful tonight. Everything happened so quickly. I barely had time to react. His fist slammed directly into my face. At my age, and after days of exhaustion, there was no way I could dodge. His punch landed squarely on my nose. Ow! I cried out, stumbling backward and clutching my face. The pain was so intense that tears instantly welled up in my eyes. Around us, students had already pulled out their phones, recording everything. By tonight, social media would probably be flooded with videos titled, Business Administration Student Punches Doctor in the Middle of Campus. Aren't you embarrassed now? Who would have thought you'd end up fighting with your girlfriend's ex? Singh stared at me silently for several long seconds. Then he blinked. Who the hell did you fight? I tried sneaking back into the residence room unnoticed. Unfortunately, Singh had happened to come out of the bathroom at exactly the wrong moment. Sometimes, my luck really was awful. No one. I tried covering the purple bruise spreading across the bridge of my nose. Singh grabbed my hands and pulled them away. He examined my swollen nose. Damn, is it broken? We need an x-ray. He finally let go. I didn't see you sleeping here. I thought you'd gone back to your condo. What happened? Tell me the truth. I desperately searched for an excuse. I fell, face first. While walking, Singh stared at me. Seriously? Looking at my face, he frowned. Your nose looks crooked. Come on. I'll order an x-ray. It's fine. I don't think it's broken. I'm okay. You should get back to work. Don't worry about me. I'll stay here until it's time to switch shifts. At least put some ice on it. You clumsy idiot. Singh looked at me as though I were some pathetic insect before turning to leave. Wait, Singh. He stopped and looked back. Let's say, just hypothetically, if you knew someone was going to die tonight in an accident, but you'd never met them before, how would you convince them you were telling the truth? Singh frowned. What is this? Some kind of intelligence test? Just answer me. You can ignore it afterward. He sighed. I think you'd have to know each other first. Otherwise, why would they believe you? If some complete stranger came up to me saying that, no matter how convincing they sounded, I'd think they were crazy. His answer immediately made everything clear. He was right. As a complete stranger, I had zero credibility. No matter how desperately I warned Ekarin, he'd never believe me, even if Singh, or someone else I trusted, suddenly told me I was going to die tonight. I'd probably have trouble believing it too. What I needed was time. Getting close to someone in a single day simply wasn't enough. I waited until Singh left the room. The last place I'd successfully reset from was my condominium. I didn't know whether sleeping there would make time rewind again. If it didn't, then maybe this nightmare would finally end. But if it did, I'd gain an entire extra day to get to know Ekarin. That sounded like the best plan yet. I'd endure the afternoon shift with my swollen, broken-looking nose, wait until Ekarin died again, then return to my condominium and go to sleep. This time, I had to plan everything carefully. I intended to stay beside Ekarin until the exact moment of the accident. But if the accident still happened, what then? If I stayed with him, would he survive? If I took him somewhere else, or simply kept him from getting on his motorcycle, could I finally change his fate? See you yesterday. The boy who broke my nose. Chapter 8. I woke up because it felt like I was drowning. Something weighed on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I opened my eyes in panic and grabbed at my chest, but my hands touched something soft instead. It let out a loud cry as if it had been trying to wake me up. Damn you, the cat. Zebra, a pure white Persian cat, looked at me with satisfaction after seeing that I was awake. He meowed again, stomped on my chest a few more times, then jumped off the bed. I sat up, ran a hand through my messy hair, and looked around the room. This was the bedroom in the condominium I had rented while training as an emergency medicine physician. It looked no different from any other bachelor's room. Nothing was organized very well. Piles of clothes were scattered in one corner, and everything looked as though it had simply been thrown wherever there was space. I stared blankly at the relive-patterned blanket, feeling as though I had forgotten something. Then I suddenly cried out, startling Zebra so badly that he turned to glare at me. I reached across the headboard for my phone and immediately checked the date and time. 8:32 in the morning, March 17th. I really went back in time. I stared at the screen in disbelief. This proved that my theory was correct. Wherever I fell asleep, I would wake up in the same place, but at the moment I had last awakened there. There was one strange thing, though. When I woke up this time, I had temporarily forgotten everything that had happened. Normally, I remembered the moment I opened my eyes. Forget it. Maybe I had been so tense that I was simply disoriented for a moment. At least I still remembered that I was trapped in this bizarre situation. I got out of bed, walked over to Zebra's food bowl, picked up the bag of cat food, and poured some into it. I never intended to become a cat servant, but after secretly raising this little guy in the condominium for so long, Zebra had unquestionably become my boss. He reminded me of my ex-girlfriend. Beautiful, cute, unpredictable. She had always ordered me around as if I were her servant. I had ignored all the bad things she did because I loved her. In the end, though, we couldn't make the relationship work. We broke up after 5 years together when I moved away to begin the first year of my specialty training. I grabbed a towel and headed into the bathroom. This afternoon I was scheduled for an evening shift. Then I was supposed to spend the entire night preparing presentation slides that no longer needed to be finished, because I planned to pretend to be sick. From morning until evening, I had plenty of time to look for Toll. If I was lucky, he would come out of the ground floor of the Faculty of Business Administration building at around the same time as yesterday. If I missed him, finding him would take much more effort. 1. Don't blurt out anything about the accident. He won't believe me. 2. Don't mention his girlfriend. He'll think I'm some jealous ex-boyfriend. I repeated those 2 rules to myself as I walked into the Faculty of Business Administration building. Today's atmosphere was exactly the same as the yesterday I had already experienced. I wore a plain black V-neck t-shirt and jeans, so I would look as little like a direct salesperson as possible. Girls still glanced at me every now and then. Maybe they were wondering which girl the strange man was waiting for. It was only 10 in the morning. I still had 2 hours to wait. Rather than waste time, I walked over to a group of students chatting nearby. There were 2 boys and 3 girls. Excuse me. I interrupted their lively conversation. Do any of you know someone named Toll? Toll Ekarin. A girl wearing glasses immediately widened her eyes. The others looked at me suspiciously. He has. I felt hopeful. If they were his friends, they would probably know where he was. I'd like to see him. Do you know where Toll is now? I just saw him walking that way. One of the boys pointed behind him. He was carrying a bouquet of flowers. Oh, thank you very much. I hurried toward the open courtyard behind the building. A man carrying flowers should have been easy to spot, yet I still couldn't find him. Whoa! The surrounding crowd suddenly erupted into cheers. I spun toward the sound. From around the corner came loud shouting. I ran over and found a crowd of students surrounding a young man and woman, everyone holding up their phones to record the scene. The beautiful girl stood shyly clutching a huge bouquet of roses. The young man smiled warmly at her. I froze. He's confessing. The people behind me excitedly whispered among themselves. Who's that girl? The cheerleader from the Faculty of Humanities. I quietly listened while watching Toll. He stood there smiling gently, just as he always did when charming women. Yet, something felt wrong. Maybe I was imagining it. But the way Toll looked at her, it wasn't the gaze of a man looking at someone he loved. It felt fake. Thank you. The girl blushed. They suit someone as beautiful as you. Kids these days, they could say cheesy lines like that without even flinching. I quietly turned around and left. I had shown up at exactly the wrong moment. Toll had just successfully confessed to the cheerleader from the Faculty of Humanities. Would there really be any room left in his mind for a complete stranger like me? I dropped onto a nearby bench beside another handsome student. He was eating snacks while reading a book. I'd wait until Toll finished his sweet little confession. Then I'd try talking to him again. I sat there watching him from a distance. After a while, I heard violent coughing from the student beside me. I turned. He was clutching his throat. The snack bag had fallen onto the ground. His face was turning bright red as he struggled to breathe. "What's wrong?" He pointed desperately at his throat. My eyes immediately dropped to the snack on the floor. Butter-coated broad beans. "Damn." I grabbed his shoulders. "Can you still speak?" "Why, yes." His voice came out hoarse. I nodded. "Listen to me. Calm down. Cough. Cough as hard as you can. Keep coughing." He obeyed, trying desperately to force the bean back out. I slapped him firmly on the back. "Harder. Keep coughing. Good. Louder." My voice drew everyone's attention. As long as he could still speak, it meant his airway wasn't completely blocked. If he kept coughing effectively, the bean would eventually come out. Then, his cough suddenly became silent. My heart skipped. The instincts of an emergency physician took over immediately. Silent coughing. Complete airway obstruction. The student desperately clawed at his throat, unable to breathe. I pulled him to his feet, stepped behind him, wrapped my arms around his waist, made a fist just above his abdomen, covered it with my other hand, and performed a forceful abdominal thrust. Once. Twice. The bean shot out of his mouth. He gasped loudly for air. His legs immediately gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. I helped him sit on a nearby chair. He continued taking deep breaths, relief written all over his face. Nothing felt better than being able to breathe again. "Art," a familiar voice called out. I turned. Toll came running over. "What happened?" Art held his stomach and raised a hand, asking for a moment to catch his breath. Toll turned toward me. Our eyes met. I stared at him for several long seconds before remembering I should probably explain. A bean got stuck in his airway. I already got it out. He's fine now." Freaking Art. Toll squeezed his friend's shoulder. "You almost died." Then he looked at me. "Thank you very much, brother." It was the first time Toll had ever spoken to me politely. My heart practically burst. "It's all right. I'm a doctor." Art stared at me in shock. "What? There's actually a doctor sitting next to me while I'm choking?" He pressed his palms together. "Thank you, brother." "Are you all right?" Toll asked. "I'll take you to the hospital." "I'm okay now." Art took a deep breath. My ribs hurt a little. The doctor is really strong. Only then did I notice the large crowd surrounding us. Among them stood Mai, still holding her bouquet. Everyone looked at me with admiration. I looked at Toll. My chance had finally come. I had to get to know him. "Doctor." Art smiled brightly. "If you're free, have lunch with us. Let us treat you as thanks for saving my life." This was going much smoother than I expected. I almost cheered. "It's all right. You don't have to. There's a great coffee shop over there." Art pointed behind him. "If not lunch, at least let me buy you coffee." I smiled. "Coffee sounds good." Toll nodded. Then he walked over to Mai. "Let me buy him coffee first. After that, we'll find somewhere to eat." Mai glanced at me. She was so beautiful that I forgot to breathe for a moment. "Can I come too?" "Well, what would you do now, little brother?" I watched Toll with a smile. He looked troubled. "You can come. Good boy. If you had a wife, you had to listen to your wife." That was only right. The coffee shop sat behind the Faculty of Business Administration building beside the cafeteria. It was a small, warmly decorated place. I stood studying the menu while Toll and Art ordered their usual drinks. "I'll have an iced mocha with extra syrup." Toll turned to his girlfriend. "What do you want?" Art suddenly leaned toward me. "The best thing in the entire universe is here." He pointed enthusiastically at the menu. "Want to try it? Or maybe a matcha frappe? Thai tea? Caramel milk?" The cashier laughed at his enthusiasm. "Espresso. One extra shot. No sugar." Dr. Tin was a serious coffee drinker. After 6 years in medical school, 3 years of scholarship service, and now the 3rd year of specialty training, no amount of caffeine could affect me anymore. Art made a face. "So, doctor, what hospital do you work at?" "I'm an emergency physician." Toll immediately turned toward me. For the first time, he seemed genuinely interested. Art's eyes widened. "Not just a doctor. An ER doctor." I really got lucky. Then Toll finally asked, "What's your name?" I smiled slightly. "Remember this name well, kid. My name is Tin." Art nodded while I wandered off looking for seats, clearly uninterested. I was glad I had gotten this far. Toll and I officially knew each other now. The next step: warn him not to drive tomorrow night. Toll frowned. He looked strangely confused. Had I done something wrong? Then Art asked, "Have you known Toll before?" No one had actually introduced him yet. I know him because my female friends gossip about handsome, famous guys. Toll is one of them. So I knew his name. That's right. He's a net idol. Everyone knows him. Fortunately, my ridiculous excuse seemed believable. Toll's expression relaxed a little. Where did all your awareness go? What were you doing around here? Art continued asking all the questions. I wish Toll were half as curious. I came looking for someone. I don't know how to contact him. If we know him, we'll help you find him. Art's eyes sparkled. It's all right. I think I waited in the wrong place. My acquaintance is in another faculty. Which one? Engineering. Oh, I barely know anyone there. I don't think I can help. He looked genuinely disappointed. I secretly glanced at Toll. He was studying the snacks in the display case. But it's good I came to the wrong place. I got to help you. And got to meet all of you. I'm glad to. Then Art suddenly threw an arm around my shoulders. I nearly jumped. If it weren't for you, brother, I'd already be dead. You're my hero. Please accept me as your older brother. I silently looked at Toll for help. He laughed. Let him go. Do you want the doctor to kick you? Art immediately shivered and stepped back. I apologize on behalf of my friend. He's a little weird. No problem. I smiled awkwardly. Only girls had ever hugged me before. Having a guy do it was definitely a new experience. After everyone received their drinks, we left the cafe together. I still had no idea how to talk to Toll. He wasn't very talkative. His face remained calm and almost expressionless. Even someone as sociable as me found him difficult to approach. If only Art were the one I needed to convince. He probably would have believed everything already and stayed home tomorrow night. Want to eat tom yum noodles behind the university? Toll turned to Mai. That made things even harder. He was always beside his girlfriend. How was I supposed to build any closeness with him? Kids, I should get going. So, can I have your contact information? I took out my phone. Adding each other on Facebook was enough. We could always invite each other out later. Sure, brother. As expected, Art eagerly took my phone. He entered his Facebook name and handed it to Toll. Toll accepted my phone, then suddenly froze. He slowly lifted his eyes to meet mine. There was unmistakable suspicion in them. He handed the phone back. You've already searched for my Facebook page. I use this account. His voice turned cold. Goosebumps spread across my skin. I looked down. The search history was still there. The very first name was Toll's Facebook account. First I had been a doctor, then a direct salesperson, then a fortune teller, then Mai's ex-boyfriend, and now, a stalker. All I could do was watch the two boys say goodbye before walking away. Why was getting to know one person so difficult? Maybe because none of this was natural. Nothing about this meeting was a coincidence. Every action I took only became more suspicious. As I walked back toward the parking lot, I couldn't stop thinking, what if I did all this, only to discover Toll wasn't the key to escaping this loop? What if I had been walking down the wrong path all along? Don't give up. There was still more than one day left. Doing something had to be better than letting the loop continue forever. I remembered that today's evening shift wasn't nearly as busy as tomorrow's. There would be for major cases. 2 patients with coronary artery disease, a severe traffic accident, and a cardiac arrest caused by a drug overdose. Because I already knew what was coming, I handled every emergency calmly and quickly. Everyone complimented me. No one realized my composure came from already knowing the future. After handing everything over to the night shift, I returned to my condominium. There wasn't much left to report. Only one woman with stomach pain after eating papaya salad late at night, and an elderly woman waiting for lab results because of an infection. I sat in front of my computer and opened tomorrow's presentation. It only took 5 minutes. The first 3 slides discussed poisonous mushrooms. The rest were simply copied from an old presentation to make it look longer. After all, I planned to collapse on the 3rd slide anyway. I glanced at the wall clock. Midnight. If I messaged Toll now, would he reply? I opened Facebook on my computer. It was still logged into Singh's account. Out of curiosity, I browsed his timeline for a while before logging out. Singh, another person who annoyed me. We used to be rivals because of a woman. He always bragged that no woman had ever rejected him. until he was publicly rejected by the very nurse we had both been chasing. Now we no longer competed over winning women's hearts. Instead, we competed over who had failed more spectacularly. I opened my chat with Toll. After taking a deep breath, I typed, "Hello, Toll. This is Tin." Only a few seconds later, seen. As expected of a net idol. He probably checked Facebook all the time. "You're still awake?" "Not yet." His reply was painfully short, just like texting a girl who wasn't interested. I didn't know what to say next. "Do you have time tomorrow? Would you like to have lunch together?" There was no reply for a long time. I knew he felt uncomfortable. I just couldn't think of a better approach. "You should ask Art instead." "I don't think I'll have time." I almost burst into flames. "Why are you so hard to approach, brother?" I rubbed my temples, resisting the urge to type. "We're both going to die tomorrow, don't you know?" Then I remembered someone. Dr. Fakfang. She was an internal medicine resident and one of my closest friends. We had been externs together. After going our separate ways, we stayed in touch. She also happened to be a huge fan of Korean celebrities. Naturally, she followed someone who looked like a Korean actor. "I'm sorry, but I need an excuse. One of my friends really wants to meet you. She's a huge fan. When I told her I'd met you, she got very excited. She asked me to invite you to lunch." Then I added one last sentence to sound less desperate. "But if you're busy, that's okay. I'll tell her. Sorry for messaging you so late." Toll stayed silent for another long moment. I stared at the screen. "Come on. It's free food. And you'll get to meet a fan. What's there to lose? I'm free from noon until 2. I slapped the table. "Yes. Okay. I'll pick you up at noon." "Okay." I smiled in satisfaction. Now there was only one problem. I actually needed Fakfang to come with me. I searched for her name and called immediately. She had called me countless times at 2 in the morning crying about arguments with her boyfriend. She owed me one. "What's wrong?" Her sleepy voice answered. "I need your help. Are you free tomorrow at noon?" "Huh. I have the outpatient clinic until 11. Then I'm having lunch with my boyfriend." I lowered my voice. "Do you know Tol Ekaran? The guy you're friends with on Facebook?" Silence. "I'm having lunch with him tomorrow. Do you want to come?" "What?" She sounded utterly confused. "Open Facebook. Search Ekaran. He's a fourth-year business administration student. I saw your friends." "Oh, I remember. That handsome guy. I thought he was cute, so I added him. But you don't actually know each other." Her voice suddenly turned suspicious. "Why are you inviting me? You'd better have a good reason. I can't ditch my boyfriend for just anyone." "Well, how was I supposed to explain this?" "I thought you'd like to meet him in person." Her voice instantly became cold. "You changed your preference?" Now I was the confused one. "Changed what?" "You're trying to hit on him. But you're too shy?" She squealed loudly. "You want me to come because you're nervous?" "Oh my God, how adorable." "What? No, it's not like that." "Then I'm not going." Her answer nearly destroyed all my plans. "Please. I'm flirting with him. I need your help." The moment those words left my mouth, my entire body trembled. Fakfang burst into delighted laughter. "So you finally admitted it. Fine. I'll help. I want my friend to find someone, even if it's a man. But tomorrow, you'd better explain everything. When did you change your preference? And why didn't you tell me?" I lowered my head. I wished I could simply disappear. The next morning, at 11:30, I met Fakfang outside the emergency department. She never stopped grinning as we drove toward the Faculty of Business Administration. She was beautiful. Even beneath her white coat, she had the figure of a model. Her future husband was a handsome foreigner with light-colored eyes. I had once opposed her relationship. Now, they were one of the happiest couples I knew. "Don't look so stressed." She tried encouraging me. "You're handsome too. Maybe not as handsome as him, but you've got that gentlemanly charm. When you meet him, pull out his chair, serve him food, pour him water, and if there's food on the corner of his mouth, wipe it off. Even better." The more I listened, the worse my headache became. "You've watched too many dramas." She laughed. "My boyfriend did all that when we first met. I fell completely in love. I don't think Toll would be impressed." Truthfully, I had barely slept. I finally fell asleep around 4 in the morning. At 8, Zebra woke me up as usual. I finished preparing my presentation, pretended to collapse during the 3rd slide, rested briefly in the ER, then sneaked out to meet Toll. "But don't look stressed. You have to be confident." She squeezed my shoulder. "If you don't become his boyfriend today, I'll be furious." I was beginning to wonder if bringing her had been a terrible mistake, but it was too late. We had already arrived. I immediately searched for Toll. He wasn't waiting where I expected, so I called him through Facebook. There, Fakfang pointed. I found him. She really did have exceptional eyesight when handsome men were involved. I spotted Toll standing nearby, looking at his phone. He was just about to answer my call. I quickly got out of the car and waved. Toll noticed me and walked over. He pressed his palms together in greeting. I returned the gesture. It made me feel ancient. Get in, brother. I was about to open the back door, but Fakfang jumped out of the passenger seat first. Smiling brightly, she grabbed Toll by the shoulder and gestured toward the front seat. You sit in front. We'll chat. I'll sit in the back. Toll looked hesitant. He glanced around nervously. Then he looked down and rapidly typed something on his phone. Is something wrong? I asked. He looked at me blankly. Nothing. He still seemed worried. Then he asked quietly, would you like me to sit in front? Yes. Before I could answer, Fakfang spoke. I'll sit in the back. I like having lots of space. She immediately climbed into the rear seat. Toll finally took the passenger seat. After I got behind the wheel, Fakfang leaned between us. My name is Fakfang. I'm Tin's friend. I'm a doctor too. Toll turned toward her with a slightly panicked expression. My name is Toll. I already know. She smiled. I follow your Facebook page. Toll visibly relaxed. Good. This now looked like a fan meeting her favorite celebrity. My biggest fear was that Fakfang would accidentally reveal I had confessed to trying to flirt with him. If that happened, the only solution would be going back to sleep and starting over. But I didn't want another loop. Time still passed normally inside each one. Reliving the same days over and over again was torture. I was exhausted from introducing myself to Toll again and again. This time, I had to succeed. Chapter 8. You like Italian food? I'll take you to a restaurant owned by an acquaintance of mine. The homemade pizza there is delicious. I glanced at Toll. He still looked worried about something. I really wanted to know what was going through his mind. I'm fine with anything. The restaurant I brought them to was located in front of a house. It had a vintage atmosphere with soft bossa nova music playing in the background. The tables were arranged inside a glass room cooled by air conditioning. The place was crowded. Almost every seat was occupied. Fortunately, I had reserved a table in advance, so I led Toll and Fakfang to the only empty table inside. I didn't pull out Toll's chair like Fakfang had expected me to. That would have looked far too strange. She shot me a look of disappointment. I sat down and handed the menu to Toll. He placed his phone on the table and kept glancing at the screen as if he were waiting for something. The moment it vibrated, he immediately picked it up. He bowed his head slightly toward me in apology before stepping outside to answer the call. Watching him leave while I was the one who had dragged him here made me feel a little guilty. See, Fakfang continued building fantasies inside her own head. He's just shy. Being around you makes him nervous. That's not it. I looked toward the restaurant entrance. Toll stood outside with his back to me, speaking into the phone with a serious expression. I frowned. The pieces slowly began falling into place. You order first. I'll be right back. Okay. I'll order for everyone. Fakfang picked up the menu as I walked outside. I stopped a short distance behind Toll. You have to make things clear with him. No. He doesn't have any right to interfere with my anymore. Just tell me who it is. Why are you afraid I'll do something to him? If you're still worried about him, then there's nothing left to talk about. Toll ended the call angrily. He looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. When he turned around and saw me standing there, he looked startled. I don't think I was supposed to hear that. Toll and I had argued. On only the second day of dating. Unbelievable. I just wanted to ask. If something's bothering you, if you want to go back, just tell me. Toll wiped the tip of his nose with the back of his hand. His frustrated expression was even colder than before. I'll deal with it after we finish eating. Then he walked straight past me, opened the glass door, and went back inside. I stood there speechless. If they were already having problems, could it really be just an accident? I returned to the table. Fakfang kept asking Toll one question after another before subtly trying to pull me into the conversation. She might have had an odd personality, but she really did have good manners. Even though he was clearly upset, Toll tried not to let it show in front of the person buying him lunch. I quietly listened as he told Fakfang about his classes. At the same time, I watched him with growing concern. The image filling my mind wasn't the man sitting in front of me. It was the image of Toll lying in the emergency room, his face covered in blood, a breathing tube in his mouth. His beautiful eyes closed forever. Suddenly, those same beautiful eyes looked directly at me. I hurriedly lowered my head and stared at the pizza being placed in front of me. Fac Fang watched my reaction and smiled knowingly. I know exactly what you're thinking. Stupid, Fac Fang. After lunch, I drove Toll back to his faculty. It was exactly 2 o'clock. There hadn't been much progress between us. Still, I felt confident that if I warned him, he would at least listen a little. After the car door closed, I quietly watched him disappear into the faculty building. Fac Fang, now sitting in the passenger seat, looked at me with obvious dissatisfaction. This wasn't fun at all. Why didn't you just tell him you like him? I set things up for you so many times that I ran out of ideas. I even told him you wanted to become an ER doctor because you wanted to save lives. I told him about the time you ran into the middle of the road to perform CPR. But he wouldn't cooperate. He just kept staring at you with those pitiful eyes. What did you expect to happen? She fastened her seat belt with unnecessary force. I'm not coming with you next time. I didn't take her complaints personally. She had no idea what was really happening. I drove toward the Faculty of Medicine, where the university hospital was located. Her endless grumbling became little more than background noise. The only thing occupying my thoughts was tonight. There were only 2 hours before my evening shift, and roughly 10 hours before the accident. I dropped Fac Fang off outside the emergency department. She hurried inside to begin her afternoon clinic. After that, I circled the overcrowded parking lot until I finally found an empty space. What I really wanted was to stay beside Toll all night, but I couldn't find anyone to replace me. Singh had already done my morning shift for me. That alone was more consideration than I had any right to ask for. After parking, I remained sitting behind the steering wheel. I could take sick leave, but the emergency department would become absolute chaos without me. Pin was only a second-year resident. She would have to handle everything by herself while I stayed beside Toll. How absurd would that look? Would Pin know that the elderly asthma patient would be incredibly difficult to intubate? Would she remember to call internal medicine before giving heart medication to the coronary patient? My conscience, my responsibilities, my concern for every patient, all battled inside my head. It wasn't because Pin or Gap lacked ability. Even great doctors made mistakes during chaos. Toll might survive because I stayed with him. The loop might end. But what if the price was someone else's life? I honestly didn't know what I should do. I picked up my phone. The only thing I could hope was that today's pleasant lunch had earned enough trust for Toll to listen. I called him through Facebook. The phone rang and rang until the call disconnected. He didn't answer. He was probably already in class. I quickly typed, "If you're free, please call me back." From 2 until 4 in the afternoon. There was no reply. At 4, my shift began. Singh looked as though he'd just survived a war. What the hell was that shift? It felt like Alice in Hell. He pushed his oily glasses back up his nose with his middle finger. There are 4 serious cases left. The patient we're doing CPR on is waiting for the CCU. The intubation case will go to the MICU in 15 minutes. And a major traffic accident victim is on the way. The condition doesn't look good. Then he squeezed my shoulder. You okay? Ready for the battlefield? Whether I am or not. I don't have a choice. I snapped my fingers. Singh had cleared an incredible amount of work. When I'd handled this shift alone before, there had been far more patients waiting. He truly deserved his reputation as the best student in our class. I'm heading out. Then he leaned closer with an unusually serious expression. Don't overwork my Pin. I shot him an annoyed look. When did Pin become yours? Get her to like you first. Singh adjusted his glasses again. His eyes remained fixed on Pin as she wheeled a patient toward us. If you want to repay me for covering your shift, take good care of her. And tell her I care. I'm absolutely not saying that for you. I feel sick just hearing it. I lightly kicked his leg. Go home already. People are trying to work. Singh saluted dramatically before leaving the emergency department. He had been trying to pursue Pin for quite some time. I hated to admit it, but if the opportunity ever came, I'd have to tell him the truth. Pin had already given her heart to Gap. Singh truly lived up to his title, the god of being rejected. I checked my phone again. Still no reply from Toll. An uneasy feeling settled in my chest. After making sure the emergency room was stable for the moment, I slipped into the bathroom behind the nurse's station. I called Art. He answered after only a few rings. Hello, doctor. His cheerful voice came through immediately. Art. I hesitated. Is Toll with you? No. I'm walking back to my dorm. He isn't with me. He still hasn't answered your calls? No. He hasn't even read my Facebook messages. That's strange. Art clicked his tongue. How about this? I'll keep calling him. I'll do whatever it takes to make him contact you. That would help. But, is something urgent? So I know what to tell him. I paused. It's about. I want to warn him about an accident tonight. What? Art sounded shocked. What accident? I'm on duty tonight. There have been a lot of serious traffic accidents recently. It's dangerous to go out late. I just wanted to warn both of you. Please don't leave your dorm tonight. And, can you send me Toll's phone number? I'll call him myself. That's scary. I promise I won't go out. I'll send you his number. As always. Art believed me almost immediately. He really was much easier to talk to than Toll. I wanted to wait until Art confirmed Toll had received my warning. But the emergency room wouldn't wait. The moment I returned, hell broke loose. Fortunately, every case was exactly the same as before. I remembered every patient, every diagnosis, every treatment. One nurse actually stared at me in shock when I ordered blood tests before even examining one elderly patient. I already knew he had ascending cholangitis. Time flew by. I didn't even have time to check my phone. By 9:30, I finally caught my breath. Pin came running over. Have you eaten yet? I'll watch the department. You should go. This was exactly the opportunity one had been waiting for. I thanked her and headed to the staff dining room. Dinner had already been prepared. I sat down. Exhaustion immediately crashed over me. No matter how sleepy I felt, I absolutely couldn't fall asleep. If I did, everything I had worked for would disappear. I'd wake up in a world where Toll had never met me, only to watch him die again. I picked up my phone. Art had finally replied. Doctor, I got busy, so I couldn't call back. But I already told him. I told him to stay home tonight. I'm scared now too. Good. Art would definitely survive. But I still worried about Toll. I scooped a spoonful of rice into my mouth. Hospital food had always been terrible. Now it somehow tasted even worse. After only 3 bites, I slammed the spoon down. 9:40. Within 10 minutes. AIM, the hot-tempered ER nurse, would come looking for me. My heartbeat accelerated. Time was running out. I called Toll again. No answer. 5 calls. Still nothing. Discouraged, I slipped my phone back into my pocket. As I stepped out of the dining room, AIM was already walking toward me, ready to complain. I raised one hand before she could say anything and continued walking. The asthma patient had already arrived. One of the externs was beginning the initial assessment. I walked straight over. This patient needs to be intubated. 3 rounds of inhalers won't help. Get gap. This will be a difficult airway. You'll have to push down hard on the trachea before you can see it. The moment I finished giving instructions, I patted the stunned extern on the shoulder. Then I walked to the entrance of the emergency room. I looked up at the clock. Please, don't come to me like that again. Please, don't die in front of me again. I couldn't bear it. Then, the distant wail of an ambulance siren echoed toward the hospital. I stumbled into the autopsy room after the officers allowed me inside. This wasn't my first visit. I often came to the forensic department to collect autopsy results for emergency patients so they could be discussed with my professors and fellow residents. I headed straight toward the quiet room. Cold, silent, oppressive. Rows of steel tables filled the room. I carefully walked past 2 covered bodies without looking. Dr. Banniket looked up from the death certificates he was signing. He was one of the youngest professors in the department, and one of the easiest to approach. Fortunately, I had called him beforehand. He was the one who had performed Toll's autopsy. Morning, kid. He smiled. Your face says everything. Hello, professor. I greeted him respectfully before sighing. I haven't slept. I figured. Sit for a minute. I'll finish with that case first. My residents have been waiting. He hurried over to another examination table where a forensic resident stood waiting. I sat alone on a cold steel chair, staring toward the door. Last night, I had gone completely insane. When Toll was wheeled into the emergency room, covered in blood, exactly as before, the word heartbreak wasn't nearly enough. I shouted louder than I ever had in my life. Ordered blood immediately. Ran to connect the monitor myself. I kept calling his name, as though he could still hear me, as though he would open his eyes. When his heart stopped, I climbed onto the bed and performed CPR myself. The nurses tried desperately to pull me away. It isn't your responsibility. But I ignored them. When he died, I almost walked out of the hospital before my shift even ended. I was halfway to my car when I finally realized I needed answers. Why had Toll gone into cardiac arrest? Why had none of the treatment worked? Was it really just the accident? Thinking about last night made tears gather in my eyes. I quickly wiped them away. Lack of sleep left me dizzy. 3 cans of Red Bull, countless cups of coffee. My heart pounded violently. Professor Banniket finally returned. You're lucky you called this morning. I performed the university student's autopsy first. Come take a look. I shook my head. I only want the results. He understood immediately. You knew him? Yes. The professor sighed. He picked up a compact camera from the table. The cause of death was ultimately the accident. The liver had a 10-centimeter laceration. There were nearly 3 liters of blood inside the abdominal cavity. His skull was fractured. There was bleeding in the brain. But there's something interesting. I sat up. He handed me the camera. His heart is unusually large. The photograph showed a freshly dissected heart. It had been cut open to reveal the chambers and muscle. Immediately, I saw the difference. The heart muscle was abnormally thick. The left ventricle, the chamber responsible for pumping blood to the body, was much smaller than normal. HOCM, I whispered. My voice trembled. Hypertrophic obstructive cardiomyopathy. Abnormal thickening of the heart muscle. It's usually inherited. It's one of the leading causes of sudden death in young people and athletes who never showed symptoms. We'll need the biopsy to confirm. He'd never been diagnosed before. Professor Banniket nodded. There was also fluid in the lungs. He may already have been developing heart failure. But it wasn't the cause of death. The accident clearly killed him. The question is, which came first? The heart or the crash? There weren't any other vehicles involved. Did he lose consciousness because of the heart disease? Or did the blood loss trigger heart failure? Perhaps something caused a fatal arrhythmia beforehand. Heavy exercise. Medication. I felt something ignite inside me. The professor nodded. I'll send you the toxicology report once it's ready. You can include it in your report. Thank you, Professor. I bowed respectfully. He had always supported me. That was why I respected him so much. I'll get back to work. You should go get some sleep. He patted my shoulder before returning to the group of medical students. I stood. As I walked toward the exit, I caught a glimpse of Toll's body from the corner of my eye. I didn't turn around. The next time I saw him, he would still be alive. This time, he would stay alive. My goal had changed. It was no longer simply preventing the accident. I had to get close to Toll. Because of his heart, I didn't just need to stop him from driving. I had to get him to see a cardiologist. As soon as possible. The new information erased every trace of sleepiness. Before returning to yesterday, I needed a little more information. I called Art. Yes, doctor. His voice trembled. He was crying. I didn't need to ask why. Did you hear the news? I tried to keep my excitement under control. Art broke down. It happened exactly like you said. I warned him. I told him not to go, but he still went. I stared blankly into space. I'm sorry. I tried my best. Did Toll? Did Toll make it to you? Art could barely speak. He wasn't supposed to die. I warned him. I really warned him. I waited quietly for him to calm down. Then I asked, before Toll left, do you know what he was doing? He said he was having dinner with his girlfriend. That's all I know. Art sniffled. Before that, we played basketball. The world around me froze. Does Toll still play basketball often? Yeah. These days he keeps saying he's tired. But he thought it was because he was recovering from the flu. Art didn't understand why I kept asking about such small details. But to me, those details were everything. They might become the key to making Toll believe me. After ending the call, I drove back to my condominium. I opened the door, took off my shirt, collapsed onto my warm bed without even showering. I ignored Zebra's hungry cries. You'll have to wait until yesterday's breakfast. I'm sorry. I closed my eyes. Please, let this be the last time I turn back time. This time, Toll and I would open our eyes beneath the sunlight of a brand new morning. Chapter 9. Help! Help! A young woman's desperate cry startled me awake. I slowly sat up and pulled the Rilakkuma blanket off my body. At the same moment, Zebra, my white Persian cat, jumped onto my lap and let out a loud meow. His wrinkled little face seemed to be saying, "Don't forget to feed me, human." I stroked Zebra's fluffy fur while trying to remember where that voice had come from. It sounded strangely familiar, as though it belonged to something important, something I couldn't quite remember. I let out a slow breath. Maybe it meant nothing. It was probably just a dream. I shouldn't think too much about it. I got out of bed and walked over to the corner of the room where Zebra's food was kept. After filling his bowl, I stood there watching him eat. Maybe I should finally take him to a pet salon. Something was bothering me. An uncomfortable feeling lingered in the back of my mind. While brushing my teeth, I looked at myself in the mirror. My hair had grown long and messy. Maybe I should find time to cut it before I turned into Tarzan. But that wasn't what was bothering me. Was I forgetting something? My morning shift? Probably not. I was on the afternoon shift today. Still, maybe I should check the schedule again, just to be safe. After showering and getting dressed, I headed downstairs. Across the street from my condominium was my favorite Western-style breakfast restaurant. Whenever I wasn't in a hurry, I always came here. As soon as I walked in, I greeted the owner. The usual, please. French toast, 2 fried eggs, and bacon. She smiled. The usual, Dr. Tin. Would you like a double shot espresso too? I'd love one. I sat at my usual table beside the entrance. She brought me a glass of water. You have the afternoon shift today? Yes. I figured I'd recharge here first. She laughed. I'm learning how to make pizza. It'll be on the menu soon. Would you like to taste it for me? It's free. Really? I grinned. I could eat an entire pizza right now. Then you're the perfect tester. Tell me honestly what you think. She made an okay sign before disappearing into the kitchen. I absent-mindedly watched people walking along the street outside. I wasn't particularly good at judging food. Everything usually tasted about the same to me. But there were a few pizzas I would never forget. Like the homemade pizza at my acquaintance's restaurant. The 3-cheese pizza. The one Fac Fang ordered when she, Toll, and I ate there together. It was incredible. Wait. My eyes widened. I shot to my feet so suddenly that my chair crashed onto the floor. My heart pounded violently. Cold sweat covered my palms. I hurriedly grabbed my phone. March 17th, 9:30 in the morning. Toll. How could I have forgotten him? The more times I traveled back, the more memories I seemed to lose. My hands trembled. I had almost forgotten. If I had remembered any later, it would have been too late. Doctor. The owner hurried out from the kitchen. Is something wrong? I threw a 100-baht note onto the table. I'm sorry. I have something urgent. I'll come back another day. Without waiting for a reply, I ran out of the restaurant. Everything had to change. First, I needed to get close to Toll without making him suspicious. If possible, I had to stop him from asking Mai to be his girlfriend. She seemed to bring nothing but trouble. Second, I still needed to save Art. Third, I had to stay with Toll during the accident. That meant finding someone to cover my shift. There were only 3 third-year residents. Me, Singh, and Arm. Arm was away on an out-of-town rotation. That left only Singh. Pretending to be sick again wasn't an option. I couldn't ask Singh to work from morning until midnight. Instead, I'd swap tomorrow's shifts. He would take tomorrow night's shift. I'd work tomorrow morning while perfectly healthy, which also meant I'd have to finish my presentation slides today. There would be no fainting outside the conference room this time. Fourth, I had to get Toll an ECG immediately, no matter what it took. I had to trick him into coming to the hospital. I was certain his ECG would be abnormal enough that no cardiologist could ignore it. I drove straight to the Faculty of Business Administration. By the time I arrived, it was 10 o'clock, exactly the time Toll was supposed to confess to Mai. I had to stop him. Somehow. Maybe I should run in like a jealous heroine interrupting the wedding scene. I just needed to delay him long enough for Art to choke on his snack. Then, I saw Toll, holding a bouquet of flowers, walking toward the basement entrance. No. I jumped out of my car and sprinted toward him. He couldn't become Mai's boyfriend. Tomorrow they'd argue over her ex-boyfriend. He'd ignore my warning. Then he'd die. I intended to rush over and ask some ridiculous question. Anything to stop him. Whether heaven or hell was helping me. I didn't know. But something certainly did. Unfortunately, it wasn't exactly what I expected. My foot caught on the edge of the stairs. I crashed face first onto the ground, landing almost directly at Toll's feet. Hey, Toll cried out. He immediately put the bouquet down and grabbed my shoulder. Are you okay? Ouch. I wasn't sure whether I felt more pain or embarrassment. I hurriedly climbed to my feet. You okay, brother? I'm fine. Thank you. I was walking too fast. I didn't watch where I was going. I brushed the dirt from my clothes. My elbows stung. Toll nodded. Then he bent down to pick up the bouquet. He turned to leave. Wait. He stopped and looked back. Um, could you tell me where the Faculty of Engineering is? Toll glanced around impatiently. His future girlfriend was waiting. You'll have to drive. It's at the front of the university. Turn right before the intersection. If you walk, it'll take forever. You can cut through the Faculty of Humanities. While he explained, I searched for Art. There. He sat on a nearby bench, reading a book, eating snacks. Everything was proceeding exactly as before. No sign of choking yet. I just needed to keep Toll here a little longer. Sorry, what about the Faculty of Science? I asked another question. It's the next building. The one with the coffee shop on the first floor. Toll looked increasingly anxious. I really have to go. He turned and walked away. I clenched my fists. I needed another excuse. Before I could stop him, someone screamed, Art. I spun toward the sound. At the same time, Toll did too. Although everything was happening according to plan, I still couldn't help worrying. Art was clutching his throat with both hands. Bent forward, unable to breathe. Toll dropped the bouquet onto a nearby bench and rushed over. Another student was already running toward Art. If I wasn't here, someone else would probably save him. But Art needed proper treatment, and I needed to be the one who helped him. Not just because I wanted Toll's attention, but because every second mattered. Can you still talk? I asked. Art looked up at me miserably. I'm a doctor. Do exactly as I say. Toll looked at me in shock. The guy who just fell over is a doctor? Come on, Art. Hang in there. Cough. Cough as hard as you can. My voice echoed across the courtyard. People gathered around. Some tried slapping Art's back, encouraging him to cough harder. Then, the coughing stopped. No sound came out. His airway was completely blocked. I quickly dragged Art away from the crowd, wrapped my arms around him, and performed the Heimlich maneuver. Pressure beneath the diaphragm. A sudden burst of air. The snack shot out. Art collapsed forward, gasping desperately. You idiot. You almost died. I patted his back gently. He looked up at me, eyes full of gratitude. Thank you. A doctor appeared out of nowhere and saved me. What incredible luck. Art pressed his palms together respectfully. Thank you, brother. Perfect. Now, to lure Toll into the hospital, I should examine you. The Heimlich maneuver can crack ribs. Art immediately looked nervous. Really? I gently pressed along his ribs. He flinched. I'm not sure. We should probably get an x-ray. I'll take you. Toll volunteered immediately. I couldn't hide my smile. Everything was going even better than before. What about confessing to my? Art asked. It can wait. I should take you to the hospital first. Toll picked up the bouquet, walked over to one of his friends, and handed it over. Please give this to my. Tell her I'll call her. Then he came back and helped Art stand. Watching him, I couldn't help admiring him. He truly cared about his friends. Where should we go? The emergency room. I pointed toward my car. You can ride with me. I'm an ER doctor. Art almost bowed to the ground again. Toll looked hesitant. I have class this afternoon. I'll just drive myself. I'll bring you back. It's not far. I didn't leave him any room to refuse. You have to come with me. I wasn't letting either of them out of my sight again. Let's go. I dropped Art and Toll at the emergency room entrance before parking my car. After informing the triage nurse, Art was immediately placed on a bed. As soon as I returned, I found a beautiful female extern diligently examining him. Art looked remarkably energetic. Apparently, beautiful doctors had healing powers. Did you order the x-ray? I asked. She greeted me politely. Even without my white coat, everyone recognized the chief resident. Yes. I already ordered it. Good. I performed the Heimlich maneuver. I'm just making sure nothing's broken. I looked at Art. He wasn't even paying attention anymore. He was completely focused on the pretty extern. Of course, nothing was broken. I already knew that from the previous loop. Art wasn't why I had brought them here. The real target was the man standing quietly beside the bed. Toll. He turned toward me. I had already asked both of their names during the drive. I wasn't making the same mistake twice. Let's get some coffee while we wait. He hesitated briefly, then nodded. Okay. The hospital coffee shop had become my lifeline. Without coffee, Tin couldn't function. It wasn't especially delicious, but the caffeine was powerful. Toll quietly followed me with both hands tucked into his pockets. He wasn't the type to start conversations. I was getting used to that. What year are you in? I asked. 4th year. I'm graduating soon. I'm almost finished too. My residency, I mean. I smiled. I'm quite a bit older than you. I'll be 30 soon. What will you do after graduation? Probably help with my family's business. We reached the counter. I ordered my usual drink, then looked at Toll. Last time, Art had bought me coffee. I remembered Toll ordering an iced mocha. So, I cheated. You look like someone who'd enjoy a mocha. The mocha here is pretty good. Want to try one? He looked surprised. After glancing at the menu, he nodded. I'll have an iced mocha. Extra sugar. Success. No matter how reserved he was, he had to be at least a little impressed. We sat across from each other. Toll immediately picked up his phone. This was the first time I'd really had the chance to study his face. He was every bit as handsome as everyone claimed. An elegant, oval face. Short dark brown hair. Long bangs brushing his eyebrows. Beautiful narrow eyes. He was both handsome and beautiful. Having someone like him as a boyfriend would probably be wonderful. Idiot. I almost slapped myself. Toll. I quickly interrupted my own ridiculous thoughts. Do you play sports? I play football and basketball. So do I. When I have time, I play with some juniors. Mind if I join you sometime? You can. There are a few doctors who play with us. He looked up briefly, but I haven't gone lately. Why? Busy preparing for graduation? No. I just recovered from the flu. I still get tired easily. I can't run very much. He rubbed his chest absent-mindedly. But I'm much better now. I'm planning to run at the stadium tomorrow. I nearly jumped with joy. This had to be it. The trigger. The intense exercise that caused the fatal arrhythmia. Everything was falling perfectly into place. This loop would finally end. Would you mind getting checked? If someone who's always athletic suddenly gets tired easily, I'd recommend an ECG. Normally, I'd begin with a history, physical exam, and blood work. But I already knew the answer. I'd seen his enlarged heart with my own eyes. I skipped straight to the ECG. But I'm getting better. I don't think I need it. He refused. It'll only take a few minutes. You can use your student medical benefits. It won't cost you anything. Give me your student ID. I'll take care of the paperwork. He hesitated. Okay. It won't hurt, right? Good grief. He was afraid of getting hurt. Send him to outpatient. Fakfang called after seeing Toll's ECG. Order blood tests. Chest x-ray. Have you done the echocardiogram yet? An echocardiogram uses ultrasound to examine the structure of the heart. It shows the chambers, valves, and pumping function. His heart function wasn't terrible, but the muscle was dramatically thickened. Toll now occupied the patient's bed instead of Art. Since Art's x-ray showed nothing abnormal, the portable ECG machine had already been attached. The result printed almost immediately. Left ventricular hypertrophy. Marked enlargement. Exactly as expected. Toll's face turned pale. It's okay. I'll have the professor perform your echocardiogram. Fakfang nodded. I'll handle it. Thanks. Art hurried over. Doctor, what's wrong with Toll? I think he has cardiomegaly. Art looked at Toll sadly. He once told me. His uncle died from the same disease. That family history made the diagnosis even more convincing. This was exactly the sort of fascinating case Fakfang loved. I walked over to Toll. He sat quietly, staring at the floor. I gently touched his forearm. You'll be okay. I'll refer you to a cardiologist. He slowly nodded. Thank you. That afternoon's shift was surprisingly easy. The patients were exactly the same as before, but I wasn't tired at all. Fakfang later told me Toll didn't need to be admitted. He had received an appointment with internal medicine. He'd also been thoroughly warned about avoiding anything that might trigger sudden cardiac arrest. Near midnight, I returned to the residence room, smiling. All I had to do now was wait until tomorrow night. I'd already swapped shifts with Singh. Tomorrow morning I'd work. Tomorrow evening, I'd take Toll out to dinner. I'd stay beside him until the dangerous moment passed. Then everything would finally end. Beautifully, I turned on the computer to finish tomorrow's presentation. The first thing I saw was Singh's Facebook account. Still logged in. I logged him out. Signed into my own account. Maybe browsing Facebook for a few minutes would help keep me awake. Then, I saw a familiar photo. Toll had been tagged. A young woman held a bouquet of flowers. The very same bouquet. I read the caption. I only found out today that you're sick. You still came to ask me to take care of you. Don't worry. I'll take good care of you. Remember to take your medicine. Posted at 10 o'clock. I slowly rubbed my face. So, after leaving the cardiologist, Toll had gone straight back to confess to my. I stared blankly at the smiling photo. I should have been happy. Now, they could be together. Toll would survive. There was nothing left to fear. He definitely wouldn't die tomorrow. But my smile slowly faded. I didn't understand why. It felt as though someone had tied a rope tightly around my heart. How did you do that? You dodged every single question, as if you already knew what Professor Mom was going to ask. Sing threw an arm around my shoulders as we left the conference room. Nobody survives Professor Mom. Everyone dies. But your corpse was the prettiest. The most handsome corpse. I removed his arm. Normally, I joke back. Not today. Fine. Singh folded his arms. Don't forget our deal. I covered your shift. You owe me 2 honeymoon seat movie tickets. I know. I'll give them to you tomorrow. He studied my face. Why do you look like someone kicked your puppy? Something like that. I reached for my stethoscope. I'd stayed awake until 3 in the morning finishing my slides. Then gone straight into the morning shift. Anyone would look miserable. No. This isn't just lack of sleep. You're usually full of energy. Today, you look dead inside. He patted my shoulder. You've helped me a lot. If something's bothering you, talk to me. There's nothing to talk about. Go wherever you're planning to go. You still have to come back for your afternoon shift. I shoved him away toward whatever destination he preferred. Then I stepped out into the chaos of the emergency room. I planned to call Toll during lunch, invite him to dinner. But he was probably spending all his time with my now. Maybe I'd have to invite her too. I shouldn't feel hurt. Toll becoming Mai's boyfriend had nothing to do with me. I'd only tried to stop it because I was afraid he'd ignore my warning. Now, he was under a cardiologist's care. Who he dated was none of my business. Then why did it hurt so much? Doctor. Gap's voice interrupted my thoughts. I need your help. The first-year resident handed me a chart. 35-year-old woman. SLE. She suddenly can't speak properly. I'm not sure if it's lupus flare. Should I order a CT? This is an ischemic stroke. Do the stroke workup immediately. Gap blinked, surprised by how decisive I sounded. Why yes, doctor. He hurried away. Only then did I realize I'd ruined the atmosphere. I lightly slapped my own face. Come back, Tin. I joined Gap and helped examine the patient. When lunchtime arrived, I swapped with Kung, another first-year resident. Then I entered the dining room. I called Toll. I'd gotten his phone number under the excuse of following up on his condition. He answered while walking with his friends toward the Faculty of Humanities for lunch. Hello. My heart raced the moment I heard his voice. Hi. It's me. Tin. His usual brief reply. Are you free this evening? I'd like to invite you to dinner. There was a long pause. I'm sorry. I don't think I'll be free. Right. Art had told me. Toll planned to have dinner with his girlfriend tonight. After that, he'd probably go jogging. Then ride his motorcycle. Then, the accident. I wasn't worried about the exercise anymore. The cardiologist would certainly have warned him. I only wanted to stay beside him until the dangerous moment passed. For my own peace of mind. I see. I deliberately lowered my voice. This evening is the only time I'm free. I really want to see you. You can bring a friend. Bring your girlfriend too. I already have dinner plans with her. But I'll ask her first. I'll call you back. Okay. I'll wait. The call ended. I stared silently at my phone. My chest felt strangely hollow. A painful knot formed in my stomach. I was nearly 30. I'd loved before. I knew exactly what this feeling was. But everything about it felt impossible. Feelings. For another man? It couldn't be real. My mind desperately rejected the idea, leaving behind only this heavy ache. It would disappear soon. It had to. I forced myself to eat the shrimp fried rice in front of me. Once Toll survived tonight, I'd stop interfering in his life. Less than 5 minutes later, my phone rang. It was Toll. I can come, but I'll come alone. A smile spread across my face. What time do your classes finish? 2 o'clock. Come pick me up after your shift. And I have a small favor to ask. What is it? For the first time, Toll was asking me for something. I want to understand my disease. I tried asking the doctor, but there were too many patients. He said he'd explain everything at my next appointment. Could you answer my questions instead? Of course. I answered immediately. I'll be off around 4. I'll pick you up at 5. I'll wait at my faculty. Thank you so much. You're welcome. See you later. The moment the call ended, I jumped to my feet. Yes. This loop is definitely ending. Everything was finally returning to normal. And this would be the first time Toll and I spent time alone. There couldn't be a better ending. Except, Toll already had a girlfriend. I growled quietly to myself. Why was I acting like this? It was only temporary. I'd probably been single for too long. Maybe my brain had simply become confused. Perhaps it was time to find myself a girlfriend. That evening, I brought Toll to the same restaurant. For me, it was familiar. For him, it was completely new. Our perspectives had become so different. To Toll, we had only known each other for 2 days. To me, I'd already spent countless loops with him. He could never know how well I already knew him. We sat at the same table as before. I didn't pull out his chair. I didn't pour his water. Just like last time, we ordered 2 dishes. And of course, the restaurant's famous 3-cheese pizza. I copied these for you. I handed him a stack of photocopied medical notes. This one is from a Time medical textbook. It uses technical language. If you don't understand something, just ask me. This one is an American guideline. It's in English. Doctors use it. You can keep it. Toll looked through the papers. They're confusing enough in Thai, brother. I laughed. I'll explain. For the next 15 minutes, I explained hypertrophic cardiomyopathy in detail. Most of his questions centered around treatment, recovery, whether his heart could ever return to normal. He even asked whether a heart transplant was possible. All I could do was explain the truth. Treatment focused on controlling symptoms, preventing complications, avoiding diabetes, high cholesterol, and high blood pressure. Most importantly, he had to avoid strenuous exercise. If you follow the treatment properly, your life expectancy can be almost the same as anyone else's. After we'd finished eating, I led Toll to the parking lot. It was now 7 o'clock. There were about 3 hours left before the accident. I turned to Toll. Do you want to get some snacks, ice cream, or bingsu next? I'll treat you. It's okay, brother. I'd better go home, Toll replied. I frowned. At a dangerous time like this, I couldn't let him out of my sight. You can bring your girlfriend along too. I knew I was making Toll uncomfortable again. Even so, Toll still tried to decline politely, though his face clearly showed how bewildered he was by my behavior. Thank you, but you've already given me so much, brother. Actually, I wanted to let Toll go, but I couldn't trust anything anymore. 3 hours from now, anything could happen. Could you give me just 1 day? After this, I won't bother you unnecessarily anymore. Toll remained silent. He looked at me with suspicion and discomfort. He had to be deciding whether to return to the comfort of his dormitory or go somewhere unknown with a strange doctor who looked rather suspicious. I thought he would choose the first option. I was certain Toll would insist on going back. Instead, he spoke first. I can go with you. I smiled faintly, feeling an enormous sense of relief. I had no idea where I was going to take him, but it had to be somewhere we could spend 3 hours without making him exert himself. I know. Let's go watch a movie. If the protagonist hadn't been so impatient, the ending would have been better. Maybe the audience likes cliffhanger endings more, like those American movies that leave everything open so they can make a sequel. But overall, I liked it. The graphics were good, and the soundtrack was great. I should download those songs onto my phone later. I listened to Toll chatter as we walked out of the cinema. When it came to movies, he became a completely different person, which surprised me quite a bit. I was carrying the leftover popcorn while Toll held a cup of soda. I glanced around. Most people watching movies at this hour were teenagers or couples. A man and a woman walked past us holding hands. For some reason, the sight made me strangely uncomfortable. Do you like watching movies? I asked the student walking beside me. I do. I love action movies, war movies, science fiction, and superhero movies. His eyes stayed fixed on a poster advertising an upcoming action film. What about romance movies? I thought Toll's taste in movies was very much like a typical young man's. Unlike me, I loved melodramas. Many Thai romance movies were beautifully made. I had even secretly cried in the theater more than once. People should appreciate stories about difficult lives. I'll watch them if my girlfriend makes me, but I usually fall asleep halfway through. Then she gets mad at me. Toll looked over at me. Has your girlfriend ever gotten angry at you over something like that? Toll gradually began talking about things unrelated to movies. Mostly, he talked about himself. My ex-girlfriend said I acted too much like a public servant. I cared more about helping strangers than paying attention to her. I couldn't stand seeing people suffer without trying to help them somehow. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore. Toll stared at me quietly before speaking. We shouldn't always be the ones making sacrifices, don't you think? I smiled faintly. You're right. I checked the elevator leading down to the parking level and glanced at my watch. It was 3 o'clock. Time to head back. I unlocked the car with the remote and got into the driver's seat. Toll climbed into the passenger seat and immediately began typing on his phone. That was normal behavior for teenagers these days. Actually, it had become normal for everyone. Society had become one where everyone walked with their heads lowered, staring at their phones. "We're heading back now, right?" he asked. "Yes. Where do you want me to drop you off?" "Please take me back to my faculty." I frowned. "Aren't you going back to your dorm?" "I parked my motorcycle at the university." "Okay." I shifted into gear and drove away. For the rest of the ride, Toll barely spoke. His attention stayed fixed on his phone. Every so often, I glanced over at him. My heart fluttered as though it might leap out of my chest. Maybe it was excitement. The dangerous moment was almost behind us. Tomorrow, I would finally wake up to a brand new day. Only then did I realize how wonderful it was not knowing what tomorrow would bring. I dropped Toll off at his faculty at 9:30 that night. He looked toward the brightly lit building where several students were still studying. Toll thanked me and opened the car door. Just before he got out, I reached over and grabbed his arm. He turned back with a slightly startled expression. "Please, take good care of yourself." Those were probably the best farewell words I could offer. I couldn't hope for anything more. Just live a healthy and happy life. That alone would make me truly happy. Toll's expression softened. He nodded before getting out of the car. I sat there watching him walk beneath the building. He held his phone to his ear as he greeted someone studying nearby. I kept watching until he disappeared from view. There was nothing left to worry about. My duty was finished. Still, just a little longer. Let me stay here until 10 o'clock. Then I'll make one final phone call for my own peace of mind. I lowered the window, turned off the engine, and checked the time on my phone. Singh must still be busy with that elderly asthma patient who had been difficult to intubate. At least tonight, there wouldn't be another young man rushed into the emergency room after an accident. That alone would make his shift much easier. I had only been sitting there for about 5 minutes when a woman's scream pierced the air. I immediately looked toward the faculty building. The students who had been quietly studying all stood up at once. I jumped out of the car and ran toward them. "What happened?" I asked the nearest student. "I think people are fighting over there," the boy replied. A moment later, a young woman came running back. "Guys," she shouted excitedly. The words that followed sent chills through my entire body. I rushed toward her. "Where are they?" "At the basketball court." Without even thanking her, I sprinted in the direction she pointed. "This is bad. This is bad." The words echoed inside my head. I thought I'd solved everything. I'd been so focused on Toll's heart condition that I completely forgot about Mai's ex-boyfriend. When I reached the basketball court, it was empty. I spun around, desperately searching for either Toll or Mai's ex. The scream earlier. Could it have been Mai? Footsteps thundered behind me. I turned around. Even in the dim light, I recognized the figure instantly. Toll was running. "Toll!" I shouted. He stopped and looked back. He was breathing heavily. "Don't run like that. Don't you remember you have heart disease?" "Mai's ex." He couldn't even finish the sentence. He was gasping for breath. His face was filled with anger. He came to take Mai away. Then Toll turned and ran again. Fortunately, he was much slower now. I nearly tore my hair out in frustration. I chased after him as fast as my legs would carry me. "Toll, stop." He ran toward the motorcycle parking area beside the building. Finally, just a few steps before he reached it, I caught him. I wrapped both arms tightly around him to stop him from running any farther. This time, I could stop him. Toll collapsed to his knees, then onto all fours. He struggled desperately to breathe, as though he'd just run 10 kilometers. "Relax. Breathe slowly." I knelt beside him and rubbed his back. Toll shook his head. He wanted to say something, but was too exhausted to speak. A chill ran down my spine. So, the trigger for his heart failure. It wasn't exercise. It was Mai's ex-boyfriend. Finally, Toll could no longer support himself. He collapsed onto the ground, his face twisted in agony. "Toll!" I shouted his name and immediately assessed him. I patted his shoulder over and over. "Toll! Toll!" He responded weakly. His eyes opened halfway. He looked at me as though he wanted to say something. I grabbed my phone and called for an ambulance while checking his pulse. His heartbeat was racing at a critical rate. As soon as the dispatcher answered, I spoke rapidly. "Hello, my name is Dr. Tin. I'm an emergency medicine resident. I need an ambulance at the Faculty of Business Administration. The patient is a 23-year-old male with known hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. He's short of breath and nearly unconscious. His pulse is approximately 180 beats per minute. Please come immediately. After ending the call, I examined Toll again. Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, a congenital condition in which the muscle of the left ventricle becomes abnormally thick. I patted his shoulder. Toll kept his eyes tightly shut. My anger flared. I checked the pulse in his neck. It was still there. Rapid. Weak. There wasn't much I could do. I gently rolled him onto his side to keep his airway open and prayed that the ambulance would arrive as quickly as possible. If it got here soon, I'd have the medications and equipment needed to save his life. Suddenly, my vision blurred. I rubbed my eyes. Not yet. Toll wasn't dead. Not yet. Several students ran over after witnessing what had happened. They all looked horrified. I checked Toll's pulse once more. Relief washed over me as I still felt it beating beneath my fingers. He was still breathing. My chest tightened painfully at the sight. 10 minutes later, the distant wail of an ambulance siren finally reached us. I let out a breath of relief. I held both of Toll's hands and leaned close to whisper in his ear. The ambulance is almost here. Stay with me, please. Gap was the first to arrive, carrying a huge emergency backpack. A nurse and an emergency physician followed behind him. He grinned the moment he saw me. What the hell? You're not even on duty, and you still managed to find patients for me. It wasn't funny. How many times had I taught him proper manners? He'd graduated from medical school years ago, yet he still acted like an overgrown child. I honestly didn't know why Penn liked someone like him. Don't joke around when you're working outside the hospital, I snapped. Our profession depends on public trust. When you're out in the field, don't behave as though you're on a playground. My expression stunned both Gap and the nurse. The gentle and kind Dr. Tin had completely disappeared. I understood exactly how patients' families felt whenever medical staff acted as though treatment wasn't serious. It always upset me. I'm sorry, brother. Even the way Gap addressed me changed immediately. He hurried over beside Toll. The nurse clipped a pulse oximeter onto Toll's finger. How's the patient? Hurry and load him into the ambulance. I'll explain everything on the way. Gap checked the monitor. Toll's oxygen level remained normal. His blood pressure wasn't terrible, but his dangerously fast heart rate needed immediate treatment. The emergency room wasn't far away. Without anyone saying so, I naturally took charge of the transport team. Gap became unusually diligent after being scolded. I held Toll's hand the entire ride. The ambulance sped through red lights. I cursed every driver who refused to make way. My eyes never left the ECG monitor. We arrived at the hospital at 10 o'clock. Toll was still alive. Chapter 8. Doctor. A sweet voice sounded beside my ear. I felt a hand gently shaking my shoulder. I slowly opened my eyes. The first thing that reached my senses was the faint smell of antiseptic, followed by the soft beeping of the cardiac monitor. I pushed myself upright from the chair and silently stared at the figure lying in the hospital bed before turning toward the nurse who had awakened me. Have I been asleep for a long time? Not long, she replied with a gentle smile. Only about 10 minutes. We've been debating whether we should wake you. She wore the long blue uniform of a senior nurse working in the cardiac intensive care unit. Her eyes drifted to my hand, which was still holding the patient's. Doctor, are you going to sleep in the doctor's room? There should still be some space for the residents on duty. I'm fine. I'd better head home. I quickly released his hand, rubbed my nose awkwardly, and stood up. I checked the ECG monitor, his oxygen saturation, heart rate, and blood pressure one more time before walking away from the bedside. I picked up my phone. It was now 12:15 in the morning on March 19th. The day had already changed. As I stepped out of the CCU, whispers followed behind me. Isn't that the ER doctor's boyfriend? Probably. I heard he's the one who brought the patient here too. If you're going to gossip, at least wait until the door closes first. I walked to the elevator, pressed the down button, and stared blankly at the floor indicator. The events of the past 4 hours had drained every ounce of strength from me. When Toll arrived at the emergency room, I had immediately performed synchronized cardioversion because his heart rate had climbed to nearly 200 beats per minute. After the shock, his rhythm returned to normal, but he became increasingly drowsy until he could no longer be awakened. He was intubated. while waiting for the cardiologist to evaluate him before transferring him to the CCU. Toll's heart stopped. Fortunately, Singh managed to bring him back. Meanwhile, I had completely lost control. I screamed. The nurses had to drag me out of the treatment area. Once his condition stabilized, Toll was transferred to the critical care ward. His parents stayed beside him until nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. After they finally left to rest, I quietly entered the room. I sat beside his bed, held his hand, and simply watched him. His complexion looked much healthier now, but the breathing tube, the unconscious expression, they were exactly the same as before. Two choices kept repeating in my mind. Part of me wanted everything to reset so I could correct every mistake I'd made. But another part wanted this loop to continue. Toll was still alive. Whether he would recover completely depended on the neurologist's evaluation. I had to go home, sleep, and find out whether the timeline would reset again. If Toll didn't die, the elevator doors opened. I stepped inside. Before going home, I planned to stop by the emergency department and ask for sleeping medication. If I wanted any chance of sleeping tonight, I'd probably need something much stronger. Help! Help! A young woman's desperate cry reached the ears of an 11-year-old boy building a sandcastle with his father. His father immediately stood. What happened? My son drowned. Dr. Toe, please help him. We pulled him out already, but he won't wake up. The woman grabbed his father's arm. Her eyes were swollen from crying. The boy froze. He drowned. Without waiting for his father's warning, he sprinted toward the shoreline. There, a little boy no older than 5 lay motionless on the sand. His father sat beside him, completely soaked. He desperately shook the child's tiny body. We were just playing together. His trembling voice broke. Then the boy saw his own father. Dr. Toe, rush forward, throw off his jacket, and kneel beside the child. I couldn't breathe. It felt as though I were drowning. I jolted awake. Meow, Zebra, my cat, stood triumphantly on my chest. As always, perfectly on time. Honestly, I could use him as an alarm clock. I slowly sat up. My head throbbed painfully. The sleeping pills, combined with barely a few hours of sleep, had left me feeling miserable. I dreamed about something from the past, something that had really happened. When I was in 5th grade, my parents had taken me to the Southern Islands. Something happened there, but I couldn't remember exactly what. I grabbed my phone. 7 o'clock, March 19th, the day after Toll had been admitted to the emergency room. I blinked several times. Then it finally hit me. Today, the loop hadn't restarted. Time was moving forward normally. It was over. The endless hellish loop had finally ended. Yet, I didn't feel even the slightest bit happy. At 8 o'clock that morning, despite being half asleep and still groggy from the sleeping pills, I dragged myself to work. Singh, who had covered my shift overnight, wasn't there. The moment I entered the emergency department, every doctor and nurse stopped what they were doing and looked at me. Without saying anything, I walked into the changing room, removed my white coat, and changed into my navy blue scrubs. When I came back out, a young woman approached me. Her hair was tied neatly into a bun, and without makeup her lips looked unusually pale. It was cool. A second-year resident. She had stayed on duty after Singh, so she knew everything that had happened overnight. Are you all right? She asked carefully. How's the kid? Stable. I sniffed. Give me the handover. My shift wasn't very busy. There are only 2 patients left. The first is a young man who got drunk, fell off his motorcycle, and dislocated his shoulder. We reduced it already. I just need you to check the post-reduction x-ray. The second is an 80-year-old man with diabetes. He woke up with facial drooping and weakness on his left side. CT confirms a stroke. I've already consulted internal medicine. I nodded. For the first time in days. These were entirely new cases. Cases I hadn't treated in previous loops. Thank you. You should go get some sleep. She nodded. The night shift had exhausted her. I'm leaving then, brother. Yawning, she headed toward the staff lounge. I turned toward my team. 2 male externs. And a first-year resident named Ong. An all-male team today. You 2 each take 1 case. I tried to become the old tin again. Not completely, but enough. If you have any questions, ask me anytime. Let's get started. He already has signs of hypoxic brain injury caused by the cardiac arrest. Professor Pod pointed to the CT scan displayed on the screen. I had run into the neurology professor while visiting Toll, giving me a chance to ask about his condition. From what I can see, it doesn't look too severe, the professor said. But predicting how much he'll recover is difficult. We'll have to wait. We'll also repeat the EEG. Yes, Professor. I stared silently at the brain scan. Professor Pod patted my shoulder. I heard what happened. Hang in there. I've seen much worse. Some patients eventually manage to sit up and recover, especially when their loved ones visit every day. They know someone is waiting for them. They fight harder. My eyebrow twitched. Apparently, the rumors that I was Toll's boyfriend had spread everywhere. After all, I'd been the one who brought him to the hospital. I'm not. Professor. Before I could explain, the head nurse arrived. Professor Pod turned away to greet her. I sighed, then walked back toward Toll's bed beside the window. Pulling over a chair, I sat quietly. He still slept peacefully. Maybe someone he truly loved should be sitting here instead. Where was my now? I immediately shook the thought away. She'd probably visit after I finished my shift. I straightened Toll's wrinkled hospital gown, neatly arranged his foretubing, checked the ventilator settings. It felt good, taking care of someone, especially someone who occupied such a special place in my heart. My phone vibrated. I glanced at the screen. Hello, Dr. Toe. Hello, Dr. Tin. My father's deep voice made me smile. Ever since I entered medical school, we'd enjoyed calling each other that. My father was an old-fashioned general practitioner. He could perform everything from cesarean sections to appendectomies. He had served as director of a community hospital for 20 years. Everyone in the district admired him. Now that he was retired, he spent most of his time being my mother's full-time husband, though every now and then, he still sneaked off to treat villagers in rural communities. The greatest wound in his life was losing his eldest daughter. Perhaps that was why he continued practicing medicine. And perhaps it was why I chose emergency medicine too. Can you send me that PDF textbook I asked for? You still haven't sent it. Ouch. I forgot. I've been busy. I adjusted the pulse oximeter that had slipped off Toll's finger. But why are we talking like government officials? I'm examining a patient. If the patient hears me calling my son, that wouldn't be appropriate. But if I call you Dr. Tin, he can hear everything. Fair enough. Father laughed. I shook my head. Now I knew exactly where I'd inherited my nonsense from. Don't forget, if I don't keep updating my knowledge, my brain will deteriorate. I feel sorry for the patients who'd have to be treated with 10-year-old medical knowledge. I'll send it tonight. I'm busy right now. All right. I was about to hang up. Then Father stopped me. Your mother told me that Aunt Pang's son has heart disease. He's at your hospital, isn't he? I frowned. Aunt Pang. It's been a long time. You probably don't remember. She's one of your mother's close friends. We all went to the beach together when you were 11. She had a little son. But afterward they moved to Bangkok, so we lost contact. My eyes widened. I slowly turned toward Toll. The little boy who drowned. That's right. The one I resuscitated. He stayed in the hospital for 3 days before being discharged. Father laughed. I couldn't understand what was so funny. Back then, Dr. Tin adored him. He was so pretty you thought he was a girl. When he was hospitalized, you blamed yourself for not protecting him. As soon as he recovered, we all went to pay respects at the seaside temple. My heart began pounding. Fragments of memory started returning. You held his hand all the way to the old Buddha statue. And then you proudly declared. Father laughed harder. I'll protect you until we get married. Your mother and I had to rush over and pull you apart. I nearly choked. Oh, so that's what happened. But now he's grown up. Could you check whether Aunt Pang's son is really there? I heard he's intubated. He should be in either the ICU or the CCU. My hands trembled. I stared at Toll. This boy, what's his name? I only remember his nickname. I'll ask your mother. The nickname is enough. My heart was racing. His nickname? Father answered. Toll. Dr. Tin. A middle-aged woman hurried toward me, her eyes wide with surprise. She reached out, touched my arms, then pulled me into a warm embrace. I hugged her back. When she finally let go, she smiled through her tears. I first met you when you were still this little. Now you've become such a handsome doctor. I smiled sheepishly. I actually saw you last night. I'm really sorry I didn't recognize you. She shook her head. It's all right. I didn't recognize you either. Where's Uncle O? He's working. He'll be here in about an hour. She wiped away her tears. I hurriedly handed her a tissue. Thank you. After calming herself, she looked at me gratefully. Thank you for bringing Toll to the emergency room. If it hadn't been for you, I don't know what would have happened to my son. I shook my head. I'm just grateful I could help. But I'm also sorry. I could only do this much. She gently squeezed my hand. I saw everything you did in the emergency room. You did your best. Dr. Tin is every bit as talented as Dr. Tell. Her strength amazed me. I'd spoken with this woman many times before. In every previous loop, those conversations ended with me apologizing, telling her I'd done everything I could, and then informing her that her son had died. Not this time. There are many people taking good care of Toll. I'll come visit him after every shift. She smiled. That makes me feel so much better. Thank you, Dr. Tin. Toll owes his life to both Dr. Toe and Dr. Tin. We're lucky to know both of you. After talking with her a little longer, I left the CCU. My heart felt incredibly heavy. Toll was the little boy I'd known years ago, and that childish promise to protect him until we got married. Was I really that naive? I was old enough to know the difference between boys and girls. How could I have mistaken him for a girl? Unless that promise was the reason I'd been trapped inside the loop. I had to save him, so that one day, he could marry me. This is insane. I pressed both hands against my temples. What kind of stupid promise did I make? So, Pak Fong grinned mischievously. Did you switch teams without telling me? Her voice echoed through the noodle shop across from the hospital. She'd called me around 6 in the evening after I left the CCU. We often ate together after work. It was our routine. I'm not his boyfriend. The nurses are just gossiping. Don't listen to them. I sighed. Pak Fong was the only person I could comfortably explain myself to. Our mothers are friends. We actually knew each other as kids. Oh, please. She rolled her eyes dramatically. You keep fixing his blanket. You organize his 4 lines. You hold his hand until you fall asleep. This is even more romantic than a Korean drama. The heroine is lying in a coma. The hero never leaves her side. And then they get married. You've watched too many dramas. It wasn't the first time I'd said those exact words to her. Fine. Whatever. Just keep fighting. I'm shocked too. I only met him in the outpatient clinic a few days ago. She patted my shoulder encouragingly. I sighed for what felt like the 100th time today before stuffing another mouthful of noodles into my mouth. Then Pak Fong suddenly frowned. Oh, I just remembered something. Maybe it's because of that dream. I looked up. The night after I examined him, I dreamed that I saw him. In the dream, I even encouraged you to flirt with him. I almost choked on my noodles. What else did you dream? She blinked. That's all. Do you actually believe dreams? I'm just joking. No. I wiped my mouth. Pak Fong had dreamed about one of the previous loops, which meant perhaps everyone who had lived through those timelines retained fragments somewhere inside their subconscious. Maybe it was parallel worlds. Maybe something science couldn't explain. But what mattered most was, had Toll dreamed about those previous loops too? Had he ever seen me? Did he feel the same strange connection I felt toward him? Pak Fong suddenly looked at her phone. My line notifications are exploding. Must be my boyfriend. She glanced at the screen, then froze. She slowly raised her head. Her expression had completely changed. Tin. My heart stopped. What? She swallowed. Someone posted in the residence group. Toll's heart has stopped again. I shot to my feet so violently the table nearly overturned. How? Just a little while ago. His condition had been stable. I have to go. People throughout the restaurant turned to stare. Pak Fong immediately grabbed my arm. Don't run in there and make things worse. There are already fellows and professors helping him. I have to go. I threw several banknotes onto the table and sprinted across the street. Toward the hospital. My thoughts blurred together. Only Toll remained clear. Fragments of that day by the sea flashed through my mind. I still couldn't remember everything. But one thing was certain. Fate had chosen me to save him, no matter how many times I had to begin again. I rushed into the CCU. Toll's parents stood outside the doors, clinging to each other. Aunt Pang sobbed uncontrollably in her husband's embrace. Fear seized my heart. I approached them. Uncle. He looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. How much longer, doctor? My heart sank. What do you mean? The CPR. He forced out the words. It's already been 15 minutes. They still can't get his heartbeat back. Usually, when do doctors stop? Normally, after 30 minutes. Beyond that, even if circulation returned, prolonged oxygen deprivation would often leave irreversible damage. I'll go take a look. I pushed through the ward doors. A nurse was performing chest compressions. The attending physician directed the resuscitation calmly. Everyone wore grim expressions. "Doctor." One nurse hurried toward me. "You should wait outside. The medical team is handling everything." I raised a hand. "Let me stay. I'll stand over here." She hesitated. "Will you be all right?" "I'm fine." She was worried because everyone believed I was Toll's boyfriend. Finally, she nodded and returned to the code. I stood silently, watching. This time, everything felt different. Yesterday, I'd panicked because I was terrified he'd die. Now, my mind was strangely calm. It was as if every thought had already been organized. Prepared. 30 minutes passed. Still nothing. The attending physician lowered his head. He turned and walked toward the door. I knew exactly where he was going. To speak with Toll's parents. To ask permission to stop resuscitation. I closed my eyes, tightened my fists, then slowly relaxed them. When I opened my eyes again, I looked directly at Toll. I picked up a blank sheet of paper from the nurse's station, then walked quietly out of the ward, ignoring the cries behind me, ignoring Toll's parents. I headed down the stairwell, all the way to the ground floor. Outside, there was a lonely bench in the quietest corner of the hospital. I sat down, took a pen from my pocket, and began writing. 1. Wake up before Toll asks me to be his girlfriend. I opened my calendar. If I slept at my condominium, I'd wake up on the day Toll confessed to me. But each loop delayed the moment I remembered everything. The more loops I experienced, the longer it took for my memories to return. If I woke up too late, I might not remember in time to stop him. Fortunately, I'd always recorded my schedule carefully. On March 10th, about 1 week before I first met Toll, I'd attended a party at Singh's condominium and spent the night there. Perfect. I opened our line chat. Singh didn't have a shift today. He was probably out with Ben. I typed, "Hey, can I stay at your condo tonight? I don't want to be alone." 2. Ask Mom about what happened at the beach. Use that memory to get close to Toll. 3. Find a way to bring Toll to the hospital. Convince him to get an ECG. Then refer him to internal medicine. 4. Do not let Toll participate in any strenuous exercise. 5. Mai's ex-boyfriend was the cause. I paused. The only way to keep that man away from Toll was to make sure Toll never dated Mai. I hesitated, then slowly wrote the final point. 6. Toll must be my boyfriend. I read everything again, committed every word to memory. When I woke up, it might take time before these memories returned. But once they did, I'd follow every step, without making another mistake. I folded the paper, pressed it against my forehead. If there truly is something sacred behind all of this, please hear my wish. Let this be the last time. Please let everything go according to plan. I left the folded note on the bench, then walked away. If someone opened it, they would find 6 handwritten instructions in Dr. Tin's handwriting. The final line read, "Toll must be my boyfriend." Chapter 10. Alcohol is harmful to our bodies. That was something I'd been taught countless times since medical school. Even so, we still used alcohol to make parties more enjoyable, only to wake up the next morning with headaches so bad they almost made us throw up. I slowly sat up and squinted. Beside me, Singh and Gap were sprawled across the bed. The girls had already gone home the previous night. I couldn't remember much about what had happened, only that I'd brought the birthday cake to Singh's condo. We'd sung happy birthday, eaten chim chum, drank liquor, and everything after that was one big blur. I dragged myself into the bathroom and splashed cold water over my face, trying to wash away the drowsiness. I shouldn't have drunk so much. I had an early morning shift. Running a hand through my hair, I realized it had grown long enough to cover my eyes again. For what felt like the 100th time, I promised myself I'd get a haircut. A promise I never seemed to keep. Walking back into the bedroom, I smacked Gap on the head. "Wake the hell up. You've got the morning shift with me." "Huh?" Gap groaned. Instead of opening his eyes, he rolled over and went right back to sleep. It was already 7:15. "If you don't get up, I'll take drastic measures. I'll tell the professor your performance is terrible and cut your elective rotation selection period down to 1 month." Gap shot upright. "Hey, you can't do that. I've been planning to do my emergency rotation at the seaside hospital before going overseas. If you shorten it, my whole plan is ruined." The morning shift was unbelievably peaceful. I even had time to sit and chat with Professor Sukrit, the emergency physician supervising today's shift. He advised me to work at a provincial hospital after graduation. He himself had once worked at one of the busiest hospitals in the northeastern region. Since I'd received a scholarship from my hometown hospital, I'd eventually have to return there to work. Eventually, Professor Sukrit said thoughtfully, you'll start asking yourself why you're trying so hard to save people who don't even value their own lives. People who drink and drive. People who overdose. People who deliberately hurt themselves. You'll get tired. You'll become frustrated. You may even begin to hate this job. I quietly listened while reviewing a patient chart an extern had handed me. But always remember, even if someone doesn't value their own life, there may still be someone who loves them. Saving one person can bring happiness to many others. I nodded. That's a good way of thinking. I'll remember it on the difficult days. I handed the chart back to the nurse. This patient can go home. All right. The nurse who accepted the chart was Aim. She had a reputation for being the fiercest nurse in the emergency department. Even the professors were careful around her. But when dealing with unreasonable patients, someone like her was indispensable. Doctor, a call just came in. A patient collapsed at the shopping mall. He's conscious now. Prepare for a new case. Understood. I saluted dramatically before turning back toward Professor Sukrit. Professor, I'll go see the new patient. He nodded. If you need anything, just ask. I walked toward an elderly woman sitting comfortably on the examination bed while chatting happily with one of the male externs. The moment he saw me, he hurried over. 72-year-old female. Twisted her ankle 3 hours ago. Can't bear weight. Has tenderness over the lateral malleolus. I'm planning to order an ankle x-ray. I looked at him. Did she fall first? Or did she faint first and then fall? The extern blinked. He hadn't expected that question. Even if it looks like a simple accident, I explained, you always have to consider whether a medical condition caused it. Otherwise, you might miss something important. The words had barely left my mouth when something tugged at the back of my mind. The extern looked confused. I'll go ask again. I frowned. It felt like I'd forgotten something important. Something just beyond my reach. Good. If she fainted before falling, check her sitting blood pressure and order an ECG. Yes, doctor. He immediately returned to question the patient again. I watched him. That uneasy feeling inside my chest only grew stronger. It was the same feeling as leaving your house, then suddenly wondering whether you'd forgotten something, even though you checked everything. 10 minutes later, an elderly man was rushed into the emergency room. The triage nurse shouted as they pushed him inside. Red category, patient unconscious. In the emergency department, a red case always took absolute priority. Yellow, green, white. Everything else had to wait. That was triage. Emergency medicine wasn't first come, first served. If someone's heart stopped beating, they came first. If another patient complained about waiting too long, the emergency room's ultimate weapon would be unleashed. Nurse Aim. Gap. Take the lead. I deliberately stepped back. It was good training for him. Gap immediately checked the patient's responsiveness before feeling for a pulse. I can't feel anything. Start CPR. Suddenly, it felt as though lightning struck my head. I grabbed my temples. The world tilted. Countless forgotten memories exploded into my mind all at once. I looked toward the resuscitation bay. A nurse was performing chest compressions, but another scene overlapped reality. A nurse compressing the chest of a young man in the CCU. A patient whose heart had stopped because of cardiomyopathy. Mai's boyfriend. Aunt Pang's son. The little boy my father had rescued from drowning. The boy who loved football, basketball, iced mocha with extra sugar, action movies. And he had to become my boyfriend. Number 6. Returned first. I slowly shook my head. Something inside me had completely changed. I glanced at the clock. Nearly 5 hours had passed since I'd awakened at Singh's condominium. Thank goodness. I'd been right. If I'd awakened on the day Toll confessed to Mai, I never would have remembered everything in time. This was 1 full week before they became a couple. This time, I'd definitely succeed. My heart beat faster. 1 week. If I worked hard enough, maybe that was enough time to win someone's heart. Though, the person I wanted to pursue was a man. I'd need advice. Fortunately, I knew several male doctors who liked men. Maybe they could teach me something. Dr. Tin, aren't you going to help over here? Aim's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. The legendary emergency room warrior who could argue with everyone. Patients, relatives, even professors. She shoved me toward the resuscitation bay. I smiled sweetly at her. Just wait. The legendary lover is about to begin. Aim stared. Dr. Tin has finally gone crazy. Later that morning, I waited for Toy at the nurse's station. The moment he arrived, I dropped a bombshell. I think I like a man. Toy stared at me in complete shock. He grabbed my arm and dragged me into the nurse's locker area. This is Dr. Tin we're talking about. I thought you only liked women. I did. But I really like this guy. I whispered. Toy rubbed his forehead. I only just realized it myself. I've always had girlfriends. But this time, it's different. I feel like I have to start over. My previous experience probably won't help. The guy you like. Does he like men? Toy asked seriously. I sighed. No. He likes women. Then how am I supposed to help you? I leaned closer eagerly. How did you and your boyfriend get together? Toy looked slightly embarrassed. Back then, there wasn't Facebook or Line. I met him during an academic conference in another province. He was the hotel manager. We looked at each other. And that night, I went to his room. I nearly choked. That fast. Toy laughed. After that, we kept talking. I wasn't serious at first. I still dated other guys. I didn't want to settle down. But one day, he flew all the way to see me. He said he liked me and asked me to be his boyfriend. I rejected him. What happened then? He kept trying. He bought me gifts. I kept pretending to be difficult. I still wanted my freedom. Then one day, I'd had an absolutely horrible shift. I worked both the morning and afternoon shifts. Patients complained. Their families complained. I went home and cried. I wanted to quit nursing. I don't know why, but I called him, even though it was already late. He stayed on the phone with me all night. He comforted me, and that's when I realized I wanted someone like him beside me. The next time he asked, I said yes. I smiled. It was a touching story. But you were both gay from the beginning. Toy nodded. Exactly. In your case, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Unless he's bisexual, then you'll have a much easier time. You've got a handsome face. I looked down at myself. So, I should dress the way I normally do when I'm trying to impress a girl. Yes. But don't dress too strangely. And, Toy pointed at my hair. Get a decent haircut. It'll help. I grabbed my overgrown bangs. I've been meaning to cut it anyway. Toy still looked skeptical. Doctor, are you really sure you like men? I still can't believe it. I laughed. It doesn't matter. I already like him. Then go for it. You've picked the hardest difficulty setting right from the start. If you get your heart broken, don't come crying to me. After work, I left the hospital and walked into a nearby barber shop. I had never paid much attention to my appearance, especially after breaking up with I'd practically sold my soul to the emergency department, which turned me into a sleep-deprived doctor with messy hair and zero charm. The barber looked at me thoughtfully. What kind of haircut? I'll leave it to you. Just make it suit my face. The barber smiled confidently. She trimmed away most of the sides, leaving the top longer. Styled into a neat undercut, swept to one side. There. You look incredibly handsome. If you dye it a little, women will be lining up. She admired her work proudly. Can I take a picture for the shop's page? I blinked at my reflection. I didn't need lots of women. Just one young man. Sure. I stepped out of the salon. The cool breeze against my freshly cut hair felt strangely refreshing. It was almost evening. If I went to Toll's faculty building now, I probably wouldn't see him. But that wasn't my plan anymore. This time, I wasn't going to force my way into his life. I'd approach him properly. I found a quiet corner and opened my front camera, something I almost never used. I took a selfie, then replaced the profile picture I'd been using since my internship. I stared at the screen. Not bad. I really should have cut my hair sooner. I admired myself for about 10 seconds before putting my phone away. Step 1. Complete. Now, time for step 2. Call Mom. If I had to describe my mother, she was the principal of a private school and the perfect doctor's wife. Without her, our family would be complete chaos. She was a strict teacher, yet somehow she'd married a husband who joked around all day and had a son who was practically his clone. She deserved a medal. Hello. My mother's voice answered. I smiled immediately. Her voice was one of the most comforting sounds in the world. Morning, Mom. I miss you. Oh, stop lying. Her familiar stern tone made me grin. I knew she only pretended to be fierce. Have you eaten? Yeah. I placed my car keys on the table before opening my laptop. Facebook loaded. Is Dad home? He just came back from a health check. Now he's complaining that he's tired and it's too hot. I could hear father grumbling somewhere in the background. Mom, I want to ask you something. What is it? When I was little, you took me to the beach with your friends, right? She was quiet for a moment. Yes. With Aunt Pang. Why? Did you meet her? No. I just suddenly remembered. I typed Toll's name into Facebook. His profile appeared. I scrolled through it. No pictures of Toll with my. Good. Mom, where exactly did we go? There were 3 families. Ours. Aunt Pang's. And her little son. He was adorable. Then Mother gasped. Oh, that was when Toll almost drowned. Luckily your father saved him. He recovered completely. Speaking of Pang, I should call her sometime. We haven't talked in ages. Me too. What's Toll's full name? She answered immediately. Her memory was incredible. Unlike mine. Or father's. We both had the memories of goldfish. Back then, I handled all of Aunt Pang's hospital paperwork. So I remember. I heard Toll is almost finished with university now. Pang used to show me his pictures. He's become such a handsome young man. I wish my son were that handsome. I smiled at Toll's profile. His name matched exactly. Perfect. Mom, get enough sleep. And use the skincare cream I sent you. You'll be handsome too. You haven't even opened it, have you? I will. I understood her desire to have a handsome son. Unfortunately, emergency medicine wasn't exactly a beauty treatment. Okay. I just wanted to hear your voice. Take care. If you don't use that cream, send it back. I'll use it. I laughed. Bye, Mom. The moment the call ended, I sent Toll a friend request. Someone as good-looking as him probably received dozens every week. So I needed to stand out. I opened Messenger and typed Tin's message. Hello. My name is Tin. You probably don't remember me, but my mother and Aunt Pang are close friends. I was talking with my mom today about the time we all went to the beach when we were kids, and she told me about you. I wanted to see how you've been doing, so I searched for your name on Facebook and found your profile. I'd be happy if you'd add me as a friend. I leaned back in my chair and admired my work. This was a much more natural beginning. Toll wouldn't wonder how I knew him. If he doubted me, he could simply ask his mother. 10 minutes later, a notification appeared. Toll had accepted my friend request. Chapter 11. If you think it's easy for doctors to find a girlfriend, think again. Even with a clear goal in mind, I still couldn't find time to do what I wanted. My hellish work schedule, combined with the endless mountain of tasks I had to complete before finishing my 3rd year as a resident, left me completely overwhelmed. I'd forgotten that I'd returned to the busiest period of my residency. All the research I'd already finished in my previous timeline had become unfinished work again, something I hadn't considered at all. I'd been so focused on traveling back as far as possible that I'd forgotten the enormous stack of paperwork waiting to haunt me once again. Why? I groaned, leaning back in my chair inside the residence room. Today I had both the morning and night shifts. That meant my only free time was between 4 in the afternoon and midnight. Instead of sleeping, I spent those precious hours revising my research paper so I could submit it to my professor by tomorrow. Now it was already 2 in the morning. I got a handsome haircut, only to sit here editing research papers. What a waste of money. I finally gave up on the research for the night and opened Facebook. I clicked on the conversation I'd started with Toll the previous evening. It wasn't very long, but at least we were no longer strangers. Tin's message. Hello. Toll's message. Hello. Just as I'd expected. Short. Simple. Exactly like him. Tin's message. Thank you for accepting my friend request. Toll's message. You're welcome. Tin's message. How old are you now? I remember you were only about 3 or 4 years old back then. Toll's message. I'm 23 this year. Tin's message. Time really flies. By the way, are your parents doing well? Toll's message. Yes. Tin's message. Please tell them Dr. To's son, Tin, says hello. The conversation continued casually until Toll finally replied. Toll's message. I have to finish my homework now. After that, the chat ended. I didn't message him again. Between emergency room shifts and my cursed research, I simply didn't have the time. Such a waste. The days I had left were slipping away. If I weren't a doctor, this would be so much easier. Then, an idea suddenly came to me. I immediately opened Messenger. Tin's message. Hello. Toll replied almost instantly. He always seemed to have his phone in his hand, probably because he spent so much time checking class assignments. Toll's message. Hello. Tin's message. I told my mother I found your Facebook. She's thrilled. She wants me to bring you some gifts. Toll's message. Thank you. Tin's message. Where do you live? I'll bring them to you. Tol's message. When? I opened my schedule. Tomorrow afternoon, I had a research meeting with my professor. After that, I was supposed to sleep before starting another night shift. But love was more important than sleep. Tin's message. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Tol's message. I'll be at my faculty. My classes finish around 3. Tin's message. Great. I'll bring everything after your classes. This would be the first time I met Tol under completely normal circumstances. Not by coincidence. Not because he'd become my patient. Once we became properly acquainted, I could move on to the next step, finding a way to convince him to get an ECG. This time, I couldn't exactly make him choke on snacks, so I could drag him to the hospital. Instead, I'd ask about sports. Just like before. That should be enough. Tol agreed. I couldn't stop smiling. It had taken me 3 months to win over my ex-girlfriend. Now I only had 6 days. 10 times less. Just thinking about it made me sweat. Still, I remained optimistic. Surely flirting with a man couldn't be harder than flirting with a woman, right? Today, I looked like a prince. For the first time in my life, I walked into the Faculty of Business Administration feeling like the main character. I wore the dark red shirt I'd bought for a friend's wedding, jeans, my freshly styled haircut, and carried a paper gift bag in one hand. When I'd shown up for my research meeting that morning, the entire emergency department had gone silent. Even my professor had hurriedly put on his glasses just to stare at me from head to toe. Girls walking past kept sneaking glances in my direction, which only made me want to curse myself. Why hadn't I taken care of my appearance years ago? To be honest, after breaking up with I'd completely given up. I'd poured everything into loving one person, and in the end, received nothing in return. I'd lost faith in love itself. I truly believed I'd never be able to love anyone again. Until I saw him. Tol walked toward the reading area beneath the faculty building where we'd agreed to meet. As always, he stood out effortlessly, though today he looked a little more tired than usual. Tol. I waved. He looked over before walking toward me. For a brief second, he seemed slightly suspicious. Then his usual calm expression returned. Hello, brother. He raised his hand politely in greeting. That was one of the things I admired most about him. Although he seemed difficult to approach, he was incredibly well-mannered. Aunt Pang and Uncle O had raised him well. Just finished class? Are you tired? A little. Tol sniffed softly. Only then did I notice his voice sounded slightly nasal. Then I remembered. He'd told me he'd caught the flu. No wonder he'd been unable to play sports recently. The final year is always exhausting. I handed him the gift bag. My mother wanted you to have these. She kept saying you have such a handsome face. So she insisted I bring them. Naturally, the gift was the aloe vera cream Mother had originally intended for me. Tol accepted the bag without opening it. Thank you. I smiled as naturally as I could. Just as I was about to continue, a cheerful voice interrupted us. Tol. He turned immediately. A faint smile appeared on his face. As for me, I almost cursed it out loud. A beautiful girl in a university uniform walked toward us with a bright smile. Her long chestnut brown curls shimmered in the sunlight. My, what are you doing here? Tol asked. I'm here to see my sister. I saw you, so I came over to say hello. Then she noticed me. Her expression turned slightly curious. Tol gestured toward me. This is Dr. Tin. Hello. I raised my hand politely. I was certain my smile looked incredibly fake. Hello. I smiled back before turning to Tol again. I'll go find my sister now. Tol waved. Bye. Watching the two of them, I suddenly realized something. Tol probably hadn't confessed to my yet. But they'd clearly known each other for quite a while. I didn't know exactly how long. What I did know was that my strongest rival hadn't disappeared. The moment I walked away, something ignited inside me, like someone had hit me with a truck. I muttered to myself. Whatever you're planning, hurry up and do it, you idiot. Stop hesitating. I took a deep breath. Would you like to have dinner with me tonight? Tol hesitated. I have a group assignment. We have to submit it tomorrow. I can't. No, not like this. What time will you finish? He looked uncomfortable. I'm not sure. It might be very late. Then, how about grabbing a snack afterward? I'd rush things. I knew it immediately. Tol subtly stepped backward. It was all because my had appeared. She'd completely thrown off my rhythm. She wasn't supposed to show up today. Maybe another time. I should go. Please thank your mother for me. After saying goodbye, He walked away, leaving me standing there, head hanging. I suddenly became painfully aware of every disadvantage I had. My came first. She was a woman, and she already knew how to get close to Toll. This was far more difficult than pursuing women. Maybe I really should go cry to Toy after all. He'd probably comfort me. My phone vibrated inside my pocket. I glanced at the notification. Someone had sent me a friend request. When I opened it, my eyes widened. The request came from Mai. Her profile picture was exactly the one I'd seen earlier. Curious, I opened her profile. Her friends list was filled with handsome young men. She must have found my account through Toll's Facebook friends. Mai, you're quite mischievous. Adding every handsome man you can find. What would Toll think if he ever found out? Chapter 12. A day passed with nothing happening. Toll and I were still keeping the same distance as before. Aggravated by the overwhelming drowsiness until I almost fell asleep, I glanced up at the clock. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. There was only 1 hour left before I could go back, hug my cat, and enjoy the comfort of my room. Since going back in time, I hadn't been able to sleep properly. Last night's shift had me running all over the emergency room. I didn't even have time to sit down until the sun came up. Now, I felt as though my soul was about to leave my body. Hey, Dr. Tin. Toy's voice greeted me as I sat behind the nurse's station. I looked up at the male nurse who had been on last night's shift. I can't do this anymore, bro. I'm so tired. I groaned loudly, making the young nurse sitting beside me burst into laughter. Have you met that person yet? Toy dragged over a chair and sat beside me, his eyes full of curiosity. I looked left and right to make sure no one was listening before leaning closer and whispering, yes. So, he grinned widely. How was it? He's talking to a woman. I shook my head in frustration. He's straight, so it's normal for him to talk to women. How am I supposed to get close to him? I can't figure it out. Toy laughed softly. I won't discourage you this time, but we have to come up with a better strategy than before. Then he put on an exaggerated girly voice and began gesturing dramatically. You aren't going to walk in, slap the girl, and say, this man is mine, right? We have to be prettier. We have to be better. Dr. Tin, you've already dressed up and styled your hair. You're doing great. Next, you have to do what girls can't. You're a doctor, right? You have money, so use it. Buy him expensive, cool things. Pick him up. Drive him home. Touch him here and there. You're both men, so he won't mind. When the opportunity comes. Oh, wait a minute. I quickly stopped Toy before he could continue. I think I'd go to jail if I did that. No, bro. That's sexual harassment. A headache immediately started forming. There's a lot more to it than that, Toy. Our families know each other. I'm worried I won't be able to do much. The moment I said that, Toy shouted loudly enough for several nurses to turn and look. That's even better. You can use your family relationship and visit his house. His words made me freeze. That's right. Why hadn't I thought about Aunt Pang and Uncle Oat before? I could definitely get much closer to Toll that way. But his parents would immediately realize my intentions weren't exactly innocent. That depends on your attitude. Toy shrugged. Whether your intentions toward their son are pure or not. Just then, the emergency room doors opened. An elderly man was rushed in with a yellow Triage tag attached to the bed. I immediately stood up. I'll go check on the patient first. We'll talk later. Yes, doctor. You can always ask me anything. Toy flashed me an enthusiastic thumbs up. Normally, he was a calm and serious nurse while working. But after getting to know him, I realized he was actually a genuinely kind person. If Toll ever became my boyfriend, I'd definitely have to treat Toy to dinner. Since I was assigned several consecutive night shifts, I'd be staying up like this for a few more days. From morning until 4 in the afternoon became my sleeping time. When I woke up, the evening sunlight was shining through my bedroom window. I sat up feeling refreshed after finally getting a good sleep. Then I blinked and stared at the Rilakuma pattern on my blanket. Even though I'd slept well, the heaviness in my chest hadn't disappeared. Every day, I worried whether I would succeed this time. And every time I failed, even if I looked fine on the outside, my heart hurt. I didn't want to experience that pain again. I jumped out of bed and poured cat food into Zebra's bowl. Today, I even opened a can of tuna for him. Hopefully my cat would be in a good mood. Maybe he'd even bring me some luck. Because today, I was going to visit Toll's parents. Don't worry, I wasn't becoming a home invader. I'd already made an appointment. This morning, I called my mother so she could contact Aunt Pang, ask for her address, and let her know I wanted to visit in the evening. Aunt Pang had sounded delighted to hear that the son of her best friend was coming. She even gave me her phone number in case I got lost. Don't forget to bring them presents. That was the last thing my mother said before hanging up. As a result, I hurried out of my condominium much earlier than usual. I took a shower, put together my best outfit, and spent extra time styling my hair. I still hadn't told Mom that I'd cut it short. If she ever found out, she'd probably cry tears of joy. I arrived at Toll's house at exactly 6 o'clock. Honestly, I hadn't expected to meet him. Toll usually stayed in the dormitory near the university unless he had a reason to come home. Still, I secretly hoped I would. His house was located inside a gated community with strict security. Apparently, I looked more like a burglar than a visitor because it took the security guards several minutes to understand which house I wanted. When I finally arrived, I stood there holding my bag of gifts, staring at the house in amazement. I knew it. Besides being incredibly handsome, Toll was rich. My own house wasn't much smaller than his. But comparing property prices in the provinces to houses in Bangkok, there simply wasn't any comparison. All I could do was swallow. I called Aunt Pang to let her know I was waiting outside. Before she could answer, I heard a slow engine stop behind my white Japanese sedan. I turned around. A black sports car had pulled up. Its owner stepped out, looking exactly like the male lead in a Korean drama. At the university, he rode a motorcycle. At home, he drove a sports car. So cool. Toy told me to win his heart with money. But how was I supposed to impress someone richer than me with money? Toll looked at me with slight surprise before raising a hand in greeting. I smiled back happily. Just seeing him again made me feel good, even though he didn't seem particularly happy to see me. He walked over, unlocked the gate with the remote, and opened it. At the same moment, Aunt Pang answered my call. Are you at the front gate now, Long Tin? I'll come open it. It's okay, Aunt Pang. I met Toll outside. Please let me come in. Toll glanced at me expressionlessly without saying anything. Then he silently led me toward the front door. Toll had become distant again. It reminded me of the time when Toll trusted me, when we could actually talk comfortably. I remembered the day we went to watch a movie together. Toll had chatted excitedly about it afterward. Thinking back on those memories, I couldn't help feeling disappointed. It hadn't been easy reaching that point. Tin. Aunt Pang's cheerful voice reached me before I saw her. As soon as she appeared, I quickly bowed respectfully. Hello, Auntie. She smiled broadly and patted my shoulder. Look at you. You've grown into such a handsome young doctor. How tall are you? The first question she asked was about my height. 183 centimeters. Her eyes widened. With that height, you could be a model. She laughed happily. This was the first time I'd met Aunt Pang while she was smiling so brightly. Toll looks much more like a model than I do. I deliberately complimented him, hoping he'd hear it. Unfortunately, he had already disappeared into the kitchen. Aunt Pang, these are for you. I handed her the gift bag. Inside was a shawl for her, a belt buckle for Uncle Oat, and a small gift I'd chosen with Toll in mind. Oh my. Thank you so much, Tin. She accepted everything with a smile. I told the maids to prepare lots of dinner. You have to eat with us before you go. She led me toward the dining room. The dining table seated 6 people and was completely covered with ice and dishes. Grilled chicken, papaya salad, larb, nam tok. The delicious aroma immediately made my mouth water. Aunt Pang probably had the same ice and taste buds as my mother. Uncle Oat and Toll were already seated. I greeted Uncle Oat respectfully. Hello. Come, doctor. He stood up and pulled out a chair for me. I thanked him with another polite bow. Unfortunately, my seat was directly across from Toll. Tin has been here for quite a while, and I only found out just now. Aunt Pang placed a glass of water in front of me. My mother probably thought I'd only be here for 3 years before returning home. If I'd known earlier, I would have invited you to travel with us. You and Toll could have gotten to know each other better. She turned toward her son. You already know him, right? Yes. Toll answered briefly before continuing to eat his grilled chicken. Seeing you here reminds me of that family trip to the sea. Uncle Oat smiled. When everyone has time, should we all travel together again? That sounds wonderful. Aunt Pang nodded enthusiastically. If there's a chance, both families should go on another trip. I secretly glanced at the quietest person at the table. That sounds nice. If I can get time off from work, I'll let you know. Aunt Pang suddenly changed the subject. So, Tin, are you seeing anyone? A handsome man like you can't possibly still be single. I laughed awkwardly. It's actually difficult for doctors to find girlfriends. I don't even have time to make myself look handsome. See? Aunt Pang teased Uncle Oat. Just like Dr. Tin. He nodded in agreement. Dinner was surprisingly lively. I'd become an expert at keeping conversations going. I nearly made Uncle Oat choke from laughing after telling him about the time I accidentally spoke Ison to a patient while working in a southern hospital. Toll, who had seemed uninterested in me earlier, gradually began listening. Sometimes, he even smiled. That alone made me incredibly happy. After dinner, Toll continued sitting with us to keep the guest company. No matter how many times I saw it, I was still impressed by how considerate he was. Aunt Pang asked me countless questions. Meanwhile, Uncle Oat opened a bottle of wine and poured me a glass. We talked until 8 o'clock. Eventually, I excused myself. I felt bad for Toll, who had spent the entire evening quietly listening to Aunt Pang and me chatting. We have to meet again, Tin. Aunt Pang held both my hands warmly. I'd love that. Unfortunately, I have to hurry back to work today. Let's do it another time. I waved goodbye. As soon as I bowed to Uncle Oat one last time, Toll stood up. He silently followed me toward the front door. At first, I thought he was simply escorting his guest. But even that was enough to make my heart pound. Was he becoming interested in me? Now that we were alone, I couldn't let this opportunity slip away. When we reached the parking area, I turned toward him. He stopped walking. How have you been? I'm fine. His voice sounded slightly nasal. Do you have a cold? Toll looked momentarily surprised. It's just the flu. I'm getting better. I see. I desperately searched for another topic. Just keep talking. So, you usually stay at your dormitory? He nodded. Yes. I usually stay there. But today my mom called and told me to come home for dinner. Just hearing him voluntarily continue the conversation already felt like a special achievement. Really? Do you have any other symptoms? Toll sniffled softly. If you ever have any medical questions, you can ask me anytime. And since there's an influenza outbreak right now, you should get checked at the hospital. I'm worried about you. I smiled as reassuringly as I could. If you become more tired than usual, or if anything else happens, come find me in the emergency room. I'll examine you myself. Okay. Toll didn't seem especially affected by my obvious flirting. I should get going now. I figured dragging the conversation out any longer would only make him uncomfortable. Still, today had been a wonderful start. I waved goodbye and turned around. Then, Toll kept following me. I spun back around, my heart racing. Had I said something that made him want to ask about his symptoms? Is there something you wanted to ask me? He looked at me calmly. No. He raised a hand and pointed toward the driveway. It's just, your car is blocking the entrance. I can't drive mine in. I'm waiting for you to move it. The moment he finished speaking, I froze completely. Inside my heart, I could only scream. Oh, damn it. Chapter 13. What would be the key to making Toll trust me? From my past experience, the only thing that made Toll open up to me was the fact that I was able to help Art, a friend of his. But if I had to wait until Art choked on some snacks so I could help him again, it would already be too late. Was there anything else I could do? Or should I take a clearer stance? Should I tell Toll the truth about what I wanted from him? If I did that, there would only be two possibilities. First, Toll would understand and give me a chance. Second, Toll would run away. He would tell me to leave him alone and never bother him again. The second outcome was far more likely. But before I could think about those problems, I had to deal with the one right in front of me. I've been waiting here for 2 hours. Where the hell are the doctors? I was inserting a catheter into a patient when everyone who was busy with their work suddenly turned toward the shouting coming from the emergency room entrance. A man stood in the doorway with a furious expression. He held a water bottle in one hand. It was now 2:38 in the morning. This patient had been classified as white, meaning his condition was non-urgent and he had to wait. We had far more critical patients to deal with first. At that moment, I was treating a case of sepsis. We also had a patient who needed intubation, another suspected case of ischemic heart disease waiting for lab results, and several accident victims that still needed treatment. He's had a stuffy nose for 3 days, doctor. Today he came because he can't sleep, one of the nurses whispered to me. She sighed. Look how busy we are. It's not like his condition is serious or life-threatening. Why couldn't he come during office hours tomorrow? After tying off the venous catheter in the patient's neck, I stepped back and removed my sterile gloves. I already knew something like this would happen during one of the night shifts. Not only that, I knew exactly what would happen next. It's okay. I'll go talk to him. Kay, our senior nursing assistant, was exceptionally good at calming angry people. Her voice and mannerisms always made everyone around her feel at ease. But I knew, no matter how well she spoke, this man wasn't going to listen. I left the bloodstream infection case for calm to continue managing and walked straight toward the patient, who was still yelling without the slightest sympathy. Please wait outside. Right now the doctors are treating several critical patients. As soon as they're finished, you'll be called in. And when will that be? I've already waited 2 hours. Where the hell have all the doctors gone? This is just wasting taxpayers' money. He pointed toward Calm. I don't see anyone working. That doctor is just standing there talking on the phone. Calm was actually consulting one of the professors about a difficult case. I frowned. His insults sounded exactly like the ignorant comments people left online. Everyone is working right now. Please wait, Kay said calmly. But I already remembered what came next. This was the incident that would trigger the emergency room's safety meeting the following day. The man suddenly raised the water bottle. Kay gasped and instinctively raised both arms to shield herself. I immediately took a long stride behind him and grabbed his wrist. If you don't leave right now, I'll call security. I spoke coldly. The man spun around, trying to wrench his arm free, but I tightened my grip. Fortunately, I was much stronger than this idiot. Every doctor here is working. No one is sitting around doing nothing. The emergency room treats the most critical patients first. Less urgent cases have to wait. The triage nurse has already assessed your condition. My height and permanently exhausted expression finally came in handy. At least today, I looked intimidating. The man finally yanked his arm free and stormed out of the emergency room. Kay let out a long breath before turning toward me. Thank you, Dr. Tin. I thought he was going to hit me. I think we should have security stay nearby for a while. He might come back and scare the other patients. Okay, doctor. After the commotion died down, the critically ill patients were transferred to the wards. Between 4 and 6 in the morning, I secretly slept in the little nook behind the nurse's station because I had given the bed in the residence room to the female doctors so they could rest. Being a doctor taught me how to sleep absolutely anywhere. As long as I had somewhere to rest my head, it felt just as comfortable as my own bed. My eyes flew open when my phone chimed 3 times in a row. I reached toward the bedside table, squinting against the evening sunlight pouring through the window. The moment I looked at the screen, every trace of sleep disappeared. It was a Facebook message from Tal. Tal's message. Brother, can I ask you something? I opened the chat immediately. Me, is there something wrong? Tal's message. Is there any medicine that can stop nightmares? I replied faster than I had ever answered anyone. Me, there probably isn't any medicine that directly cures nightmares. Maybe you could try a mild anti-anxiety medication before bed. Tal's message. Okay, thank you. I stared blankly at his reply before deciding to ask another question. Me, have you been having bad dreams? He stayed silent for quite a while before finally answering. Tal's message. Yes. I can't sleep well. My heart began beating faster. What Tal was experiencing. It was probably the same phenomenon I had experienced. Dreams from our previous lives. Me, can I call you? Tal's message. Okay. I immediately started a Facebook call. After a few rings, he answered. Hello. Hello, Tal. I tried to sound as natural as possible. About the medicine, you can use your student healthcare benefits to get it from the hospital. Oh, Tal answered quietly. And if you tell me your symptoms in more detail, it might help. It was finally time to dig up all that long-forgotten psychiatry knowledge. Dreams often reflect your mental state. They can be caused by anxiety or stress. There was another long silence. I keep dreaming that I get into an accident. Every time I wake up after that, I can't go back to sleep. It's been happening for several days. I'm worried. It's making it hard to study. For a moment, I wondered, should I ask whether he'd ever dreamed about me? No, that would sound far too strange. Maybe you should come see me in the emergency room. I'll prescribe something for you. Can we really do that, brother? Isn't the emergency room only for emergencies? He sounded worried. That's okay. I'll take care of it. You can also get a general checkup while you're here. I saw you the other day. You didn't look very healthy. I threw off the blanket and got out of bed, completely awake. Have you finished classes? Yeah. If you're free, come to the emergency room. If you don't see me there, just wait for me. I'll be at the hospital in 10 minutes. I had a feeling I was starting to sound suspicious. Tal hesitated. I just need to go to the emergency room, right? Do I have to register first? Just bring your student ID. I'll take care of everything. I held the phone between my shoulder and ear while struggling to put on my pants. Have you eaten yet? I'll buy you something. It's okay. He refused immediately. In that case, I'll head to the emergency room. If you don't see me there, tell the nurse you're Dr. Tin's younger brother and wait nearby. I'll get there as fast as I can. After hanging up, I spent another 5 minutes getting ready. Without any styling, my short hair stuck up in every direction. I slapped it down repeatedly until I looked at least somewhat human. Then I filled Zebra's food bowl, grabbed my car keys, and sprinted out the door. The sound of waves crashed against the shore. A warm breeze brushed through my hair. The evening sun shimmered across the water. Everything around me was beautiful, yet nothing eased the ache in the boy's heart. Once again, he had the chance to hold this person's hand. The little boy followed him to a place he believed was sacred. The guilt weighing on his heart made it difficult to breathe. He hadn't been able to protect his little brother, and that had sent him to the hospital. It felt exactly like the day he failed to protect his older sister. The day she left him forever. Something like that could never happen again. The people he loved, he could never lose them again. He brought his little brother before an ancient Buddha statue. They bowed 3 times. Then he held his little brother's hand and spoke aloud. I'll protect you until we both get married. The blare of a car horn jolted me out of my thoughts. I quickly switched on my turn signal and drove into the hospital parking lot. I'd been daydreaming while waiting for the line of cars ahead to move. It had taken me 20 minutes to reach the emergency room. I'd miscalculated. Tal had probably arrived long before I did. When I entered the emergency room, the familiar chaos greeted me. Singh was teaching an extern how to perform an abdominal ultrasound. Nurse Aim was complaining to one of the orderlies for taking too long to pick up a patient. Yap hurried past on his way to consult a professor. But I couldn't find Tal anywhere. Instead, I ran into Toy. He walked over and nudged me awkwardly. Dr. Tin. His voice sounded unusually strange. Yes. I turned toward him. I'm sorry. He looked like he was about to cry. I blinked in confusion. Why are you apologizing? Please don't scold me. Toy grabbed my arm tightly. Dr. Tin, you're looking for that student, right? Yes. I frowned. Did you see him? Where is he? I made things worse. He lowered his voice. He came about 10 minutes ago. He sat over there waiting for you. Toy pointed toward a small chair in front of the nurse's station. I didn't know he was waiting for you. I went over to chat with Aim. Aim asked me whether you had a girlfriend because you've been dressing so nicely lately. I couldn't help myself. So I told her you were flirting with someone. I even said your families knew each other. And I told her to wait for good news. I thought everything was fine. I didn't know he was listening. He just sat there quietly. Then I accidentally mentioned that the person Dr. Tin was flirting with was a man. I got goosebumps the moment I realized what I'd said. He turned to look at me. He looked completely shocked. Then he stood up and walked out of the emergency room. Dr. Tin. I almost screamed. One of the nurses hurried over. The student who was waiting for you left a while ago. Doctor. Toy kept apologizing. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. I felt my entire body freeze. I wasn't angry at Toy. He hadn't meant any harm. He simply loved gossip, and I honestly didn't care about that. But this was the first time, across every timeline, that Tal had found out how I felt about him. I stood there speechless. Slowly, I turned away and rubbed my temples while staring blankly at the ceiling. What was I supposed to do now? Tal already knew. He knew I liked him. He had found out long before he was ever supposed to. How was I ever supposed to face him again? Dear heavens, please, have mercy on me. What am I supposed to do now? Chapter 14. To describe how I felt right now, it was no different from the heartbreak of someone whose relationship had been cut short, or someone whose boyfriend had been stolen away. But sitting here grieving was pointless. The only thing I could do was return to work in the emergency room and bury these feelings. There were 3 days left before Gal asked me to be his girlfriend, and 4 days before Tal died. By now, my relationship with Tal should have progressed much further. Instead, everything I had worked so hard to build had collapsed. This was even worse than starting over. Tal hadn't read or replied to my messages. He probably hated me already. If I couldn't salvage the situation, the only way to start over would be to wait until I watched Tal die again. But I didn't want that. Every time he got into an accident, he was hurt. Every time his heart stopped, Someone had to perform CPR on him. Watching him suffer hurt me even more. I left the emergency room that morning looking absolutely miserable. My face, my hair, even my mental state. Everything was a mess. After another night shift, I looked like a dried-up ghost. Right now, all I wanted was to go home and hug Zebra. Though, I wasn't even sure my cat could heal me this time. I turned toward the staff parking area. After only 3 steps, the ground suddenly tilted beneath me. It felt as though I were standing on the deck of a rocking ship. I staggered and caught myself against the wall. I froze. I'd never experienced anything like this before. Maybe I was simply exhausted. Maybe the stress and lack of sleep had finally caught up with me. It would probably disappear after I got some proper rest. People like me didn't get sick. I was tougher than a horse, harder than a rock. Nothing could knock Tin down. Instead of driving back to my condominium, I headed toward the Faculty of Business Administration. I stood quietly, staring at the modern building. How many times had I come here? So many that I could almost count every tile on the ground floor. A long sigh escaped my lips. I didn't even know why I'd come. Maybe I just wanted to say goodbye. One last goodbye before I allowed this loop to reach its end. Before Tall left me. Once again, "Hello, doctor." A familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. I turned around. A beautiful young woman in a student uniform smiled warmly at me. Hello. Thank goodness I hadn't accidentally called her by name. I'm Tall's friend. We met the other day. I'm not sure if you remember. I remember. I wasn't actually here to see Tall. I was just passing by. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Well, I'll be going. Wait. Mai's voice stopped me. Could you stay with me for a while? I turned back. The confident young woman I knew looked terrified. Is something wrong? I walked closer. My ex-boyfriend. She lowered her voice. He's been following me ever since I left the faculty. I'm sorry to bother you. What would you like me to do? I glanced toward the large tree behind her. Many students were sitting nearby. Unfortunately, I had no idea which one was her ex-boyfriend. Just stay here with me. Tall will be here to pick me up soon. But my ex followed me. I'm really scared. She looked at me pleadingly. She really was beautiful. Anyone could fall in love with someone like her. Honestly, I didn't mind staying to help. What I wanted to avoid was seeing Tall. I couldn't bear the thought of him looking at me with disgust. Don't you have any other friends nearby? It might be better if I walk you over to them. I don't. I looked down at her phone. Tall said he'll be here in less than 10 minutes. I stood silently for several seconds before answering. I'll stay. But if Tall gets here, please tell me immediately. I need to leave before he sees me. Thank you, doctor. She smiled with obvious relief. Oh, I forgot to ask. What's your name? Tin. I smiled faintly. Dr. Tin. I know. I've known for a very long time. But I only nodded. 3 more days. In just 3 more days, Tall would become her boyfriend. They must already be very close. I watched Mai quietly replying to messages on her phone. Jealousy slowly spread through my chest. She would become the person who understood Tall's heart without having to struggle. While I had tried countless times, only to end up with Tall hating me, not even close to becoming his boyfriend. Didn't you have class this morning? I asked, trying to distract myself from the pain. I had class at 10. Tall has classes this afternoon. So we agreed to study together at a coffee shop. She smiled. What about you? Didn't you work today? I just got off duty this morning. I'm going home to sleep. I intentionally emphasized that part. Maybe she'd feel guilty for keeping me here. She didn't. People couldn't keep sacrificing themselves forever. Those words suddenly echoed in my mind. They were Tall's words. The words he'd spoken on the day we went to the movies together. Before he died. You were right. We all have to be a little selfish sometimes. I spoke decisively. I can't stay. You should wait somewhere crowded. It'll be safer. Okay. My look toward the place where she'd said her ex-boyfriend was sitting before quickly looking away. I'm scared. You have to be brave. I really have to go. Good luck. I turned and walked away with long strides. This was a public place. Nothing would happen to her. If someone really tried to attack her, there were plenty of people around who would help. As I walked back toward my car, a realization suddenly struck me. Tall's life never depended on whether I became his boyfriend. It depended on Mai. As long as Tall never became Mai's boyfriend, he would survive. As for me, I could be anything. It didn't matter anymore. To hell with it. I'd play the villain if I had to. Being hated was still better than standing by and watching Tall die again. I turned around and walked back. Ma was still standing where I'd left her. Not helping her after she'd asked for it was already terrible enough. She would probably hate me after what I was about to do. But I didn't care. What I needed was to make Tall believe I wasn't someone he should get close to. As I approached, I saw Ma smiling at someone walking toward her. It was Tall. He wore a student shirt and jeans. The sight alone made my chest ache. I clenched my fists, took a deep breath, then raised my phone. My, both of them turned toward me. I accepted your friend request. I'll message you tonight. Tall stared at me in complete shock. My looked equally stunned. If you were going to hate me, then hate me completely. I refused to meet Tall's eyes. I turned around and walked away as quickly as I could. Hey, when people get heartbroken, does it hurt the same way as when the heart doesn't get enough blood? Do the same nerves cause both kinds of pain? Gap suddenly asked while I was looking over the shift schedule in the residence room. What kind of ridiculous question is that? I grumbled. Are you heartbroken? Gap. Heartbroken? Impossible. People like Gap only broke other people's hearts. Ouch. He shrugged dramatically. I slapped the back of his head. Go do your work. We've got a long night ahead. I left the residence room and headed for the emergency department. To be honest, even after sleeping through the night, I still didn't feel right. The trembling hadn't gone away, especially whenever I stood up. As a doctor, I already knew the diagnosis. Sleep deprivation. Stress accumulated over countless loops. It shouldn't interfere with today's work. Doctor, my first case of the shift arrived. A young extern hurried toward me carrying a chart. Can I consult a case? Go ahead. The extern smiled. A 30-year-old woman came in after being bitten on the right leg by a dog around 10 o'clock. The wound is bleeding. She completed a full course of rabies vaccinations 3 years ago. I'm not sure how to vaccinate her this time. What do you think? What do you think should be done? I asked instead. The extern thought for a moment. She doesn't need rabies immunoglobulin around the wound. Correct. But she still needs the booster vaccine. If her last vaccination was more than 6 months ago, give 2 booster doses. One today, and another on the 3rd day. And don't forget to prescribe antibiotics for the wound. Okay. The extern nodded enthusiastically before hurrying back to the patient. At that same moment, another patient was rushed into the emergency room. The triage label was yellow. I immediately ran over. Suddenly, the entire world began spinning. Everything went black, as though someone had switched off all the lights. Tin had always been strong. He had never once been hospitalized. It was something his mother loved boasting about to her friends. Other than the occasional cold or cough, he had never been sick enough to require admission. He was strong, patient, capable of functioning with almost no sleep. Perhaps it was because of the endless caffeine he poured into his body every day. So, why did he feel so weak now? Back in the previous loop, he'd pretended to faint outside the conference room. That had been an act. This was real. He collapsed in front of nurses, patients, everyone. When I opened my eyes, I found myself staring at the ceiling. Everything still felt dizzy. The familiar sounds of the emergency room surrounded me. The only difference, this time I was the patient, not the doctor. The chief resident had already started in 4 because my blood pressure was dangerously low. I turned toward the next bed. An elderly man was staring at me in complete disbelief. Apparently, seeing a doctor lying in a hospital bed was quite a shocking sight. The lab results are back. Gap walked over holding my chart. Your urine is very concentrated. Your kidney function isn't looking very good. Have you eaten anything? Have you been drinking enough water? What? I grabbed the chart and looked at the results myself. You should stay in the hospital. I'll give you 4 fluids and repeat your kidney tests tomorrow. Gap reached over and squeezed my shoulder. Can I say something? Yesterday and today, you've looked like a corpse. What happened? I rubbed my temples. I'm just stressed. Gap sighed. It's the research, isn't it? I think you're overworking yourself. Look at Singh. He has to submit his research soon too, but he still finds time to go drinking. Okay. It was much better if Gap believed I was stressed over research, rather than heartbroken over a boy. If you're admitted, who's going to cover your shift? Forget about work. I'll speak to the professor. I closed my eyes. Thanks. Half an hour later, I was transferred to a private room, one of the few benefits government doctors received. As soon as the lights were turned off, my body finally rebelled. Years of sleep deprivation, months of accumulated stress, Everything I'd forced myself to endure had finally broken me. The loud sound of the door opening jolted me awake. I frowned and turned toward the entrance. Nurse A marched in first. Behind her came Toy and Gap. All three were carrying fruit baskets and bags of snacks, as though visiting a real patient. I squinted against the bright light and glanced at the clock. 8 o'clock in the morning. Shift change. Dr. Tin. Aim looked genuinely worried. Why couldn't you just get sick like a normal person? She immediately started scolding me. I was the patient. Yet somehow I was still the one getting yelled at. This isn't fun at all. There isn't even a pretty girl here to look after you. Gap grinned. Toy and Aim exchanged awkward glances. The others will come visit later. Don't be too lonely. After receiving 4 fluids and finally getting some proper sleep, I felt much better. Now all that remained was waiting for the morning blood test results. If my kidneys had recovered from the dehydration, there would be no reason to stay hospitalized. The next thing I did was call my mother. It took 10 full minutes before she finally stopped scolding me. Considering I'd never been hospitalized before, her panic was understandable. While waiting for the blood test, I lay in bed playing with my phone. Sometimes I watch television out of boredom. The worst part about being single and living away from home was that nobody was there to take care of you. I opened Facebook again. For what felt like the 100th time, I visited Tall's profile. He's probably out with my right now. Maybe. He's already planning how he'll ask her to be his girlfriend. The thought hurt. I switched off my phone and lay back down. Another knock came at the door. I sat up. It was almost 1 in the afternoon. My blood test results should have been back by now. I expected a nurse, or maybe a group of residents coming to visit. Instead, only one person entered. A young man carrying a large basket of bird's nest gifts. His expression made it obvious he hadn't wanted to come. I blinked, then slowly looked up at his face. Silence filled the room. Neither of us spoke. Finally, Tall broke the silence. Mom told me to come visit you. I stared at him, too stunned to say a single word. Chapter 15. Don't come in. I wanted to scream those words as Tall approached my hospital bed. He placed the basket of bottled bird's nest drinks, which honestly contained very little actual nutrition, on the bedside table. I'll leave this here. He spoke in an unusually stiff voice. My mom wanted me to tell you she's sorry she couldn't come herself. She's out of town. I wanted to roll off the bed and hide under it from embarrassment. How could he still speak to me so normally? I had been trying to flirt with him, while stealing his girlfriend at the same time. This was a complete disaster. Thank you very much. He looked at me carefully, as though trying to read my expression without revealing any emotion of his own. Brother. I immediately sat up. Yes. Tall looked as though he wanted to say something. Then he changed his mind. Nothing. I'll leave now. He turned toward the door. I hesitated for several long moments before finally speaking. I still had one last thing I wanted to try. Tall. He stopped walking and looked back. Let's go get an electrocardiogram. He blinked in confusion. What? You can hate me. You can be angry with me after this. But please. Let's go get an ECG. I looked at him pleadingly. When I was a child, I saw you almost drown. I don't want to watch you die from heart disease too. I know you're terrified of heart disease because your uncle died from an enlarged heart. It can be hereditary. Go get checked. You'll probably think I'm completely insane. Tall stared at me suspiciously. Then, he stepped back into the room and quietly closed the door. I've still been having those nightmares. He spoke softly. I dreamed I had a heart attack. I sat bolt upright. My own heart pounded so hard it felt as though it might leap out of my chest. What else did you see? I asked anxiously. In the dream. You're the one who told me to get checked. His sharp eyes never left mine. Then he pointed directly at me. I see you. In every single one of my nightmares. Most people would probably feel terrible after hearing they appeared in someone else's nightmares. But right now, I was so excited I nearly fainted all over again. Really? You saw me? Tall frowned. What's going on? Did you secretly drug my food or something? So, not only was he adorable, he was paranoid too. What kind of person do you think I am? When exactly would I have had the chance to drug your food? When you came to my house. He was starting to look genuinely angry. Tall had quite a temper. I knew that from experience. I'd once received a very painful punch from him. So, what are you really trying to do? He hesitated, then finally asked the question he'd been holding back. Were you flirting with with me? My opportunity had arrived. The perfect opportunity to destroy the relationship between those two. Well, she added me on Facebook. She's pretty cute, don't you think? I raised an eyebrow. Is she your girlfriend? Tall's fists clenched. No. I immediately noticed. Hopefully, those fists weren't about to land on my face. Oh, I see. So that's why she acts like she's single. She has a lot of guys on Facebook. At first I thought about flirting with her too. But then I realized I'd have way too many competitors. I could practically see flames burning in Tall's eyes. This was getting dangerous. I hurriedly changed the subject. But my isn't important. Your heart is. If you're dreaming about heart disease, it means you've been worrying about it. And the reason I'm in your dreams is probably because I'm a doctor. When people worry about their health, they naturally think about doctors. I only know because Aunt Pang once told me your uncle had cardiomegaly. You've looked exhausted lately. So I got worried. Go get an ECG. And if I really do have heart disease? Tall asked quietly. You'll be referred to a cardiologist for further treatment. Don't worry. What I mean is, if it turns out to be true, then my dream was real. He stared directly into my eyes. You didn't just happen to know me by coincidence, did you? That question stunned me into silence. Without answering, I climbed out of the hospital bed, grabbed my 4-bag, and walked toward him. Tall's eyes widened. He instinctively stepped backward. Come with me. Where are we going? He sounded genuinely alarmed. The emergency room. I answered calmly, holding my 4-bag high above my head like the Statue of Liberty so blood wouldn't flow backward through the tubing. To anyone watching, the scene inside the emergency room must have looked completely absurd. A hospitalized doctor marched through the department carrying his own 4 fluids while dragging along a handsome university student. The triage nurse nearly dropped what she was doing. Singh stopped teaching the junior residents and stared at me with wide eyes. ECG. I announced as though I weren't the patient wearing a hospital gown. An electrocardiogram was used to evaluate the electrical conduction of the heart. It could detect arrhythmias, myocardial ischemia, and enlargement of the heart. Naturally, the emergency room always had an ECG machine available. Singh hurried over. What the hell are you doing, Tin? His eyes immediately landed on the 4-bag in my hand. What exactly do you think you're doing? I need an ECG for this patient. I pointed at Tall. Despite looking utterly embarrassed, he had still followed me all the way here. Singh looked at Tall, then back at me. Tell me right now what you're planning before I drag you back upstairs. Stop asking questions. Just bring me the ECG machine. If nobody else is available, I'll do it myself. I can do it. One of the nearby nurses volunteered immediately, clearly trying to stop Singh and me from arguing. I nodded gratefully. Thank you. Please perform an ECG for my younger brother. He has a family history of heart disease. I pointed toward Tall. I don't want one. They're forcing me. Tall protested, making the nurse hesitate. Meanwhile, Singh continued staring at me as though he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Go back to your room. His voice was cold. I sighed. If nobody wants to do it, I'll really do it myself. I grabbed Tall's wrist and led him toward an empty examination bed. Lie down. He stared at me. You're serious? Yes. I immediately wheeled the ECG machine over. Before I could begin, Singh finally lost his patience. He grabbed my shoulder and pulled me away. Sit. I'll have the nurse do it. He pushed me into a chair, then took the 4-bag from my hand and hung it properly on an 4-pole, making absolutely sure I couldn't wander off again. Finally, he instructed the nurse to perform the ECG. I sat quietly watching. The nurse unbuttoned Tall's shirt, exposing his smooth, pale chest. I immediately looked away. My imagination did not need any additional encouragement. Several minutes later, a strip of ECG paper was shoved directly into my face. I looked up. Singh stood over me. Happy now. I took the printout and studied it carefully. A small smile slowly formed on my face. Singh narrowed his eyes. You want me to refer him to internal medicine? Please. I stood up. The sudden movement made the dizziness return. Singh sighed. You're done now. Go back upstairs. I'll call a wheelchair. If you walk back by yourself, I'll punch you. Fine. This time, I obediently agreed. While waiting for the wheelchair, I rolled my 4-pole over to Tall. He was still sitting on the examination bed. He looked anxious. He glanced up at me. His expression was a mixture of fear, confusion, and suspicion. Don't worry. Dr. Singh will refer you to a cardiologist. I reached out to pat his upper arm comfortingly, but Tall immediately moved away from my hand. It's true. His voice trembled. My dream. It was true. Yes. Everything he'd seen in his dreams had really happened. I had been there for all of it. But I couldn't tell him that. It must be because you've been worrying so much. When people are deeply anxious about something, they often dream about it. He stared at me as though he wanted to tear the truth straight out of me. You approaching me. That wasn't a coincidence either, was it? The question again. Even though I'd already heard it once. It stunned me just as much as before. I opened my mouth, intending to avoid answering. But Tal spoke first. What are you? He reached over and grabbed the sleeve of my hospital gown. Why do you appear in my dreams every single night? Why did you know I have heart disease? Why did you flirt with me? His voice shook. What do you want from me? That final question was surprisingly easy to answer. I slowly raised my trembling hand and gently cupped his cheek. What I want, I whispered, is for you to live. Chapter 16. I was discharged from the hospital the next morning. Before I left, I was threatened that if I showed up at work today, my research would be burned. Because of that, I had to ask my professor for a medical certificate so I could take 1 day's leave. As soon as I left the hospital and my body had enough fluids again, I felt refreshed and clear-headed. It made me realize that my body had probably been weakening for quite some time. Sometimes I forgot that a body in its 30s wasn't as resilient as one in its early 20s. Constant sleep deprivation wasn't doing me any favors. After calling my mother to tell her I had been discharged, I decided to do what my heart wanted. It was finally time to put my plan to win over Toll's heart into action. After all, he already knew how I felt about him. I used to think Toll hated me. It turned out his attitude was more fear than hatred. I didn't know which was worse, but at least he still replied to my Facebook messages. My message: let's have dinner together this evening. I want to talk about your illness. As usual, he left my message on read. Then, surprisingly, my message. Okay. This time, he accepted my invitation without any hesitation. My plan was simple. I would make Toll even more suspicious by taking him to the same restaurant that Fate and I used to bring him to. My goal was to capture his attention. I knew why he wanted answers. His dreams overlapped with reality, and I was always in them. If he couldn't figure out who I was, he would become even more interested in me. As soon as I parked in front of the restaurant, Toll looked at me with the same expression he had worn yesterday. Why this restaurant? Toll asked. Lately, I had begun to feel that the polite, well-mannered Toll was slowly disappearing. This place belongs to an acquaintance of mine. The pizza here is amazing, especially the 3-cheese pizza. I secretly watched his reaction. I smiled confidently. Surely he had seen that pizza in his dreams. If you don't like this kind of food, we can go somewhere else. Toll stared at me. See, he really was interested. I came to this restaurant in my dreams. I pretended to be surprised. I think you're even stranger than I am. You can see the future in your dreams. Isn't that like having a sixth sense? Or maybe it's called déjà vu. Toll looked displeased. I decided not to tease him any further. I was worried about his heart. If it doesn't matter, let's eat here. Toll said nothing else. He got out of the car. I hurried after him. The moment I entered the restaurant, I instinctively looked toward the table where Toll and I used to sit together. Unfortunately, it had already been reserved. Toll was looking at the same table. Table for two. The smiling waiter greeted us. I hurried ahead of Toll. When we reached another table, I pulled out a chair and gestured politely. Please, have a seat. He gave me a sharp look, glanced around the restaurant, then noticed the waiter smiling at us. After a moment, Toll walked over, then deliberately sat in the chair I hadn't pulled out. I was already used to it. I sat in the chair I had originally prepared for him. You can order whatever you want. He studied the menu seriously. It must have looked painfully familiar from his dreams. I bent down, opened my bag, and took out the photocopies I had made from my textbook. I brought you some information about your condition. There are both Thai and English versions. Even if you don't understand everything, you can keep them. It's true that the disease can't be cured, but if you take good care of yourself, your life expectancy will be almost the same as anyone else's. Are you haunted? Toll suddenly asked. He looked from the papers to me. Brother. Yes. I answered with a bright smile. I called my mother. My smile slowly faded. My mom said she never told you that my uncle died of a heart attack. Toll tapped the corner of the papers. He had started catching up to my lies. Maybe I heard it from my mother. My mom said she never even told Aunt Kansas. Toll interrupted me. Will you tell me what's really going on? Or should I tell my mother that you have inappropriate thoughts about me? I almost burst into tears. Had I really understood so little about Toll? Could my adorable Toll actually be this ruthless? You know perfectly well that I have feelings for you, I complained. Yet you still agreed to come out with me. Does that mean you like me too? No, Toll answered without hesitation. I came because I don't believe all of this is just a coincidence. I want answers. And the only person who can answer them is you. There isn't anything more than what you've seen. I'm just a doctor who suspected you had heart disease based on your symptoms and family history. You should be thanking me instead of trying to figure out what bad things I've done. Finally, Toll fell silent. I wasn't as skilled at arguing as he was. Still, it didn't matter. As long as he stayed under the care of a heart specialist, I wouldn't have to worry anymore. Toll looked frustrated. Oddly enough, it made him even cuter. He picked up a glass of water and drank quietly. I knew he wasn't going to let this go. You make me feel like I'm going crazy. It's not just you. I lowered my voice. I'm crazy too. Crazy in love. Toll immediately choked on his water. I quickly handed him a tissue. I didn't know my confession could go down the wrong pipe. He wiped his mouth and stared at me with wide eyes. Why you? You're insane. If you do that again, I'll tell my mother. Oops. I grinned. Stop pretending to be surprised. You dreamed about me flirting with you, didn't you? Never. And I don't think anyone would joke like that. He threw the used tissue onto the plate. It wouldn't work even if you used it on a woman. Have you ever successfully flirted with anyone? That hurt. Being stabbed by a friend would have been less painful. I looked toward the waiter, who smiled sympathetically. I decided to stop bickering with Toll and ordered our food instead. Do you have any specials today? While waiting for the food, we continued talking. Toll kept steering the conversation back to his dreams. He watched me carefully, trying to catch every lie. It forced me to stay alert. No matter how badly he wanted answers, I couldn't tell him the truth about my time loops. Not yet. I've actually met someone like this before, I said. A patient came into the emergency room after fainting. He claimed he'd started dreaming about future events. I picked up the last slice of pizza and placed it on my plate. Toll raised an eyebrow. So what did you do? I referred him to a psychiatrist. In the end, it turned out he was under a lot of stress. I pretended to think for a moment. I'm not saying you're crazy, but would you be interested in seeing a psychiatrist? They might be able to help with your nightmares and insomnia. I'm perfectly fine. I'm not stressed. Toll was about to argue again. Then his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and answered immediately. What's wrong, Mai? The moment I heard her name, I sat up straight. Why was Mai calling him now? Didn't she know I was on a date with Toll? What? Toll's expression changed instantly. Where are you? I'll be there right away. He hung up and looked at me anxiously. Mai's in the emergency room. What? I was equally shocked. This had never happened before. I had never known Mai visited the emergency room while I wasn't on duty. What happened? Why is she in the ER? Her ex-boyfriend attacked her at the dorm. Toll clenched his fists. She came out with you today, so no one was there with her. Mai broke up with him almost a month ago, and he's been harassing her ever since. I froze. Is she badly hurt? I don't know. Can you take me there? Toll asked. He could probably see how shaken I was. In my memories. Over the next 2 days, Mai was always smiling brightly. She would happily accept flowers from Toll. There had never been any injuries on her face. The only explanation was that history had changed. Mai had been attacked because Toll came out with me. As soon as Singh saw me in the emergency room, he pointed at my face. I warned you not to come to work today. I'm not working. I protested immediately, pointing at Toll. I'm here as a patient's family member. So don't burn my research. I walked over to where Toll stood beside Mai's bed. The beautiful young woman lay there with swollen cheeks and bruises covering her body. She clung to Toll's sleeve and cried nonstop. How's the child? I asked. Bruised face, multiple contusions, Singh answered. Nothing's broken. I'll let her go home today. I've scheduled a forensic examination for tomorrow. He glanced at Toll. That's the boy with HOCM, right? Is he the patient's boyfriend? Not the patient's boyfriend. I pointed at myself. My boyfriend. Singh blinked. Apparently, he thought he had heard wrong. You mean, the patient is your girlfriend? I ignored him and walked away. Standing beside Toll, I smiled gently. How are you, Sister Mai? Mai turned to look at me. Her left cheek was swollen. Her eyes were red from crying. She glanced at me only briefly before turning away. It was obvious. She no longer liked me. I'm okay, doctor. Guilt filled my chest. If she had been hurt any worse, I would never have forgiven myself. Go home and get plenty of rest. My friend prescribed painkillers for you. And remember to apply cold compresses so the swelling goes down. Thank you. She still refused to look at me. My presence only made things more awkward. I'll leave you two alone. I'll go talk to the nurses. I walked over to the nearest computer station, close enough to overhear their conversation. You have to tell me who did this. This has to end. Toll's voice was unusually stern. How many more times are you going to let him beat you? Forget it. I really can't tell you. He's the son of someone powerful. I'm afraid you'll get hurt too. I don't care who he is. Tell me. My answered so quietly that I couldn't hear. I secretly glanced at Toll. He sighed. If you won't tell me, then do what we discussed before. We'll make everyone think you're my girlfriend. That bastard won't dare bother you again. What? But you don't like me that way. You still haven't found someone who can protect you. So I'll do it. Until you find someone else. Okay. Mai was silent for a long moment. Your reputation with women is already terrible. If people find out we dated only briefly, they'll gossip about you again. I don't care what people think. Let's do this. My eyes remained fixed on the computer screen. My hands trembled. I thought I understood everything after living through so many loops. But this was the first time I had learned the truth about Toll and Mai. I had always assumed they loved each other. Now I finally understood. Toll never loved Mai romantically. He only wanted to protect her from her abusive ex-boyfriend until someone else could. Maybe. That was why Mai had seemed so interested in me. She had hoped I would become that person. Even all those handsome men on her Facebook. Everything traced back to the same problem. Her ex-boyfriend. He was the reason Toll pretended to be her boyfriend. He was also the reason Toll eventually ran until he suffered a heart attack. Had I been trying to solve the wrong problem all along? Who exactly was Mai's ex-boyfriend? After waiting until Mai's father arrived, I drove Toll back to his dormitory. Toll remained unusually quiet during the drive. After glancing at him several times, I finally broke the silence. Is something wrong? I'm fine. What exactly is your relationship with Mai? You seemed really worried. He looked out the window. Mai and I have been friends since childhood. We went to different high schools, but we always kept in touch. He sighed. Because she's beautiful. She's always had problems with men. All I could do was watch from a distance. I became someone she could ask for advice. Then why don't you date her yourself? Because. He looked toward an expensive sports car driving past. I still don't know what love is. I stared at him. You've never had a girlfriend before? I have. I just chose beautiful women. I didn't know what else to look for in a partner. He glanced at his phone. I don't want Mai to end up like she did with her previous boyfriends. I'm not a good man. I lose interest in people very easily. Sometimes my girlfriends only stayed interesting for a short while. That sounded exactly like the cold-hearted male lead from a Korean drama. What are you interested in then? Movies, games, cars, and football. Are you interested in me? I asked without thinking. Toll looked at me helplessly. You're really not giving up, are you? Are you gay? If I can fall for you, then maybe. But before this, I'd only dated women. I was with my ex-girlfriend for many years. In the end, we broke up. I smiled bitterly. She said I acted like I belonged to the public. I spent too much time helping everyone else. She felt she wasn't important. So she left me. Toll looked at me quietly. People can't keep sacrificing themselves forever. I froze. Those were exactly the same words he had said to me in the previous timeline. Even he looked surprised. Déjà vu. He rubbed his eyes. Fine. I admit I'm sick. If I want to see a psychiatrist. When should I come? Can I come on the same day as my heart examination? I stared ahead at the brightly lit streets. You don't need a psychiatrist. He frowned. Why? Because you're not the abnormal one. The strange person is me. My hands tightened around the steering wheel. They were trembling again. Toll would probably become Mai's fake boyfriend even sooner now because she had already been attacked. Maybe, if I discovered who her ex-boyfriend was and drew him away from Toll, I could stop Toll from ever having that heart attack. But, could I really stop Toll from pretending to be Mai's boyfriend? Even if he didn't love her romantically, years of friendship could easily become something more. Mai was clearly someone incredibly important to him. There was every possibility they could eventually fall in love. Did I have to sacrifice everything again? What do you mean? Toll noticed my expression. Is something wrong? Nothing. I took a deep breath. I guess my body still hasn't fully recovered. I'm not surprised. You were discharged this morning, and you still insisted on going out. Are you really a doctor? Why don't you take care of yourself? He pointed toward the roadside. Pull over. I'll drive. It's okay. I can still manage. I tried desperately to calm myself. My heart felt as though it were breaking. I don't want you dying. Pull over. I'll drive. His mood had clearly turned sour. I had no choice but to park and switch seats with him. Toll slammed the driver's door shut. Then he adjusted the mirrors, moved the seat, and settled in with practiced ease. If you drive me home, how are you getting back? I asked. Without taking his eyes off the road, he answered calmly. You'll sleep at my place tonight. My eyes widened. But I didn't bring any clothes. You can wear the same pants. I'll lend you a shirt. He stepped on the accelerator. My back slammed against the seat. Brother, this wasn't your sports car. Suddenly, I wasn't sure whether letting Toll drive was actually safer than driving myself. Toll, easy, I said nervously. Come stay at my place. And answer my questions until I'm satisfied. If you try anything, I'll tell my mother. He looked at me from the corner of his eye. His face remained completely serious. I'll hold you to that. How? How could my sweet little Toll turn into such a devil? No, he had always been a devil. I was simply too blind to notice. I secretly looked at the young man beside me. Every time we met, he surprised me. He made my heart race. Just being around him made me want to paint again. I tried my best to stay calm. How could someone be both so adorable and so unbelievably cool at the same time? Chapter 17. Toll drove us to his house around 8 o'clock that evening. He parked my car in front of the house, turned off the engine, and got out. As soon as I stepped out of the car, he tossed my keys at me. It happened so quickly that I barely managed to catch them. I looked at the beautiful house I had visited not long ago. Toll led me through the front gate toward the entrance. The more we approached the door, the more nervous I became. The front door opened. Toll's mother stood there. Oh, Aunt Bang looked completely shocked. How did you get here? I raised my hands in a Y. After all, she was practically my mother too. Hello, Aunt Bang. She smiled warmly. You two came together? I was about to answer, but Toll spoke first. Tin isn't feeling well. Can he use the guest room tonight, Mom? The guest room? Aunt Bang frowned apologetically. The bathroom pipe burst today, and the air conditioner was removed for repairs. The technician won't come until tomorrow. She looked at me with concern. Come inside first, Tin. When were you discharged from the hospital? This morning, I replied. I wasn't able to visit you yesterday. I had to travel out of town and only just got back. I'm sorry. Aunt Bang gently patted my back as she led me inside. I heard Toll brought you a get-well gift. What did he buy for you? Yes. I smiled brightly. He brought me a huge basket of bird's nest. Aunt Bang laughed. I told him to buy some fruit. I guess choosing fruit was too troublesome for you, wasn't it, son? She teased Toll while he put his shoes away. Toll didn't answer. He seemed distracted. The guest room isn't usable. She thought for a moment. Then Tin can sleep in your room tonight. You didn't tell me in advance, so I couldn't ask the technician to hurry. I'll bring extra pillows and blankets. She hurried upstairs, leaving the two of us standing in silence. After a few moments, we slowly turned toward each other. We both started to speak at the same time. I stayed quiet and let him go first. Toll pointed at me. If anything happens, I'll tell Mom. I secretly smiled. Bringing me home had been his idea. He just hadn't realized we'd have to share a room. Who would have thought? I said. Toll slammed the shoe cabinet shut. You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep downstairs on the sofa. If you sleep downstairs, you won't be able to question me. I smiled. I think I'm the one holding all the cards. Don't you want to know what I really am? Toll's eyes widened again. He was clearly torn between discovering the truth and the possibility of being sexually harassed. I decided to reassure him. I'll sleep on the floor. You can have the bed as usual. Thank you for making me rest. If you had let me drive home, I probably would have ended up back in the emergency room as a patient. Toll gave me a strange look that I couldn't read. Then he led me upstairs. Follow me. Toll's bedroom was surprisingly spacious. There were quite a lot of things inside, but everything was neatly organized. Aunt Bang had probably cleaned it. Toll himself hardly ever stayed here. He set his bag on a chair before looking at the extra pillows and blankets his mother had left on the bed. My attention drifted to the picture frames lining the shelves. There were photographs of Toll wearing a football uniform, pictures with his teammates, and childhood photos. One picture showed him at around 4 or 5 years old. He had large, innocent eyes and a bowl haircut. Honestly, little Toll looked more like a little girl than a little boy. Tin. Toll called my name. I reluctantly looked away from the adorable childhood photo and toward the grown-up version standing before me. 20 years later, he had become an incredibly handsome man, yet he still retained that same sweetness from childhood. It made my heart soften. Is there something you want to tell me? Oh, I pointed toward the childhood picture. Is this really you? You were so cute. Then I looked him up and down. But you're even cuter now. Toll's hand tightened around the back of the chair. If I teased him anymore, that chair was definitely going to end up flying at my face. Can you stop joking around and tell me what's really going on? I shifted my gaze back to the team photograph. Toll's smile in that picture was so bright. It made me wonder, how devastated would he be if he learned he could never play football again? Have you ever watched someone die right in front of you? Toll looked at me. No, I'm not an emergency doctor like you. That's right, because I work in the emergency room. I've watched many people die. I smiled bitterly, but there was one patient whose death completely changed my life. It forced me to watch him die, over and over again. I kept telling myself, this has to stop. He must not die. Only then can I escape this endless loop. Images flooded my mind. Toll's face covered in blood, his body collapsing after I stopped him from writing. The defibrillator in my hands as I desperately tried to restart his heart. His heartbeat finally returning in the intensive care unit. Tears blurred my vision. The Toll standing in front of me now is healthy. There isn't the slightest sign that you'll die in a few days. I can't bear to watch you die ever again. Toll froze. His mouth opened slightly as though he wanted to speak, but no words came out. He lowered his eyes to the floor, then looked back at me. His face was filled with confusion. But I'm not dead. I rubbed my nose with the back of my hand and took a deep breath. I know you think I'm crazy. Even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe me. So there's only one thing you need to know. Everything I've done, I did because I wanted you to be safe. I never wanted anything bad to happen to you. I placed a hand over my chest. My voice trembled. Because I like you. I like you very much. If anything happens to you, my heart won't be able to take it anymore. Toll simply stared at me. He couldn't say a single word. I took 2 steps backward, trying to calm myself. What's wrong with you, Tin? You've been shamelessly flirting with him this whole time. You even planned to spend the night together. So why? Why was your heart falling apart now? Why did all the exhaustion, the disappointment, and the pain that had built up since the very first loop choose this moment to overflow? I should have endured it a little longer. I should have been stronger. I think I should go home. I pointed toward the door. I'm feeling much better now. Please say goodbye to your mother for me. I turned and walked toward the bedroom door. Then, a hand suddenly grabbed my wrist. I stopped. Slowly, I turned around. Toll was holding my wrist. His expression was tense. Don't drive. His voice was quiet. For a moment, it felt exactly like before. Back then, I had tried to stop Toll from driving. He hadn't listened. He died. Now, our roles had been reversed. He was the one stopping me. This time, I had to listen. Chapter 18. The tiny squeaking monster in the movie made me frown every time it appeared. I turned to look at Toll, who was sitting against the headboard beside me. He was completely absorbed in the movie. I couldn't help interrupting. Isn't there anything you want to ask me? Toll kept his eyes on the television. No. I looked at his calm expression. Aren't you shocked? Do you believe what I told you? Toll picked up the remote and lowered the volume. While we had been lying on the same bed, I had told him everything. From the first time I met him in the emergency room, until now. I'm shocked. And I believe you. Because what you told me matches what I've seen in my dreams. That was it. After hearing such an unbelievable story, he simply sat there watching a movie. Sometimes, this kid was incredibly difficult to understand. I thought you'd ask more questions. Fine. I'll ask one. Toll finally turned to look at me. Aren't you tired? I froze for a moment before smiling gently. No. As long as you survive. I'll come back as many times as I have to. Toll quietly turned back to the television. Then, why are you staying by my side like this? I smiled faintly. It's probably because of something that happened when we were children. Our families went to the beach together. You almost drowned. My father managed to save you in time. I don't remember much. But my dad told me that after you were discharged from the hospital, I held your hand in front of a Buddha statue and swore that I'd protect you from death. Until when? Toll frowned. When I didn't answer, he looked back at me. Until when? Forget it. He already knew this much. Until we get married. Toll's eyes widened. He rubbed his forehead. So, you really are gay. I probably like both men and women. I think I've known ever since then. But, I hate it. I laughed softly. The little squeaking monster appeared again on the television. I've never been attracted to another man before. I only dated women. Until I met you. That's why. You're someone very special to me. Toll sighed in relief. Then he hugged a body pillow. This is hard. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond. You don't have to. If it makes you uncomfortable, I won't bother you anymore. Just, please don't die. I only want to see you survive that night. Once you do, my duty will be over. Unless you end up dying for some other reason in the future. If that happens, I'll gladly come back and save you again. No matter how many times. I'll keep searching for the cause. And fixing it. Just like this time. Everything I said came straight from my heart. Toll quietly picked up the remote and turned off the television. His sharp eyes stared directly at me. Without blinking. Thank you. Huh. Thank you. Those two simple words made me smile. The exhaustion I'd been carrying instantly disappeared. Before I realized it, I reached out and gently patted his head. Toll instinctively shrank his neck as my fingers brushed through his soft brown hair. At least, he didn't slap my hand away. Go take a shower and get some sleep. You haven't slept properly for several nights. Okay. Toll hurried off the bed. I thought he was going downstairs to complain to Aunt Bang that I had harassed him. Instead, he simply picked up a towel, opened his wardrobe, grabbed a set of pajamas, and walked into the bathroom. I lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling. A strange warmth filled my heart. After finally telling him the truth, all the frustration I'd been carrying disappeared. Most importantly, he didn't look disgusted by me. That alone gave me hope. I closed my eyes and rested while listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom. When Toll came out, he was definitely going to smell amazing. I wanted to pat his head again. The expression he made when I touched him. It was unbelievably cute. My hand might accidentally drift to his cheeks, his neck, maybe even slip beneath his shirt, just to feel the warmth of his soft skin. I suddenly jolted awake. I immediately realized how dangerous those thoughts were. The fact that I was sharing a room with Toll really wasn't safe for him. I hurried off the bed. I spread the extra pillow and blanket Aunt Bang had prepared onto the floor and quickly lay down. Had it really been so long since I'd had a girlfriend that my desires had become this strong? I forced myself to stop thinking about Toll, then closed my eyes. No need to shower. I'd just pretend to be asleep. That night, while sleeping on the floor of Toll's room, I dreamed about my ex-girlfriend. Mai's beautiful face appeared in my dream. I was lying on the bed with a phone pressed against my ear, discussing an important matter with one of my senior doctors. Mai had just finished showering. She smelled wonderful. She lay down beside me, quietly playing with her phone while patiently waiting for me to finish. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 15, half an hour. I still hadn't hung up. Without saying a word, Mai reached over, took my phone from my hand, and ended the call. Mai, I turned toward her angrily. What are you doing? I didn't drive all this way just to listen to you talk to someone else. She looked furious. I was discussing something important. Very important. How important could it possibly be? Can it wait until tomorrow? I hesitated. I knew my answer would only make things worse. But I still answered honestly. He called me. How could I refuse? He needed help. So I helped him. There you go again. Mai shoved my chest. Her voice trembled. Playing the hero. Again. Why do I always have to wait? Tears rolled down her beautiful face. Every single time. You tell me to wait. I'm tired of waiting. You always think everyone else is more important than I am. Stop acting like you belong to the whole world. And start acting like my boyfriend. That night, we fought. And then, she broke up with me. I woke up with an aching back and sore hips. Sleeping on the hard floor was nothing like sleeping beside Toll. I slowly sat up. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows. Toll was already gone. At my feet lay a neatly folded towel, a white t-shirt, and a disposable toothbrush. I picked them up. A smile spread across my face. I could always change back into my own clothes before my afternoon shift. But, since Toll had lent me his shirt, I wanted to accept his kindness. Then I remembered. Only 2 days remained before Toll died. Tomorrow, would be the day he asked me to be his girlfriend. After showering and getting dressed, I walked downstairs. The sweet aroma of butter and vanilla filled the house. Following the scent, I found a tall stack of delicious pancakes on the dining table. Toll sat there in his university uniform, happily eating. I was about to greet him, when Uncle Oat's booming voice interrupted. "Dr. Tin, how are you?" He opened his arms and gave me a big hug. I hugged him back before quickly stepping away and giving him a why. "Hello, Uncle Oat. Come have some pancakes. Mom made a whole mountain of them. I don't think we'll finish them ourselves." He led me to the chair beside Toll. "Sit down. I'll make some coffee. Would you like some?" "I can help." "No need. I'm the only one who knows how to use this coffee machine. It cost hundreds of thousands. It's the same model used in famous cafes. I guarantee it'll taste amazing. You just enjoy breakfast with Toll. I'll bring your coffee over." "Why, yes." I sat beside Toll. He looked up. "Dad," he called toward the kitchen. "Make his coffee a double shot." "Got it," Uncle Oat answered before disappearing into the kitchen. I looked at Toll. My heart started beating faster. He remembered exactly how I liked my coffee, even though I had never ordered it during this timeline. Toll calmly picked up his phone and continued eating without looking at me. "Toll," I called softly. "Good morning." "Yeah," he answered briefly. Without saying another word, he slid the plate of pancakes closer to me. Toll always acted as though he didn't care about anyone, but he was actually incredibly thoughtful. Just like when he rushed to help Art after he choked on candy. When he chased after Mai's ex-boyfriend despite having heart disease. When he insisted I stay at his house because he was worried I'd crash my car. "Thank you for the shirt. I'll wash it properly before returning it." "You don't have to. You can keep it." He still wasn't looking at me. "It's just an old shirt that belonged to one of our retired servants." Ouch. There it was again. First he made my heart flutter. Then he ruined the mood. I was going to cry. After finishing breakfast and coffee, I said goodbye to Toll's parents and headed outside. Toll walked with me. Apparently, he really was escorting me to my car. He probably wanted to make sure I was fit to drive. "Thank you for letting me stay last night." I smiled. "Were you really resting?" Toll asked. "I saw you sleeping on the floor. I told you to sleep on the bed. I was going to sleep downstairs myself." "It's okay. Doctors can sleep anywhere. We're professionals." I opened the car door. "After classes today, are you going anywhere?" "I'm thinking about buying flowers." Toll looked toward the road. "I'm going to ask Mai to be my girlfriend." Everything around me froze. It was happening. A day earlier than before. As expected, my being assaulted had pushed Toll into making his decision sooner. "Why Mai? She needs someone to protect her. You saw what happened." Toll answered firmly. "I can't let her keep getting hurt by her ex." "No." I shook my head. "If that's your reason, then you shouldn't do it. You may not care about relationships, but I think you should be with someone you truly love. And Mai deserves the chance to meet someone who truly loves her too. Wouldn't that be better?" Toll fell silent. "About Mai's ex. We'll figure it out together." "Okay. You don't have to handle this by yourself. The result of trying to protect Mai alone is exactly what you saw in your dreams." Toll pressed his lips together. He looked conflicted. "Actually, you don't have to help. I'll just avoid running. And I won't overexert myself. Do you remember what happened before your accident?" I closed the car door and turned to face him. "Once you reached that area, I heard someone scream. The children nearby said you'd run into Mai's ex. Do you remember anything? Can you tell me?" "It's hard." Toll closed his eyes. His brows furrowed. "The dream isn't very clear. Everything comes in separate pieces. I remember running because I saw Mai being dragged into a car." He opened his eyes and shook his head. "Sometimes I see you chasing after us. Sometimes I don't." Dreams were always difficult to remember. I understood him completely. His memories came from fragmented dreams that combined multiple timelines. Mine were actual memories. "Can you remember his face?" It was too dark. It was probably nighttime. Toll suddenly seemed to remember something. Before that, a guy called me. He said he wanted to meet behind the faculty building. He claimed he was Mai's ex-boyfriend. Goosebumps spread across my body. Toll had never survived long enough to tell me this before. What did he want? He wanted me to break up with Mai. Suddenly, Toll pointed at me. "You said someone nearby told you I'd met Mai's ex." "Yes." "Then someone knows who he is. Do you remember what that person looked like?" His eyes lit up with hope. "It was a girl." I closed my eyes and searched my memories. It only happened during the last loop. She looked ordinary. I can't describe her well. But if I saw her again, I'd recognize her immediately. She's the person who can tell us who Mai's ex-boyfriend is. Toll looked at me expectantly. If you're free, can you help me find her? She might be a student in my faculty. Of course. I'll try. I looked at my watch. My shift starts at 4 o'clock. I need to go home first. I have to shower again and feed my cats. Then I'll come help you find that girl. I looked back up at Toll. If we solve Mai's problem together, you won't ask her to be your girlfriend anymore, right? Probably not. A wide smile spread across my face. Then, you can be my boyfriend instead. Toll stared at me in disbelief. Then he immediately opened the car door. Go. I burst into laughter as I climbed into the driver's seat. I'll see you at the faculty. Without another word, Toll turned and hurried back into the house. I closed the car door, looking at my own reflection in the mirror. I couldn't stop smiling. Coming back this time had been worth it. On my checklist, I had finally reached item number 5, Mai's ex-boyfriend. If I could solve number 5, then I could move on to number 6, the goal I wanted most of all. Back at my condominium, I fed my neglected cats, who were clearly upset that I'd been disappearing so often lately. Then I opened my wardrobe to change into something more comfortable. I took off the white t-shirt Toll had lent me and was about to toss it onto the bed. Then I noticed something. There was an embroidered brand label sewn inside the collar. It was an expensive designer brand. I stared at it. So, this was the old servant's shirt. What kind of servants did his family have? I hugged the shirt tightly and laughed to myself. What an adorable idiot. He had lied, so I wouldn't feel awkward about accepting it. Just you wait. If I catch you fooling me like this again, I'll go tell your mother immediately. Chapter 19. I spent almost an hour wandering around the business administration building, searching for the girl who might know what Mai's ex-boyfriend looked like. Before coming here, I had searched through Mai's Facebook page, hoping to find a suspicious man. As expected, there wasn't a single photo of her with her ex-boyfriend. Almost every picture on her profile was a beautiful solo photo of herself. It wasn't easy to identify someone I'd only seen for a few seconds. Eventually, I sat down on the same bench where Art would choke on a piece of candy tomorrow. This was probably the time everyone was still in class. If I waited until lunch, maybe I'd see her walking around. About half an hour later, students finally began pouring out of the buildings, chatting loudly as they headed toward the cafeteria. I looked at my watch. Exactly 12 o'clock. Did you find her? A familiar voice spoke from behind me. I jumped in surprise and turned around. Toll stood there, looking at me. Why didn't you say something first? I rubbed my chest dramatically. You almost gave me a heart attack. I still haven't found her. This is harder than I expected. Even if I do find her, I'm not sure I'll recognize her face. The easiest solution would be to ask Mai directly. Toll folded his arms. I tried. I'll keep looking for answers too. I watched the stream of students heading toward the cafeteria. Are you going to eat? Take me with you. Maybe we'll find her there. I spoke eagerly. Toll hesitated. I don't really like eating there. But I can take you. The food isn't good. No. He fell silent for a moment. I usually run into my ex-girlfriends there. I burst into laughter. So the famous Toll is afraid of meeting his exes? Why? Nothing's going to happen. It's just... He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Aren't you coming? I'm coming. Toll nodded and started walking. I followed behind him, smiling like an idiot while staring at his back. He led me to the cafeteria beneath the faculty building. More than half the tables were already occupied. I spotted an empty one and nudged him. Over there. Ouch. My arm accidentally knocked into the folder a young woman was carrying. The papers scattered across the floor. I'm so sorry. I hurriedly crouched down to help. It's okay. The long-haired girl knelt beside me, calmly gathering the papers. Every now and then, I caught her glancing at me. Once we'd finished collecting everything, we both stood. I'm really sorry. I bowed slightly in apology. She nodded politely. She was quite cute. If this had happened in the past, I probably would have asked for her Facebook. But I glanced toward Toll. He was standing there expressionlessly. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, so I wisely kept my mouth shut. As we walked away, Toll spoke. Her name is Nampa. She's a second-year student. She won the faculty beauty contest. Good taste. Hey, I didn't mean anything. I was just apologizing. Don't be jealous. Toll sighed. Apparently, he didn't feel like joking. He simply kept walking. We found a table near the chicken rice stall, where a long line of students had already formed. I stretched my neck left and right, scanning every woman's face. You stay here and save the table. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it. Toll looked at me. No, I'll go myself. I can keep looking while I'm walking. You sit down. I pressed him onto the chair. He sat reluctantly. What do you want? Extra large fried chicken with rice. Got it. Before leaving, I couldn't resist making another joke. I'll be chicken rice. Toll stared at me blankly. What? Haven't you heard that song? It was sung by P. James. It used to be really popular. Toll blinked. He clearly had no idea what I was talking about. Never mind. I'll be back. I walked away, scratching my head. Embarrassing. A joke that wasn't funny. Was just painful. I queued at the chicken rice stall behind two students while continuing to scan the crowd. After staring at countless faces, my eyes started to ache. Finding that girl really was like winning the lottery. I returned with 2 extra large plates of fried chicken and rice. Toll put down his phone and accepted one. Thank you. I'll pay you back. No need. My treat. I sat across from him. I couldn't find her. Did you manage to talk to Mai? Toll shook his head. I tried. She still won't tell me. She filed a police report. But I still don't think she's safe. That's good. Let the police handle it. But Mai said her ex is the son of someone influential. I'm not sure that'll be enough. He sighed. Mai needs someone to protect her. You still want to ask her to be your girlfriend, don't you? The words slipped out before I could stop them. Toll looked at me. That's what I wanted from the beginning. If you don't object. His voice was unusually cold. You keep saying asking Mai to be my girlfriend is pointless. But actually, you're only saying that because you want to chance yourself. Well, he wasn't wrong. Think about your future. That man won't stop. Even if you survive the next 2 days. Who's to say you'll survive after that? If you die again, I'll have to come back. Again. And again. I'll spend loop after loop searching for the cause. More than 10 times if I have to. It's not easy. Toll fell silent. He looked upset. But he couldn't argue. So, what do I have to do? To stop you from coming back? As far as I know, there are 2 possibilities. The first, you keep living. If you stay alive, I'll stop rewinding time. The second, I'm not completely sure. But if what I was told as a child is true, then we have to get married. I pointed back and forth between us. You and me. I like you, so I can marry you. But you probably don't want that. So let's forget option 2. If you don't want me interfering with your life anymore, then all you have to do is stay alive. Avoid every unnecessary risk. Understand? Toll quietly scooped another bite of chicken and rice into his mouth. He didn't answer. Just by looking at him, I knew he was arguing with me inside his head. I could only hope that one day he'd understand my feelings. My search for Mai's ex-boyfriend ended in failure. It was time to return to reality. Back to the emergency room. Back to being Dr. Tin. Fortunately, I was healthy again. Toll had become an unexpected source of encouragement. Even though he always looked grumpy whenever I begged him not to date Mai. Before heading back to class, he'd still said, "Don't overwork yourself. If you faint again, you don't have to wake up again." It was difficult to tell whether he was worried about me or cursing me. Either way, he didn't want me collapsing again. So you do care. How kind of you. Get ready, my dear friend. Singh suddenly wrapped an arm around my shoulders as I stepped out of the changing room. We've got 2 victims from a traffic accident coming in. Severe head injuries. You hear me, Dr. Tin? Yeah. I already knew exactly what today's shift would be like. I also knew one of those patients wouldn't survive. The other would be rushed into emergency surgery to relieve intracranial pressure. Anything else? The rest are under control. One's waiting for admission. One's waiting for surgery. And another's about to be discharged. As expected of the future professor, Singh cleared patients frighteningly fast. Then he leaned closer and whispered, "Can I take Known Pin out for snacks today?" I remembered this conversation. I gave him the exact same answer as in the previous loop. "Why are you asking me? Go bother Gap instead." Singh waved goodbye and headed toward the cafeteria. I watched him leave and shook my head. What a competitive psychopath. Even when it came to women, he loved stealing someone else's target. I had never understood what went on inside his head. Maybe he simply enjoyed winning. I actually felt sorry for Gap. He had become another one of Singh's toys. I understood exactly how Gap felt. After all, I'd once been toyed with by that four-eyed psychopath too. I joined the rest of today's team. 2 externs. And known cool. Let's prepare for a severe head injury case. I reviewed the trauma protocol with everyone. Then, the war began. I ran nonstop around the emergency room until I completely lost track of time. I remembered this shift well. This was the one where a patient would cough up a mouthful of blood all over my face during intubation. This time, I wore goggles and a plastic apron before it happened. Everyone said I was incredibly lucky, as if I'd somehow known in advance. I wanted to laugh. Of course I knew. Why would I willingly get drenched in blood a second time? When I finally looked at the clock again, it was already after 3 o'clock. The chaos had finally settled. Only 2 patients remained. I smiled proudly. Dinner time. As I walked toward the staff dining room, my phone rang. The moment I saw the caller's name, I smiled. "What's up?" I asked one of my juniors. Toll got straight to the point. He thinks my ex-boyfriend is probably a 4th-year engineering student named Base. I'm not completely sure, but someone said they'd seen him walking with my before. Send me his Facebook profile. I'll take a look. I want to see what kind of engineer thinks he's above the law. I'll send it. If it really is him, what are you going to do? Give me some time to study the target. If we understand him first, we might find a way to scare him. I turned toward the residence room for privacy. But honestly, we may not need to do anything. We just have to wait until the night after tomorrow. He's supposed to call you out to meet him then, right? I'll come with you. Toll answered calmly. He wanted me to break up with Mai. If I'm not pretending to be her boyfriend, he probably won't contact me. I froze. Right. I hadn't considered that. If Toll never became Mai's fake boyfriend, her ex would have no reason to confront him, which was exactly what I wanted. But Toll wouldn't stop worrying about Mai. We can think of another solution after that night. But that would have been my only chance to confront him directly. I'll think about it again. If I come up with something, I'll call you. I reached for the residence room door. Don't think too long, Tin. We're running out of time. I know. I'll figure something out tonight. I rubbed my forehead. And you? Don't stay up too late. Take your medicine. Take care of yourself. Okay. Toll replied briefly, then hung up. I walked into the staff pantry. Tired of hospital food, I grabbed a cup of spicy tom yum instant noodles from the shelf. Just as I reached for it, the changing room door slammed shut. I turned in surprise. I hadn't come into this room during the previous loop, so I had no idea what was happening. Are you serious? Gap's angry voice echoed through the room. Hell yes. Singh answered immediately. I straightened up. Why do you always steal what belongs to someone else? If you're saying that, it wasn't yours in the first place. My ears practically perked up. Today, Gap and Singh were fighting over known Pin. I had never known. You have no right to stop me from flirting with Pin. She's not your girlfriend. Let her decide who she wants. But I liked her first. Gap shouted. It doesn't matter who came first. This bastard. He'd said exactly the same thing when he stole the nurse I'd been flirting with years ago. Another loud bang echoed through the room. The dressing room door flew open. Gap stormed out with an expression full of fury. The moment he saw me standing there with a cup of instant noodles, he froze. I gave him an awkward smile. Poor Gap. Unable to meet my eyes, he hurried away. A moment later, Singh walked out with both hands in his pockets. He watched Gap leave with an infuriatingly satisfied smile. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I just happened to hear. I looked at him. You still haven't quit that habit? What habit? Singh raised an eyebrow. Stealing other people's crushes. I peeled open the lid of my noodles. I think that's enough. I actually feel bad for him. Known Pin seems to like Gap too. I don't. Singh smiled sweetly. Because my target isn't Known Pin. Then he walked away as coolly as ever, leaving me standing there beside the kettle of boiling water. I blinked, trying to process what he'd just said. Then I cursed under my breath. You're in danger. Chapter 20. I spent my last attempt searching through Facebook for that engineering student. Time slipped by until it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. The more I searched, the more I realized there was no better solution than letting Toll ask Mai to be his girlfriend. Once she became his girlfriend, her ex would come looking for him. That would make everything much easier. I closed my laptop with a sigh. I'd been trying so hard because I wanted Toll to become mine, even though I knew being my boyfriend wasn't the real solution. I sighed in frustration, trying to overcome my own selfishness. Then I picked up my phone and sent Toll a message. I give up. Go ask Mai to be your girlfriend tomorrow. I couldn't stop Toll from becoming her boyfriend. So all I could do now was make sure he survived the night he met her ex. A group of boys suddenly cheered loudly beneath the faculty building. Excited whispers spread through the crowd. He asked her to be his girlfriend. Who's that girl? She's the art faculty cheerleader. I watched Toll and Mai for a moment before walking over to a boy who was quietly reading a book while eating candy. Art. He probably didn't know who I was, though he might have dreamed about me once or twice. Art lifted another piece of candy toward his mouth. No, I shouted immediately. Art froze and looked up at me. I sighed in relief. The candy hadn't gone into his mouth yet. I was just about to distract him with conversation when hurried footsteps approached from behind. I turned. Toll walked straight toward us and stopped in front of Art. Without saying a word, he grabbed the bag of candy and threw it straight into the trash. Thunk. Art and I both stared at him in shock. In the distance, Mai stood there holding a bouquet of flowers, looking utterly confused. What the hell, Toll? Art looked up at him. Toll was breathing heavily, looking as though he'd sprinted all the way here. Don't eat it. He pointed at the trash can. It'll get stuck in your throat. I suddenly realized I'd found someone who solved problems even more dramatically than I did. Toll. I couldn't stop laughing. At least I wasn't the only weirdo anymore. Thank you, Toll, for joining my club. Art looked back and forth between us with a terrified expression. Still laughing, I pushed Toll's shoulder. That wasn't exactly smooth. I whispered. I thought you were going to help him. You were staring at Mai instead of stopping him. So I couldn't just stand there. Toll answered irritably. I was going to talk to him. Throwing away his candy was a bit much. I patted Toll's back. So, did asking Mai go smoothly? Yeah. She's okay with me helping her. Toll turned toward Mai, who was still waiting with the flowers. Okay. I didn't know why, but my chest suddenly felt empty. I already knew Toll and I weren't in love with each other. Still, watching him stand beside Mai felt like something precious was being pulled away. We need to talk about tomorrow night. Should we tell Mai everything? So she'll be careful? I asked. I think we should let things happen naturally. You just need to keep an eye on her. I smiled faintly. My shift starts at 4. You can stay with her until then. Toll looked at me quietly. Do you regret it? I raised an eyebrow. Regret what? Forget it. He turned around and walked back to his girlfriend. I tried to understand what he'd meant. Then I saw Toll and Mai standing together. The tightness in my chest slowly grew. Only then did I understand. He'd been asking whether I regretted letting Mai become his girlfriend. The answer was yes, but something bothered me even more. Why had he asked me that? I sighed as I opened my PowerPoint presentation. Just seeing the title made me want to throw up. One of the worst parts of looping was having to repeat the same work over and over. It was like finishing an important file, only for the electricity to go out before you could save it. I started working with absolutely no enthusiasm. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I wanted to finish my presentation before my evening shift, so I'd have more time to sleep afterward. As I worked, I kept glancing at my phone. I wanted to talk to Toll about tomorrow night. Just then, the residence room door opened. Dr. Singh walked in. What the heck? You stole my computer. It's not yours. It's the hospital's. I was looking for a cafe on Facebook. I want somewhere to relax with Nong Pin. Singh dragged over a chair and sat beside me. Got any recommendations? I looked at him. There was something I'd wanted to ask for a long time. Singh, what did you mean when you said your target isn't Nong Pin? He smiled brightly. Nong Pin is only part of it. My real target is making Gap suffer. It's fun. I gasped. What the hell did Gap ever do to you? Nothing. Singh rested his chin on his hands. But you should see the way he looks at me. His eyes are full of hatred and tears. I just want to squeeze them even harder. He slowly clenched his fist. Unlike you, when you fought me over Nong Tao, you weren't nearly as entertaining. I seriously don't understand you. What exactly do you want? I tried to suppress the urge to punch him. Instead, I grabbed his collar. Stop this. Leave Gap and Pin alone. Singh merely raised his eyebrows. Yeah. His smile made it obvious he wasn't sorry at all. I released him and turned back to my slides. I couldn't waste time getting involved in other people's problems. Right now, Toll's situation mattered most. I still hadn't found a cafe. I'll just ask Nong Pin later. Singh stood up and wandered out. I shook my head. I had to focus. The sooner I finished, the more time I'd have to deal with Toll's problem. I couldn't afford another careless mistake. This loop had to be the last. Toll must not die. My phone vibrated. The screen lit up. The sender's name made me grab it immediately. 10. Toll had sent several photos. They showed a sheet of paper covered in thick red handwriting. Break up with her, or you're screwed. I immediately replied. I remembered one of the previous loops when Toll mistook me for my ex. He'd mentioned receiving threatening letters. So this was what he'd been talking about. Where did you find it? It was on the floor outside my dorm room. I'm worried about you. Did anyone see who left it there? I'm asking around the dorm. Try checking the security cameras. Maybe they'll catch whoever did it. Okay. Do you remember checking the CCTV in the previous loops? I've never dreamed about it. So probably not. I let out a relieved sigh. Finally, something that could actually be fixed. I wanted to abandon my work and rush over to help Toll, but I couldn't be selfish. This had to be the final loop. Everything had to move forward. If I neglected my responsibilities now, it could affect my academic evaluation in the future. Then try checking. Tell me immediately if you learn anything. If we identified Mizex today, we could stop tomorrow night's incident before it happened. I forced myself to concentrate on my work again. My thoughts kept drifting back to Toll. I'd come this far. I didn't want to keep repeating these loops forever. I didn't know how much longer my mind could survive. If I had to start over again, I might really lose my sanity. How the hell did you do that? You dodged every question like you already knew what Professor Mom was going to ask. Sing threw an arm around my shoulders as we walked out of the conference room. No one ever survives Professor Mom. Everybody dies. But your corpse was the prettiest. I pushed his arm away. Get lost, you pervert. I'm a handsome pervert. Oh, and don't forget your promise. I swapped shifts with you. You owe me 2 honeymoon seat movie tickets. I'll give them to you tomorrow. I had used the same strategy as before, switching afternoon shifts with Sing, buying 2 movie tickets, spending the entire dangerous night with Toll. This time, I wouldn't leave his side until we saw tomorrow's sunrise. Sing studied my face. Why do you look like that? Did someone break your heart? Don't mess with me. I'm stressed. I grabbed my black stethoscope and hung it around my neck. Go. You still have to come back for my shift. So obedient. Must be because you're going on a date. Sing smirked. It's okay. You've helped me plenty. Let me help you too. He patted my shoulder before walking away. I watched his back. Just let me escape this loop first. Then I'll come back and deal with you. I felt sorry for both Known Pin and Gap. They were nothing more than Sing's toys. As I stepped into the emergency room, I noticed Gap hiding behind one of the pillars until Sing disappeared. Only then did he approach me with a patient's chart. Apparently, I'd only just noticed his strange behavior in this loop. Dr. Tin, can I consult you? What's up? He handed me the chart. He was probably relieved today's shift was with me instead of Sing. 35-year-old female. She has SLE. She suddenly developed slurred speech. I'm thinking it could be an SLE flare. But I'm not sure whether we should order a CT scan. If you suspect a stroke, order the CT. Also send blood tests. And check for active SLE. Just like in the previous loop. Gap nodded immediately. Okay. Then hurried away. Today's cases were so familiar that I almost remembered every patient's name the moment I saw their face. Because I'd lived through them countless times. Everything flowed smoothly. I cleared patients quickly and accurately. Everyone complimented me. But I wasn't doing it for praise. I simply wanted to leave work on time, so I could meet Toll before tonight. As soon as the clock struck 4, I handed my shift over to Sing. Okay, you can go. I'll handle everything from here. Have fun with your girl. He patted my shoulder before walking toward the newest patient. I turned around and noticed Gap quietly moving farther away from Sing. Hang in there, Gap. If Toll survives tonight, I'll come back and deal with Sing for you. I returned to the residence room, changed into a t-shirt and shorts, then hurried out of the emergency department. Chapter 21. I tried so hard to find the person who had delivered the letter, but it wasn't him. Dolphin looked at the clip from the CCTV footage on his phone. This guy, he's my junior. He said someone asked whether he lived in the same dormitory as me. When he said yes, that person handed him a letter and asked him to deliver it to me. He didn't know what to do, so he left it in front of my room. Can that guy remember the face of the person who gave him the letter? I picked up Toll's phone and looked carefully at the video. I saw the junior walking toward the door of Toll's room. He knocked awkwardly for a few seconds before placing the letter on the ground. He said he remembered, So I showed him a picture of that engineering student. He said it wasn't him. Toll raised a hand and rubbed his face. Oh, I have a headache. Can you tell me the order of everything that happened tonight? As much as you can remember. Toll and I sat in confusion in my condominium room. It was now 5:30, and there were only a few hours left before Toll had to meet my ex-boyfriend. This time, I remember going out to eat with my basketball team. Or maybe I went out to eat and watch a movie with you. Toll frowned as he thought hard. Around 9 o'clock, my ex called me and told me to meet him at the basketball court behind the school building. And what happened after that? Tell me every detail you can remember so we can make a proper plan. I listened attentively to Toll's answer. My heart pounded as if someone were beating a drum inside my chest. When I arrived, it was very dark. Toll closed his eyes, trying to recall the memories from his dream. I'm not sure what I said to her ex. The conversation was probably something like, I refused to break up with my. And did my stay with you? Yes. Toll opened his eyes and looked at me. I hadn't finished talking with her ex when I was dragged away. Then another person came and blocked me. Another person? I shouted in surprise. I had never imagined another person was involved in this incident. It seems so. Toll took a deep breath. The next thing I heard was my screaming. She sounded shocked by something. I'm not sure what it was. When I was taken into the car, I tried to help, but that bastard blocked me. I had to fight him, then run as fast as I could in the other direction. After that, everything became blurry. I only remember feeling that I had to get on a motorcycle to chase the car that was taking my away. Toll pointed at me. I dreamed that I saw you running to stop me once, but after that I saw nothing, because I was already in a coma. I lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. What if I ask you not to go meet my ex-boyfriend? Huh. Toll's attention shifted as Zebra jumped onto the bed. You have a cat. Meow. Zebra answered in his husky voice, as if saying, That's right, human. Toll stared at Zebra with a cautious expression. It reminded me of a strange cat wandering into another cat's territory, making the local cat puff up its tail. Yeah, I forgot to tell you. Are you afraid of cats? Not really. He slowly lowered both feet to the floor. When I was a kid, I got bitten by a cat. The injections around the wound hurt so much. The more I got to know him, the more I realized how adorable Toll really was. Beneath his strong personality, he was just a simple, straightforward guy. He acted stubborn, but he had a kind heart. He tried not to show any weakness, but sometimes he couldn't hide it. I really like people like him. What a cute boy. But what did you just ask? I turned back to him. I said, if I ask you not to meet my ex, would you listen? I searched his face for an answer. You don't have to think about it so much. You don't have to risk your life. No. Toll answered immediately. I don't know what will happen to Mai. I can't leave her with that person. His answer made me remember something. When Toll was in the CCU, I never saw Mai visit him even once. That made me wonder. Why hadn't Mai come? Your boyfriend was in critical condition. Were you really his girlfriend? Maybe something had really happened to Mai. The thought made my hands tremble. Perhaps my mission wasn't only to save Toll's life. It was also to save Mai. If I tied Toll up and locked him in my room tonight, he probably wouldn't die. This nightmare would finally end. But then I might hear the news that a beautiful university student had disappeared. Toll would spend the rest of his life hating me for stopping him from helping his childhood friend. Even though he knew what would happen to her. That ending wasn't a happy ending at all. Ugh, what should I do? I grabbed my hair with both hands and let out a frustrated roar. Silence filled the room. Finally, Toll spoke. Let me do this. I'll meet her ex as usual, at the same time in the same place. But this time, I'll find a way to turn on the lights around that area. Then you hide nearby and secretly record everything. Make sure you get a clear shot of that guy's face. I'll negotiate with them and ask them to let Mai go. I'll promise to break up with her or whatever they want. Then we can upload the video to social media to embarrass them. It'll also be evidence in case anything happens in the future. I sat upright, hope growing inside my chest. That's a good plan. So, we have an agreement. I promise I won't overdo it. But if something unexpected happens and force or running becomes necessary, I might need your help. Toll placed a hand over his chest. I won't die again. I moved closer and held out my hand. You promise? Toll looked down before reaching out and shaking my hand. Yes. Toll and I stood beside the basketball court with every light turned on. We had arrived at 7 o'clock to make the area as bright as possible. After checking the lights, Toll pointed around the court. This is where I talked to Mai's ex. He stood beneath the basketball hoop and pointed to the right. Mai will be standing around here. Then her ex will drag her away. Another guy will come from that corner to block me. I fought him here. He pointed again. Then I ran through the park beside the building. I nodded. I'll hide behind that pillar. It's a blind spot, so nobody will notice me. I walked behind the large pillar hidden in the shadows. Then I'll move over here a little so I can get a clearer shot of Mai's ex. Toll stepped closer to the center of the court. How's this angle? I opened my phone's camera and tested the view. It's perfect. Good. Toll checked his watch. I'm going somewhere else until I get the call. Stay here, okay? Okay. Toll was about to leave the court when I hurried over and grabbed his arm. He stopped and turned around. Don't forget your promise. No matter what happens, don't fight. Don't run. I'll handle everything. Got it. That was the part of the plan that worried me the most. Toll nodded. I promise. He quickly walked away, leaving me alone. Every second passed painfully slowly. I hid behind the pillar, clutching my phone. My heart pounded so loudly it felt as though it might burst out of my chest. I kept telling myself, Toll, and I had prepared well. Nothing could go wrong. The sound of approaching footsteps pulled me back to reality. I pressed myself against the pillar and carefully peeked around the corner. Then I saw two people entering the basketball court. One was Nong Mai, still wearing her university uniform. The other was a man I had never seen before. He was about the same height and build as me. If he refuses to break up with you, I'll make him be the one who dumps you. The man named Hart grabbed Mai's wrist and yanked her forward. Seeing that made me so angry that I wanted to jump out and punch him in the face. But if I did, our entire plan would fall apart. I started recording and tried to keep my phone hidden. Mai cried out in pain. When will Toll get here? Hart shouted angrily. Call him again. Then I heard another name. Base. So the engineering student wasn't Mai's ex-boyfriend after all. He was Hart's accomplice. I searched the area with my camera. There he was. Base stood quietly in the corner of the court, holding his phone. Mai. Hart laughed. If Toll breaks up with you, then you'll be my girlfriend again. It's simple. But if he refuses, I can't guarantee what will happen. Mai struggled to pull her hand free. At that moment, Toll's voice echoed across the court. Let her go. Hope immediately filled Mai's face as Toll walked into the light. He looked calm and confident. Hart still gripped Mai's wrist tightly. So this is Toll. You like a guy who looks like this? Hearing those words made my blood boil. What the hell do you want? Toll asked calmly. Hart laughed. It's okay. I don't mind. I'm in a good mood. Tell Mai you're breaking up with her. Then I'll take her home. Toll answered immediately. Fine. I can break up with her. But you have to let her go first. Let Mai go. Hart and the others looked confused. Especially Mai. She can go with you tonight. Hell no. Hart turned and tried to drag Mai away. So you two are broken up now. If I ever see you hanging around Mai again, I'll assume you're touching what's mine. Hart forced Mai to follow him. Toll stepped forward to stop them, but Base moved in and blocked his path. Toll wanted to shove him aside. Then he remembered his promise. Instead, he looked toward my hiding place. His eyes begged me for help. At that exact moment, Mai screamed. Without thinking about my own safety, I shoved my phone into my pocket and sprinted out from behind the pillar. I leaped onto Hart, wrapping my arms around his neck. The sudden attack caught him off guard, allowing Mai to break free. I saw Base charging toward me. Toll, get Mai out of here, I shouted. Hart slammed a heavy punch into my stomach. Mai screamed again. Only then did I understand why she had screamed. A silver flash gleamed in Hart's left hand. It was a folding knife. He must have used it to threaten Mai into following him to the car during the previous loop. Back then, Toll hadn't noticed because the court had been dark. Now, the bright lights reflected off the blade. A split second later, the reflection disappeared, because the knife had buried itself in my left chest. The next thing I felt was as though I were drowning. I gasped desperately for air as agonizing pain spread through my chest. I heard Mai and Toll shouting my name together. I looked at Hart. Shock flashed across his face for just a moment. Then he turned and ran away. I lowered my eyes to the folding knife protruding from my chest. My knees gave out beneath me. Strong hands caught me before I hit the ground. Phi Thin. Toll's voice was the last thing I heard. Before everything went dark. Chapter 22. Everything happened so quickly. Too quickly for me to stop it in time. The knife, along with Mai's ex-boyfriend's hand, had already disappeared into Phi Thin's chest. My heart seemed to stop at that very moment. Phi Thin. The cry escaped from my dry throat. The next thing I saw was his tall figure, which had stood so firmly only a moment before, collapsing to the ground in front of me. Without thinking, I rushed forward and caught him before he hit the ground. The eyes that had always looked at me so gently were slowly losing focus. I shook the person in my arms, desperately hoping for a response. "Wake up, you bastard." I ran to the edge of the court, screaming curses after Hart and Bass as they fled toward their car. I carefully laid Phi Thin on the ground. Blood was pouring from the wound in his chest. He was still breathing, fast and shallow. What should I do? What should I do? My eyes darted frantically between Phi Thin's face and the knife buried in his chest. I quickly pulled out her phone. "Call an ambulance." There had to be something we could do first. My trembling hand reached toward the handle of the folding knife. I remembered hearing that we should never pull it out. We should leave it until the doctors treated him, right? I bent down and pressed my ear against Phi Thin's chest, hoping to hear his heartbeat. I heard nothing. "Phi Thin, wake up." I gently patted his cheek. It felt as though someone had stabbed my own heart with another knife. "Don't do this. Wake up and tell me what to do. If a patient like this comes into the emergency room, what should I do?" "Yes, we're at the basketball court." I held the phone to her ear as she knelt beside Phi Thin. "I don't think he's conscious." "Yes." "Okay. CPR." I looked at me. "Yes." She placed the phone on the ground beside her. "Don't hang up. Do exactly as I tell you." A calm male voice came from the speaker. "Give chest compressions in the center of the chest, between the nipples. Push about 2 inches deep. The rate should be about 100 compressions per minute. I'll count the rhythm for you. Keep compressing. Don't hang up until the ambulance arrives. As for the knife, leave it where it is. Do not pull it out." The calm voice on the phone helped steady my racing mind. "I'll do it." I quickly placed both hands on Phi Thin's chest. I immediately slapped my hands away. "You can't do it." "I'll do it." She placed both hands in the center of his chest and began pressing down rhythmically. I learned first aid. I can do this. I could only stand there helplessly, looking between my and Phi Thin. I hated myself for being so useless. I stared at Phi Thin's peaceful face. It looked as though he were simply sleeping. My vision blurred with tears. The knife. It wasn't even that big. "Don't die. Aren't you a doctor?" "How can a doctor die?" There was nothing I could do except keep talking, hoping that somehow an unconscious person could still hear me. After about 3 minutes, I began to tire. Fortunately, another man came running over to take over the chest compressions. He was probably a student who had been sitting beneath the building reading a book. I had no idea how much time passed after that. I lost count of how many times I cursed Phi Thin and begged him to open his eyes. When I finally heard the distant siren of the ambulance, hope returned to my heart. Doctors and nurses were people who sacrificed themselves every single day. No matter what happened, they continued fighting for their patients. Phi Thin wasn't the only patient rushed into the emergency room. Many others were already waiting for treatment. The nurses continued triaging patients without pause. Time passed. Doctors rushed in and out of the emergency room. Their expressions were grim. Some quietly wiped away tears before returning to work. I wanted to check on Phi Thin. I wanted to know how he was doing. He wouldn't die so easily, right? He was tall. His skin was probably thick. The folding knife was only a few inches long. It couldn't possibly have reached his heart, could it? I couldn't sit still. I paced endlessly in front of the emergency room until the other patients' families began staring at me. Then, the emergency room door opened. A short doctor walked out. His eyes were red. He wore the same blue uniform Phi Thin always wore while working. He had been one of the doctors who picked Phi Thin up from the scene. The doctor walked past me, embraced one of the nurses, and burst into tears. "They've already taken him to the operating room." The nurse looked toward the ceiling. Tears streamed silently down her face. The knife. It pierced the right ventricle. Blood has filled the pericardium. Dr. Gap collapsed into despair, sobbing uncontrollably. I rushed over to him. The knife went into his heart. "Doctor, how is Phi Thin?" Dr. Gap looked at me. "Please pray for him." "I'll be praying too." He wiped away his tears. "Just wait for a miracle." What I heard made both my knees give way. I collapsed onto a nearby bench. Covering my face with both hands, I screamed. Ma hurried over and sat beside me. She wrapped her arms around my shoulders. She was crying too. Dr. Thin passed away in the operating room at 2:30 in the morning. Those were the words I heard after hours of waiting outside the operating room. Only then did I realize miracles didn't really exist. Today's weather was beautiful. The bright blue sky stood in complete contrast to the darkness inside my heart. Everything felt empty, as though my entire world had gone dark. I stared into the distance outside the hospital building. Memory after memory of Phi Thin filled my mind. I admitted, our meeting had never been ordinary. The first time I saw him, I already knew. He was the man from my nightmares. He was someone who always appeared at the strangest moments. He was the person who made me realize that our meeting had never been a coincidence. He told the worst jokes I had ever heard. And he looked at me with the warmest eyes anyone had ever given me. Your efforts succeeded. I lived to see the sunrise. But it cost you your life. This isn't right. Is there any way? I can save you. The same way you tried to save me? He once told me, after he died, I would be able to travel back in time. I would wake up in the last place where I had fallen asleep. The question was, could I really do that? A small spark of hope appeared. I would go home. I would sleep. Then I would find out whether I would wake up on the day Phi Thin came to stay in my room. After giving my statement to the police and handing over the video evidence, I drove home. I walked past my parents, who were sitting in the living room. My mother looked up as I headed toward the stairs. Toll. Her voice trembled. You heard about Dr. Thin? I slowly nodded without turning around. I heard my mother sigh. Poor doctor. He was still so young. He had such a long future ahead of him. My father spoke sadly. We only just saw him recently. I couldn't bear the atmosphere any longer. I hurried upstairs. I opened my bedroom door. I walked past the spot where Phi Thin had slept that night. What kind of idiot refuse is to sleep on a bed? I'll tell you those words. When you wake up, I didn't even bother showering. I simply collapsed onto the bed. After staying awake all night, I thought sleep would come easily. Instead, every time I closed my eyes, I saw the moment Phi Thin was stabbed. My mind refused to calm down. 20 minutes passed. I opened my eyes again. Sitting up, I lowered my feet to the floor. My vision blurred with tears once more. You can fall asleep now. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand. Looking up at the ceiling, I whispered, when you died, how did you manage to fall asleep? I walked downstairs. My parents had already left for work. I opened the medicine cabinet, searching for the sleeping pills my mother used whenever she had insomnia. Soon, I found a small bottle. Sleeping pills. I swallowed 2 tablets with a glass of water. If they hadn't expired, they should be enough. I'll see you soon. Phi Thin. When I woke up, my head felt unbearably heavy. Maybe taking 2 sleeping pills at once had been too much. I slowly sat up and waited for the dizziness to fade. Then, I immediately looked toward the floor beside my bed. I fully expected to see someone crouching there. Instead, the floor was empty. I looked down at myself. I was still wearing the same clothes from the night Phi Thin had been stabbed. Only then did I finally understand. I couldn't travel back in time, the way Phi Thin could. I checked the time. 5 o'clock. There were 4 missed calls from my friends. They had probably called because I had skipped class. I didn't care. I wasn't in the mood for anything. I climbed out of bed, completely lost. Why could you? But I can't. I looked toward the sky as if asking someone for an answer. Then, something caught my attention. The childhood photographs on the wall. I had always disliked one particular picture because, as a child, I had looked so pretty that everyone mistook me for a girl. Mom insisted on displaying it anyway because it was a precious memory. I picked up the photograph and carried it downstairs. My parents had already returned. They were reviewing documents on the sofa. You're awake. My mother smiled weakly. Are you hungry? I asked Annie to buy some chicken noodle soup. It should be here soon. She spoke normally, but I could see how exhausted she looked. Do you know which temple Phi Thin's funeral will be held at? My father looked toward my mother. She quietly shook her head and returned to reading. She clearly didn't want to talk about it anymore. Hearing Phi Thin's name made my heart ache all over again. I walked over and handed them the childhood photograph. When this picture was taken, did I already know Phi Thin? Yes. My mother looked at the picture. This was taken after you left the hospital. Why? I sat beside her. Can you tell me how I first met Phi Thin? She smiled faintly. Back then, Aunt Ken and I were close friends. We wanted both families to spend a holiday at the beach together. We were relaxing by the sea. Your father wasn't paying attention. and you wandered into the water by yourself. Dr. Thin's father rescued you and took you to the hospital. My father finally looked up from his work. Little Thin was very fond of you. He always held your hand wherever you went. He even shared his food with you. My heart fluttered, because Phi Thin had never told me any of that. Didn't he also take me to a temple? My parents exchanged glances. After the drowning incident, Little Thin took you to a temple. My mother laughed softly, though sorrow still filled her voice. It's funny when I think about it. He thought you were a girl, so he asked you to marry him. I couldn't laugh. Instead, my chest hurt. Phi Thin had always been that kind of person. Even as a child, he always thought of others before himself. No wonder he chose to become a doctor. Suddenly, something clicked in my mind. The temple. The one Phi Thin took me to. Where is it? Dad. My mother turned toward him. My father closed his eyes, trying to remember. I can't remember the name, but I think there's a picture of it somewhere in our photo album. He turned toward Mom. You should bring the album to Aunt Kin too. She'll probably want to see it. Good idea. I'll call Kin and ask which temple the funeral will be held at. My father stood up. Dad, can I see that photo first? Wait a minute. I'll go find it. He headed upstairs. I quickly followed. Phi Thin, you can't just die like this. I won't accept it. I'll find a way to bring you back. No matter what. If you could obtain a supernatural power, why can't I? After learning which temple Phi Thin had taken me to all those years ago, I immediately booked a plane ticket. I'll pray for you to come back. If you don't return, then I won't be able to keep living. My life was exchanged for yours. That must never happen again. A warm sea breeze carried the scent of salt through the air. Bright sunlight reflected beautifully across the white sandy beach. The temple stood beyond the shoreline. After walking along the beach and another 200 meters inland, I finally found it. It stood quietly beside the sea. Holding the old photograph in my hands, I stopped in front of the temple sign. I compared the picture with the scene before me. The photograph showed two children standing in front of the temple. Phi Thin was a tall, skinny boy with an honest smile. Meanwhile, I looked as though I hated having my picture taken. It's here. This is the place where Phi Thin brought me. Many things had changed over the past 20 years. Yet many things remained exactly the same. The large banyan tree still stood on the left. The old ordination hall retained its familiar shape, though it had been renovated. And the pavilion housing the ancient Buddha statue remained at the far end of the temple grounds. I walked inside. My heart pounded with every step. This was where everything had begun. I continued walking until I stopped before the pavilion containing the old Buddha statue. It looked neglected. I glanced around to make sure no one was watching. Instead, I met the eyes of an elderly man sweeping dry leaves from the temple courtyard. Hey, young man. He greeted me with a smile. If you're here to ask for lottery numbers, I'd recommend you don't. I looked from the Buddha statue back to him. I didn't come for lottery numbers. Then what are you here for? The middle-aged man walked closer. Many people come here because they've heard someone else's wish came true. But most people don't get what they ask for. Some even receive the opposite. So nowadays, very few people come to make wishes. I looked down at the photograph. The people whose wishes came true. What did they do? From what I've seen, it's usually children. I suppose the Buddha blesses those with pure hearts. There was once a little girl who prayed that the lump in her mother's stomach wouldn't be cancer. It turned out not to be cancer. After that, everyone in the village came asking for money, lottery numbers, or gold. But none of those wishes were ever granted. Back then, Phi Thin and I had both been children. Perhaps that was why his wish had been answered. But now, would it still work? Could it? You can always try. The old man smiled. You've got nothing to lose. Calm your mind. Focus. If your heart is peaceful enough, maybe your wish will be granted. He smiled once more before returning to sweep the courtyard. I looked back at the Buddha statue, taking a deep breath. I knelt down. I bowed 3 times. Then I placed the childhood photograph at the foot of the statue. Stepping back, I folded my hands together. Phi Thin, I want you to come back to me. There is nothing I want more than that. I raised both hands in prayer and spoke clearly. I will protect you from death. Until the day we get married. Chapter 23. I woke up feeling completely refreshed. It felt as though I had slept longer and more peacefully than I had in a very long time. Rolling onto my left side, I squinted at the sunlight filtering through the translucent curtains. What day is it today? Do I have to go to the university? I think I have 2 classes. and I'll try asking who Mai's ex-boyfriend is. Wait a minute. I already knew. Mai's ex-boyfriend was a guy named Hart. I shot upright in bed. My heart pounded so violently it felt ready to burst from my chest. Slowly, I turned toward the floor beside my bed. The spot that had been empty before now held the figure of someone wrapped tightly in a blanket, breathing steadily in peaceful sleep. I threw off my own blanket and climbed out of bed. Step by step, I approached the sleeping figure. Is it him? It is, right? It has to be. Did I succeed? Did I really make it back? Phi Thin. I knelt beside him and carefully reached for the edge of the blanket. Before I could pull it back, the person underneath stretched, sat upright, clutched his chest, and shouted. Ah! I stared at him in shock. The first shock came from him suddenly sitting up. The second was seeing the face of Dr. Thin. His face was pale. Sweat covered his forehead. He breathed rapidly, as though he had just escaped something terrifying. I had a nightmare. I quietly stared at Phi Thin. Too many emotions crashed into me all at once. Should I be shocked, happy, angry, or should I cry? In the end, I simply kept staring at him. He also remained silent, trying to make sense of everything. Frowning slightly, he murmured, "Wasn't that just a dream?" I slowly shook my head. My fists tightened. Before I realized it, tears were already streaming down my face. Phi Thin looked at me in alarm. Toll. I wiped my tears with the back of my hand. Why did you die? He instinctively placed a hand over his chest. I died. How did you come back? I didn't know how to explain it. None of it made any sense. I lowered my head to stare at my lap. I'm happy. So why am I crying? I reached out and grabbed Phi Thin's arm. It was warm. Much warmer than it had been when the knife pierced his chest. That warmth told me he was alive. Really alive. Phi Thin looked at me in confusion. Then, as if finally understanding something, he pulled me into a tight embrace. I froze for a moment before burying my face against his shoulder. He gently stroked my hair. You came back. To save me. I nodded. Wrapping my arms around him, I asked, how did you go through this? Again and again? Phi Thin laughed softly. I know, right? I don't understand it either. Maybe it's because I had both hope and love for you. Liar. I mumbled into his shoulder. You made a wish. Just like I did. Phi Thin's eyes widened as I explained everything that had happened in the previous loop. So, you wished. Until we both get married, I figured I had nothing to lose. I saw that your wish worked. So I copied you. The people there said not everyone's wish comes true. Oh my God. Phi Thin laughed helplessly. No matter how hard you try to escape, you still can't get away from me. There was no other choice. After finishing our conversation, I watched the people walking past the restaurant's glass windows. Now, Phi Thin and I were eating lunch together at a Korean restaurant inside a shopping mall. He wanted to know everything before leaving for work at 4 o'clock that afternoon. So, he leaned forward eagerly. What were you thinking back then? Why did you want to save me? Why did you decide to do that? It hurt. I answered quietly. It hurt knowing that I was the reason you died. No one causes another person's death. Don't blame yourself. Phi Thin smiled gently. Right now, I don't feel any pain. Getting stabbed almost feels like it happened in a dream. You don't have to blame yourself anymore. The dead don't feel anything. The people who continue suffering are the ones left behind. I lowered my head and quietly played with my chopsticks. He was right. He nodded. When you die, you don't feel anything. The one who feels everything is the person still alive. Do you know how I feel now? Yes. I answered softly. Looking up at him, I realized something. Every time I looked at his face, my heart softened. I was so grateful he could still sit here, smiling at me, instead of becoming nothing more than a smiling photograph at his funeral. So, Phi Thin leaned back casually and crossed his arms. When should we get married? I froze. What? Never. His shoulders instantly slumped. At this point, you can't refuse anymore. We both made the same vow. How can we? This country doesn't even legally recognize same-sex marriage. I think just holding a ceremony would be enough. The legal paperwork doesn't really matter. Don't you think you skipped way too many steps? Phi Thin immediately stood up. I looked at him in surprise. He walked around the table and sat beside me. I instinctively leaned away. He moved even closer. So, what steps did I skip? Don't come so close. I pushed his face away. He laughed. I just want to know what you're thinking. He casually wrapped an arm around my shoulders. Toll. That means we should start by becoming boyfriends first. I fell silent. Countless thoughts battled inside my head. If I accepted the man sitting beside me, then the version of myself who believed he only liked women would change forever. I believe we can get to know each other very well. Phi Thin held out his little finger. So, let's be boyfriends. Heat rushed to my face. Seriously? A pinky promise? That's so old-fashioned. At that moment, I asked myself honestly, how did I really feel about Phi Thin? We had only known each other for a few days. But if I counted every timeline, every repeating loop, then it felt as though we had known each other for a very long time. Watching him tirelessly chase after me, watching him repeatedly sacrifice himself to save my life, it had left a deep impression on me. It wasn't just admiration anymore. The feeling became even clearer. The moment he disappeared from my life, before I even realized it, my hand had already moved. Slowly, I hooked my little finger around his. Even I was shocked by what I had done. But, since my body had already made the choice, perhaps it was the right decision. Phi Thin smiled so brightly that his whole face lit up. He immediately hugged me tightly, not caring at all that everyone else in the restaurant was staring. I smacked him hard across the back. Let go. Ow. I'm just so happy. I'm glad I died back then. He laughed. I love you so much. I promise I'll be a good boyfriend. You're so embarrassing. I didn't know whether I should feel angry or embarrassed. Let go already. He obediently leaned back. I sighed in relief, trying to calm the pounding inside my chest. Turning toward him, I saw him smiling so widely that his cheeks almost hurt. Are you really that happy? I grabbed his tie and pinched it hard. Go back to your seat. Yes, sir. He hurried back across the table. You're just like my cat. I frowned. How? You act cold. You threaten me. You even hit me sometimes. But actually, he paused dramatically. You really love me. I grabbed a handful of tissues and threw them straight at his face. You're so full of yourself. I secretly smiled. Honestly, his attitude was so annoying. He was always making terrible jokes. Sometimes I seriously wondered whether it had been the right decision to save him. But, looking at his smiling face, I realized it was far better seeing him alive than only remembering him after he was gone. Even though he sometimes acted completely helpless, he was the only person who made me feel like this. A warm feeling spread quietly through my heart, a feeling that wanted to stay beside him for as long as possible. I had never met a man who made me feel so comfortable, and the thought of losing him again made me feel as though I wouldn't be able to keep living. Is this what people call love? I'd never experienced it before, so I couldn't be completely sure. But one thing was certain. It was far too late to ask that question, because I had already agreed to date the man sitting across from me. Phi Thin suddenly placed a hand dramatically over his chest. You smiled. Can I take a picture? I've never seen you smile before. My smile instantly disappeared. No, I'll just find another way to make you smile again. As soon as he finished speaking, the food arrived at our table. Eat plenty. You'll need energy for your afternoon classes. Okay. I quietly answered while placing a piece of fried chicken onto my plate. I tried my best not to look at him, but I couldn't help glancing up. He was resting his chin on one hand, watching me with an impossibly affectionate smile. Go on and eat, Mr. Boyfriend. He said it so naturally that goosebumps spread across my entire body. How many times was he going to call me that before I finally got used to it?